I shall share the stream as far as I can do so.
Hang on, we're live, guys. Good evening, ladies and gents, wherever you are in the world. Good evening, good day. Welcome to Splendid Isolation number 27. And I'm going to start us off with a tune, as I normally do.
Adieu to you Spanish ladies, farewell and adieu to you ladies of Spain, for we've received orders to sail for old England. We hope in a short time to see us again.
We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt seas until we strike soundings in the channel of old England. From Ushant to Scilly, 'tis 35 leagues.
We hove our ship to with a wind from southwest, boys. We hove our ship to for to strike soundings clear. It's 45 fathoms with a white sandy bottom. We squared our main yard and up channel did steer.
We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt seas until we strike soundings in the channel of old England. From Ushant to Scilly, 'tis 35 leagues.
Now the first land we sighted, it is called the Dudman. Next Ramsett off Plymouth, start Portland and White. We sailed on by Beachy, by Fairley and Dungeness, and we hove our ship to off the South Foreland Light.
We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt seas until we strike soundings in the channel of old England. From Ushant to Scilly, 'tis 35 leagues.
Then the signal was given for the Grand Fleet to anchor, and all in the Downs that night for to lie. Let go your shank painter, likewise your cat stopper. Haul up your clew garnets, let tacks and sheets fly.
We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt seas until we strike soundings in the channel of old England. From Ushant to Scilly, 'tis 35 leagues.
Now let every man drink off his full bumper, and let every man toss off his full glass. We'll sing and be jolly and drown melancholy, and here's to the health of each true-hearted lass.
We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt seas until we strike soundings in the channel of old England. From Ushant to Scilly, 'tis 35 leagues.
Okay, and that was the traditional Royal Navy song, Spanish Ladies, from the excellent Channel Patriotic Archive. Second song I actually asked him to find, which he did, and I really like the illustration too. So I recommend Patriotic Archive as a channel for people to go and join. Okay, so I'm going to do what I usually do and go around asking people for their first points. I'm going to start with our newest guest, Big Dave. So Dave, is there anything you would like to bring up?
Well, one thing that I would like to bring up, quite, not especially, it's not what you call a necessary topic, but what I'd say is the general feminization of the culture that we are experiencing in the modern age. If I may give an example, things like hate crime laws, for example, and the manner in which they tend to feminize the population by sort of preventing certain actions which could be deemed offensive, and certain sayings and certain other forms of thing which could be deemed offensive as other such harmful effects of them. If you get what I'm speaking.
Yeah. So the general thing you'd be saying is you're noticing that now we are placing a higher value on being offended as opposed to anything material being done wrong.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with Dave. I mean, this is obviously something that's been going on for some time now. The stuff that I could have got away with doing when I was a young man 30 years ago would be impossible today, obviously. So, yeah, I totally agree with Dave on that one. Cromwell is Vishnu. What about you?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay. So was that the main thing you wanted to bring up, Dave, or was there anything else? Because I think
to be honest, I actually can't about on the spot. I had nothing to speak about.
Listen, I always say these things are slightly more organised, like pub chat, so don't get too concerned about it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to turn now to our resident Scotsman, Ozzy. Anything you want to bring up as the first point?
I guess the main point of interest for me, and I know with our most beloved Fed, Ralph, I'm quite interested in the Batley and Spen by-election. It looks quite interesting. The new battles that are going on, the realignment of the political spectrum, I think is quite interesting. George Galloway, who I'm actually quite a fan of, I know many people are not, seems to be giving Labour a run for their money, and seeing the. I mean, as long as Labour loses, then that's good news for me, because that means Labour goes into further chaos and waywardness, and they will just not recover. And that, of course, that's good, because what we want is no good leftward opposition to the Tories, so we can get some decent rightward opposition to the Tories.
Yeah, I mean, I've been of the opinion for some time, and I know you've agreed with this, that like the solution to the union crisis, in the sense that there is one in Scotland, is there has to be a homegrown Scottish unionist group.
Absolutely, yeah. But even then, like, just from the broader political perspective of the UK as a whole, which also greatly concerns me, the sooner Labour dies, the better. Because
I'm not against that. Yeah,
sure. And they're going into a long death now. I think there was a recent election in which the Liberal Democrats were kicking the crap out of Labour, and so were the Greens. And so it's I know, anathema. But as soon as those parties start getting a bit of mainstream traction, you're basically going to see the Labour Party get into a split third party position, or at least I want to see that. And that means that the compatible opposition to the Tories will come from another perspective. So
yeah, maybe so. Sojo, anything you would like to bring up as an opening topic?
No,
thank you. Okay, there's a couple of things I want to bring up. First of all, I would like to say happy birthday to our regular guest, Royal Oak.
Dear boy.
It's his birthday today. Hopefully,
happy birthday.
Hopefully he's out drinking, chasing fairly loose women, and all this sort of thing, which young men should be doing in a Christian manner, of course.
I'm not entirely sure there's a way of doing that in a Christian manner.
Of course there is.
I'm sure there is actually. So anyway, happy birthday to Royal Oak. I would also like to say get well soon to Adaman, who apparently is suffering from heat stroke. So, and also, I mean, that's not easy in England, but, I know that you guys have been having some hot weather these days. So,
yeah, it was pretty bad first part of the week, actually.
Yeah. So anyway,
too hot for my liking.
So
unnatural.
Can't be too hot for me, but that's that's probably why I moved to South Africa after I left the British Army, and now I live in Australia. So, although actually Victoria, where I live, is like it's not that warm in the winter. Trust me. Anyway, so yeah, get well soon, Adam. You are missed. Hopefully you'll be back next week. So there were a couple of things I was going to do. I would also just like to mention, if the sound quality or anything's a bit down on this stream, it's because my real computer is kind of sick at the moment and is getting fixed, so I'm on an older model. So that was the main things I wanted to bring up. And then I would like to take us on to a video, which actually Sojo pointed out to us last week, by a guy called Brett Weinstein, which was about the... here we go, hang on a minute.
The biologist.
Hang on a minute, guys. Good
Yes,
evening,
the
Limbu.
Jewish biologist, yes.
That was
Yes.
very important to raise, wasn't it, Sojo?
Yes, it's very important to raise that
Yeah.
he is Jewish, part
Yes,
of
he
the
is.
Jewish
Yep.
fraternity, along with his
Yep.
brother Eric Weinstein, who is also Jewish.
And very,
Very true.
genius. Eric's a genius, but
Hang on, guys. Can I just say good evening, Limbu? Is there anything you'd like to bring up as the first topic before we move on?
No, not really. I just came back from the pub, so
Oh, okay, mate. Okay.
yeah.
Good on you. Okay, so I was just saying, this Brett Weinstein guy, who is Sojo has just pointed out, is obviously Jewish. He made this video last week called "How to Fix the World in 3 Easy Steps" or something like that, and it was really about the side effects of the China virus vaccines. And he was suggesting, he and the two guys he had on there, who were one of whom at least was a big-time expert. They were suggesting that more people have died already from the China virus vaccines than from all other vaccines in the last 30 years. He was also suggesting that it could have long-term side effects on women's reproductive ability. So you could have women who get vaccinated now, even as girls, who in years to come might have handicapped children and this kind of thing. And it was generally a pretty alarming video. Now, needless to say, even though he was Jewish, YouTube took down this video within a couple of days of him putting it up. So Sojo pointed this out to us first. It was a very interesting video. It didn't only include American data. It looked at British data, which was just as bad. And so I'm going to hand this over to Sojo to carry on with the conversation.
You dropped me in it there. Well, as you know, maybe not the audience, but I've not really paid that much attention to COVID, and in many ways I haven't really had much of an opinion on it. But I've always had the opinion that, just looking at the statistics for myself in my age range, that there's really no point of me taking a vaccine. Anyway, I just happened to stumble across this video, and it's Duke. It's not just any old expert. One of the experts, Dr. Malone, I can't remember his first name, but apparently he's the inventor of mRNA therapies. So it's not just any old virologist. It's the guy who actually sort of pioneered the work in mRNA vaccines. And basically he was saying that, I'm just sort of secondhand recalling from the video.
This is Robert Malone you're talking about, isn't it?
But these spike proteins, they're meant to stay, or they expect them to stay within the injection site. And as it turns out, with these COVID vaccines, the one that are mRNA based, these spike proteins are actually going all over the body, to the brain, to the kidneys, everywhere. And they showed a couple of slides with these elevated lipid profiles, particularly bad for women in the ovaries. But he was quite keen to point out that there are potential health side effects. We don't know whether there will be.
No.
But basically everybody on that panel basically said, do not take the vaccine if you can get away with it. Which is kind of ironic, because 2 of the 3 panelists actually have had the vaccine, and one of them, and the reasons they gave. So the Robert Malone guy, the mRNA specialist, said, well, basically he didn't really have any choice because he has to travel. So it was in his estimation that he could get away with taking it. But the other guy, Steve Kirsch, who is a serial entrepreneur in medicine, he basically said, if I could turn back the clock, I wouldn't have it. And he wouldn't have recommended it to his 3 daughters. So, and then Eric Weinstein, Brett Weinstein hasn't had any COVID vaccination, but he's on a
prophylactic thing, yeah.
Sorry, I can't remember what he said he was on, but he's on something that's an over-the-counter solution that has evidence and efficacy that it works against COVID. So, to all intents and purposes, they're all sort of vaccinated. But yeah, so there you go. You've got two very high profile doctors. One of them is the pioneer of mRNA, and they're all saying don't get the vaccine. So particularly if you're a woman.
Yeah, I've just put a link in the chat to a mirror of that stream. As I say, the original stream was taken down by YouTube. That's a mirror. I don't suppose that'll be up too long. So if you want to watch it, people, I would
the mirror's gone down.
So has the mirror gone down?
Yeah, for violation of YouTube community guidelines.
It's on Library.
Oh dear.
I actually first found it on Library, and then I went and watched it on YouTube because I wanted to see if it had been taken down by that time, and it was still up by the time I watched it.
Can you put the link for the library? Oh yeah, it has been taken down. Can you put the link for the library video in Discord, please, Sojo, and I'll put it on the screen.
Yeah, I'll try and find it.
I can't remember. Actually, you might be able to put it straight on the screen. I think I made you a moderator for this stream, but I can't remember now.
If I'm a moderator, I can post it in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I made you a moderator. I think I made you and Alan moderators. So
yeah, I am. Yeah, okay, I'll do
cool. That. Okay, so Sojo will link guys to the stream on Library, and I do recommend people go and watch it. It's a long stream. It's like three and a half hours.
It's 3.5 hours. Yeah. But also the other thing is that basically they were saying that there are pre-existing drugs that actually can completely solve the COVID situation.
Yeah,
and
they did say that, yeah.
They're being suppressed because there's basically no money in it.
Yeah, that was the main thing they were talking about. They were saying that all of this is happening because Big Pharma can't make any money from that stuff.
They even said that the manufacturer or the owner of ivermectin, which has a track record of being perfectly safe, actually contradicts their own evidence and came out with some statements saying that it's not a safe drug.
Yep, they did. Yep, they did it. They did do that. And as I say, they were using primarily, obviously, US data because these guys are all Americans. But they did actually look at some British data, and the British data is just as bad. And I mean, I just find it. I don't find it amusing. You know, you get called an anti-vaxxer if you're someone who doesn't want to take the COVID-19 vaccination. But I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I've had vaccines. I gave my son vaccines when he was a child that you normally give children. Yeah. I'm just against this vaccine because it's not been tested properly. You cannot properly test a vaccine in 12 to 18 months. It's just not possible. And this is like a novel sort of vaccine. It's not. It doesn't behave like most others do because it's these expert guys explain it much better than I can as a layman.
Yeah, it works. Basically, they inject RNA into your cells, and those cells basically rescript your DNA to behave in a certain way. In this case, supposedly to attack the virus. And this has never been done before. And of course, traditional vaccines like AstraZeneca, which actually just instead what they would do is they would input a neutered virus into your bloodstream, and your body just learns to cope with it. Those I wasn't offered those, so I decided not to go with it because aside from the fact that this technique is untested, I'm just not entirely sure how I feel about my DNA being changed. So yeah.
Yeah, I just and apparently, you know, they inject this in the arm like they do most vaccines, and they expected it to stay in people's arms, but it doesn't do that. It goes all around the body. It goes into the blood. It goes into bone marrow, and in women in particular, it goes into the ovaries. And they weren't expecting that at all.
Again, you have to forgive me if I'm misrepresenting the stream, but basically my recollection is that they said on the stream that it was expected that the spike protein would stay at the injection site, which is to say the deltoid. And to their horror, it's spread all over the body. So the ovaries, bone marrow. So they were raising questions of infertility in women, and they were saying things like, "Oh, in the instance of thalidomide, sometimes it appears in the second generation, so you may not necessarily know in the first generation, and there may be elevated cases of leukemia because of the bone marrow aspect. Who knows? But you know, if I also think, Duke, they said that in certain demographics, that the vaccine was more dangerous than the actual COVID itself.
Yeah,
So-
basically, to younger people who weren't already sick and all this kind of stuff, that was the takeaway. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So, and simply based on the principle of least harm, that you know, the NIH, FDA, and all of these, like the World Health Organization, should not be recommending this stuff.
Yeah.
But of course, there's incredibly powerful financial interests now. That have a very big vested interest in making sure that all of these new vaccines get purchased and used, basically.
Yeah. And of course, I have to say that, like, I wouldn't be amazed if this particular stream gets taken down, just because we're talking about this subject. And I'm just amazed that people like YouTube can censor this kind of stuff, and why they would do so. I mean, look, since when was public health something that YouTube or other social media should censor? I just don't get it, mate.
The censorship, in my opinion, is simply because of the very large financial interests involved in the vaccines. If there wasn't that interest, there would be no censorship, in my opinion. You know, that's simply the only reason.
Yeah, I absolutely. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that for a second.
But
as I said,
they kind of have to parrot the official line from the government. And then it's the government that's really in tow to the financial interests. So
yeah, agreed.
I do feel that these platforms are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, because in many ways, it doesn't matter what they do; they're always going to come in for criticism. Which is why I think that really, in their own interest, they should be just labelled as utilities, so that burden is removed from them.
Yeah,
that is obviously the best thing to do.
Well, I mean, look, as they said on that stream itself. This sort of thing traditionally was the sort of thing that was put to the public, and the public could make their own mind up. Yeah, I mean, you know, the vaccine's there. If you think it's safe, go and take it. You know, I'm not saying don't take the vaccine. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying these experts said it's not a good deal to do so. And they pointed out the, to me, quite shocking figures that more people have probably already died from the China virus vaccines, all of them. There are three main ones, I believe. More people have probably already died from this vaccine than all other vaccines put together over the last 30 years. That's a shocking figure to me. Given how many people get vaccines. And as I say, I'm non-anti-vax at all. I've had vaccines many times. Not least for the military, which you have to have. I gave my son the normal vaccines you give children when they're small. So I'm not an anti-vaxxer at all. I'm just anti-not tested vaccines. You cannot properly test a vaccine in 12 to 18 months. It's just not possible.
I think the other possible thing we're missing is that there might be another reason they might not be retracting it is because of public psychology. Because if you basically say to the public, oh, by the way, this long beheld salvation that you were supposed to be given that allowed you to get back to normal may not be as effective as we thought it was.
But aren't they already doing that, Ozzy? Haven't they already cancelled Freedom Day in Britain, for example?
Well, they cancelled that, but they haven't done it under pretension of vaccines. Indeed, they've said, well, if we do more vaccine rollout, then we can go back to normal sooner. So I think a lot of this is actually just public control and keeping people calm, because you don't want the cattle to be upset.
Yeah, and you certainly don't want all those fathers and mothers to be desperately worried, particularly about their daughters who they've got vaccinated.
Yeah, upset cattle produce less milk. So,
yeah. I don't know, guys. I just think, I'm putting this out there, as I'm sure Sojo mentioned it to us in the first place, merely as a kind of public interest thing for the most part. In that if you haven't been vaccinated and you haven't had your kids vaccinated, I definitely would not be doing it if I was not over 80, and I'm not, obviously. And if I was not morbidly obese or in some other way already sick. Because basically China virus isn't that dangerous if you're not in one of those three categories.
Yeah, I mean, we went through this months ago, probably
Yeah, we did.
Probably early in the year when we had all the data, and it basically said if you're under 65, your chances of dying from this are negligible.
Yeah.
So it's like, why am I? I'm not gonna inject myself with any vaccine when the data is so obvious.
And also, you know, we've known for a long time that it's not dangerous to children at all. It's less dangerous to children than flu is. And yet, for some reason, like, we're vaccinating kids with something that we don't.
Are children being vaccinated?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they will be soon.
No, they are being vaccinated. And in Canada, for example, I don't know if this has happened in Australia or the UK, but in Canada, they were actually giving ice creams to children if they got vaccinated as a bribe.
Yeah, that came
without. Yes, they were. Yes, it did, and that was without asking their parents, even in Canada.
I mean,
that does seem a bit nonsense, doesn't it? I mean, even at the time of the government, that's a very odd thing to do.
It's very, very curious. I mean, you know, I don't think, like, when my son's a grown-up, but like when he was a kid, if he'd have gone to school and been given a vaccine without asking my permission, I would have been extremely upset.
Mm-hmm.
So
surely that must infringe on some form of right that a Canadian citizen would have. You know?
Well, parents, you would think so, yeah, but they keep changing. They keep changing the laws so that, you know, parents can't do as much as don't have as much control as they used to have over their children. You know, I mean, look at the whole LGBTQ nonsense thing, for example.
I mean, I don't know about other countries, but I know in the UK, at the very least, I was only just offered the vaccine, and I'm 21. So it's possible in other countries, and it's being given to 18-year-olds now. I don't know if that's going to go any lower, but I guess we'll have to see. But I don't think it's that bad here yet, at the very least. But we'll see.
Well, I don't know. I mean, mind you, I've been following this for some time, as you gents know, because I've brought this up on this stream quite a few times. So far as I know, America is actually less, because it's obviously a federal country and it's based on what they do in various states. America is actually being less dictatorial on this than the UK government has.
Well, they can't be, because they've got more constitutional barriers to being dictatorial.
Yeah, exactly. Because of the state system and all the rest of it, So, like, there are areas in America where there are very few lockdowns and this kind of stuff.
Yeah, Florida basically never had any kind of lockdown whatsoever, from what I understand. Yeah. Basically nothing.
I mean, it's the same as masks. Again, this was brought up on this stream. The stream, by the way, is the thing Sojourner has put up, which is on the screen at the moment, if you'd like to go and watch it. On Library. I beg your pardon. And they were talking about masks, and there was a study done in Denmark, and makes no difference wearing a mask. No difference. No statistical difference at all, whether you wear a mask or you don't, because, you know, masks don't stop viruses. Viruses are too small. Sanu's hammer, I don't have the cough. That's a smoker's cough. I'm a 50-a-day smoker, and I'm a 50-a-day smoker, and I have been
50 fucking hours.
And for many, many years. I started when I was 14, so, you know.
Oof, same.
What are you guys laugh? What's the laugh about that one, guys?
Well, 14 in this day and age, being able to start smoking and continuing at it is just quite the feat, to be honest.
Yeah, it was illegal to smoke when I started smoking at 14. I hasten to add, but and I didn't.
Why has that ever stopped children before? You know.
I know. I didn't smoke. My father didn't know I smoked at 14. My father knew I smoked at I think about 17, because I remember he took me in the pub when I was about 17 and offered me a smoke and said. And I looked at him because, like, I didn't think he knew I smoked, and he said, "I know you smoke." So, you know. But you know, my father bought me a beer when I was about 15, but it was only a light ale. So we used to do different things differently in those days. I don't vape, and one reason I don't vape barn door is you can't get a vape in Australia with nicotine in it. So that's why people don't vape here. Yeah, no, it's illegal. The only way you can get a vape in Australia with nicotine in it is by ordering it from Singapore or something like that.
What an absolute absurdity that is.
In Australia, some really, really batshit laws. I mean, I do believe that. Where is it? In Victoria, I do believe you are banned from owning, for example, a sword, because there was a killing with a sword in the 1990s. Everyone's banned from owning swords.
I don't know if that's true, because people certainly do HEMA here, historical European martial arts. So I don't know if that's necessarily true. And also bear in mind, Australia, like America, is a federal system. So a lot of laws in Australia are on a state-by-state basis.
Yeah, I do believe that's a state one there. I think it's. I can't remember I'm not sure what state it is. Yeah, state of Victoria. So definitely state of Victoria. Yeah, sword ban.
In Victoria, yeah, that's where I live. I didn't know that was true. Okay, fair enough. I'll have to buy one just because it will annoy them. But don't forget, it's the People's Republic of Victoria. Victoria is the main socialist state in Australia, sadly. Like, I'm sure that wouldn't be the case in, like, Queensland, for example, which is pretty right-wing as places go in the Anglosphere. I'm just noting Gary Garner's Stucco Ribs comment here. The only way we won't have another lockdown is if millions of people literally refuse and continue as normal. I'm actually increasingly thinking that's the only way this will stop, is when ordinary, average, in inverted commas, normie people have had enough and just say to the government, nah, fuck it, we're not doing this anymore. And I just don't know when that's going to happen.
No, I don't think that's. I still don't agree with you on that. I think it'd be. I think it would be very hard to have another lockdown in the UK or Europe when there's no lockdown in the US. And the US, it's business as usual in America now.
Yeah, but what do you call a lockdown? I mean, aren't you kind of under a lockdown even at the moment? Really?
No,
not you. In the UK.
But in the UK, not really. I mean, what can you not do?
Well, Ozzy, Dave, what can you not do in the UK at the moment?
Well, so I think about it.
Nightclubs are not open, are they?
Yeah, nightclubs aren't open. What else isn't open?
Only so many people in pubs.
Only so many people. For other things like clubs and like those, that's only so many people. But apart from that, it's just social distancing measures and mask measures and like.
Yeah, and when I go to the gym, I have to book an appointment, which is hilarious to me. But
and wearing masks all over the place. Apparently, if you go into shops and all this kind of stuff, is that still going?
Well, that's not a lockdown.
The thing is about wearing masks though is that there is an unwritten law that most people will not unless you have the misfortune of running into a Karen. Most people don't seem to care.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of times now that I've walked into town, bought a pint of milk, forgetting my face mask, and no one bats an eye.
See, I never wear one. Okay, in Victoria, in Australia, where I am at the moment, we are supposed to wear a mask all the time in the building. We don't have to wear them outside at the moment, although we did a couple of weeks ago, because we had another lockdown a couple of weeks ago. But we were supposed to wear a mask all the time outdoors if you're not in your own house. Now, I never wear a mask. And the first time anyone ever said anything to me was a couple of days ago when I walked into an op shop, one of these second-hand short stores run by a church. And I just went in there to look for books. I bought a couple of books. And the lady said to me, do you have a mask? Would you like a mask? And I said, no, I can't wear one. Okay, because I am exempted because I've had a heart attack in the past and this kind of stuff. But, that's the first time anyone's ever said anything to me about not wearing a mask. And I haven't worn one ever. Actually, that's not true. A long time ago, I used to wear them on like trams and buses. But that's the only time I ever wore one.
But it's still, to my mind, that actually doesn't meet the definition of a lockdown.
Yeah, so lockdowns.
Well, it certainly
in
ain't freedom. It's certainly not freedom, is it, Sergey? It's not
Well-
normal. It's not normal life. Let's put it that way.
But it's very. I mean, we're kind of clutching at straws now, in my view, anyway.
So lockdown. I mean, last year I remember very clearly what lockdown was like. I mean, it was not nearly so bad for me because I was in the countryside with family, and there was just simply no one there to police us. But I remember there would be police drones that would be tracking people. Like someone apparently went for a walk in the Lake District, and a police drone took a snap and said, "That's not necessary."
Yeah.
The police for a long time had the right to question people about what are you doing outside. I think they technically still do have that right, but they don't exercise it. And all that fun stuff. This is not lockdown in that sense. I'm pleased to say, actually. But I mean, do I suspect that the government will you start yielding more powers back to the people? I actually think so. But I think it will be over a longer period than we originally expected, or the government claims will happen. So,
I mean, didn't the cops in the UK even put dye in some lake in the Lake District so that people wouldn't bother going to look at it?
I have no idea, but that's.
I'm sure at the same time that drone story came out, they were saying the cops actually put black dye in a lake up there to stop people going to look at this pretty lake.
It certainly wouldn't surprise me. I'll put it like that.
I just think that if you look back, even 18 months ago or 2 years ago, the sort of stuff that is going on around all over the world, particularly in the Anglosphere at the moment and in Europe, would have been impossible for people to visualize, and yet everyone has fallen in line with this shit. It's just far worse restrictions on people in Britain and Australia than were put in place during World War II, even when we were both facing invasions.
Yeah, but what do you expect, Duke? We live in a society that's full of fags and gays. Like, spiritually, I don't mean physically,
yeah,
but
totally
spiritually, that's what it is. It's just a gay society. They're so afraid of dying that they don't even want to live. That is basically what it is. That there's a fear of life. Everything in this world now is life denying, basically.
Well, look, people on Discord would have seen you and I, Sojo, having a bit of a disagreement yesterday. Yeah, but the reason that I consider you a mate, and I like you on this stream, is that basically on that stuff we totally agree. You know, I think this is the root problem of most of our problems. I don't think it's some secret small hat conspiracy. It's what you just said. We live in a society where men do not behave as men. We're vastly over-feminized, and I don't mean that as an insult to women, but women are the way women are. You know, they're nest makers, they want to make safety for their kids and this kind of stuff, but men don't behave like men. They don't say, no, this is not how we should do things.
The way I would put it, and the way Christians have put it of old, is not that society is feminine, it's that men are effeminate. And effeminate is different from feminine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't disagree with that at all. I think that's totally right. Dave, what do you think about this? You're muted, Dave. Maybe he's not listening.
Dave?
Dave? You're muted, mate. Hang on, I can unmute. No, I can't. He's muted himself. Okay. Well, anyway, look. I think this is the problem. Is exactly. You're right. Society is effeminate at the moment, and it's becoming more so. I mean, what did we get from this G7 nonsense with Alexander Johnson and the senile pedophile Biden? We got that society should become more feminine. I mean, how the fucking society become more feminine? I mean,
can you
men have had
explain
their balls. That? Well, what they said was they said they wanted society to become more gender neutral, and more feminine. That's exactly what Biden and Johnson said.
That was their exact words.
Yes.
Okay.
You'll
You'll have to forgive me because I quite literally do not pay any attention to anything going on in the Western world anymore. I'm quite happy living on the Iberian Peninsula where there is still a kind of machismo culture. So I just can't. I can't do it.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with you, Soja, honestly, but I try and ignore most of it. Like, I don't watch mainstream media at all. In fact, one of the things I'm going to bring up in a minute is GB News, but and how good and bad it is on different levels. But yeah, that's exactly what Biden and Johnson said. The world should be more gender neutral. Obviously, they went on about watermelon green bollocks as well. But then they said the world should be more gender neutral and generally more feminine. Now, I don't know. I reckon most Western blokes have had their balls cut off already, frankly. So I just,
I mean, if you remember from last week, I said that testosterone has been declining in men for the past 70-odd years. It may be going beyond that, but that's when records began.
Yes.
And actually, I've been reading a few papers since then, and the actual implications of this are absolutely fascinating. So men with less testosterone are more likely to be bullies. And that's completely not what I expected. But they are more likely to bully other people. And children who are bullied are more likely to actually increase their testosterone because you're under a lot of pressure and you need to think and be competitive. And other things like people with more testosterone are more likely to take different positions, different and antithetical positions. So what we might call inegalitarian positions. And it's really quite fascinating in seeing that the fall in testosterone in many ways could be associated with this sort of collective thinking bully harassment culture. Although that's speculation, and I don't know if that's just a correlation thing or not. But I think it'd be interesting either way.
I don't know. Look, one of the things I've noticed is a lot of young men today, and I don't include you, Aussie, or Royal Oak, or Limbo in this, because it's not the case with you guys. But I've noticed so many young men, particularly in North America, have this kind of high-pitched voice that is like, very feminized.
I've noticed that myself.
Wasn't the case when I was a young man that people spoke like that. I mean, not after they were about 14, anyway.
Dave's just got back to me. He said he had to do something.
That's no worries.
I mean, I've noticed that because I've been on a few streams recently where there were people around my age, and I have noticed this. I mean, maybe I'm guilty of it myself, but it's the voice seems to come from the nose or the throat as opposed from the chest. Men normally speak from the chest.
Yeah.
It's just what we do. You get a lot of these people who are like, well, actually, I think like this, and it just drives me up the wall. But
I mean, there are people I like. There are people on streams who I like who speak like that, and it's just real puzzle to me. And it's almost like they were 13 and their balls haven't dropped yet. It's very strange.
Yeah, that is a problem that's been more noticeable over time. Even when I've got about, it's very noticeable. Even within short numbers of years, it's been getting worse and worse and worse, noticeably so.
Yeah. I mean, you see, if you look at historical films and this kind of stuff, and I'm talking about documentaries and stuff, and they're talking to like 15, 16-year-old, 17, 18-year-old blokes, young men, say in the 1950s or something, that they don't have this feminine kind of way of speaking. They just don't.
Well, they all sound like they've just come out of coal mine. They all sound proper hard. All sound. A part of it though might actually also be cultural. Come to think of it, because back then, young men did a lot of labor and manual work and stuff that got the juices flowing. And now that we're all pampered little shits like me, who go to university and debate about who cares what. So I mean, maybe some of this is just.
You see, this is why I sound extremely manly, and why I sound like a hard man. Because I am a hard man.
No. Listen, I'll say this, Dave. Yeah, you sound fine, but then I would say Ozzy sounds fine as a young chap. So does Royal, so does Limbo. Certainly, as a slightly less young but much younger than me guy, Sojo sounds the same. Adaman. None of us guys speak in this kind of girly way, and I can't call it anything else but a girly way of speaking. You know, and also it's not only that; it's that like every sentence almost ends in a question. You know.
Oh, because they is that because they go higher at the end? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, it is that. I don't know. I just think that's a symptom of all the stuff that we're talking about at the moment. It's.
I think that might actually be cultural. It was already mentioned in the chat that that's called upspeak.
Yep.
Where the end of your sentences is I don't know, just sort of ends with a sound. It sounds like every sentence is a question.
It's like similar to vocal fry, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in that direction. Certainly, it is. But
that's definitely a result of reality TV being introduced, because you see everyone speaking like that on there. That transfers into how people speak in real life. It's a knock-on effect.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, the only thing I would say in our favour is it seems to be much less common in Britain and Australia and Canada. Not Canada, sadly, in Britain and Australia than it is in America and Canada. It seems to be more an American, but maybe they're further along the Globo Homo route than we are at the moment. Is that maybe what it is?
Maybe I think. I mean, again, I take the biological perspective. I think actually one of the interesting things that might be involved with this, although again this is all very loose information, is birth control, and that could happen. That happens in two ways, because of course, God, now you're going to hear me sound like a complete kook, but you're going to have to deal with it. So women during their menstrual cycle have different mating preferences, and as they reach ovulation, they prefer big, burly, strong men. But of course, the birth control pill stops that. So women's mate selection, basically, they start preferring more anodyne men. And so you've got that, but also this birth control goes into the water supply as estrogen. And that's ready for everyone to consume. That's another knock-on effect. Again, whether any of that has an actual has had an actual effect within this time frame, I don't know. But I mean, it's possible. It is possible.
I've certainly read things that there are like plastics and so on that get into the system and the water supply and all this kind of stuff now, and that's having some sort of effect on testosterone in men.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Jones quite famously said that line, which said, "The water's turning the frogs gay," and people think, "Oh, what a silly man," but it actually is. If you put tadpoles in tap water, they will become hermaphrodites.
Even if they don't even die. I mean, look, I keep tropical fish, and you can't use tap water to put in. You have to put stuff into the tap water to take stuff out of the tap water before you can use it for fish.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's absolutely true.
Yeah. I mean, I know bodybuilders, for example, who they deliberately they don't drink tap water. They buy like these special 1,000-pound filters to get rid of all the crap in it, so they can drink it. Whether that works, I don't know. But it seems to get people worried. So,
well, look,
people,
there's a reason that Western men's testosterone is dropping, as you have pointed out. And yeah, you pointed out it's been dropping for like 70 years, but it's been dropping precipitously over the last 20 or 30 years. And there's a reason for that. There has to be.
I mean, so the data only goes back 70 years, and because we didn't really know how to measure it before then. But actually, the decline has been more constant than you would think. And I mean, just thinking about this in terms of, I mean, the best way I could possibly articulate this is in terms of prime ministers, because I did A-level history and we covered British prime ministers since 1945. You know, you start off with Churchill and Attlee, or gentlemen of good repute, and you get those.
I question both of those to some degree, but not on those grounds.
Sure.
Yeah.
But and then you get Eden, he's okay, but and then Macmillan was a complete pushover. Let his wife cheat on him multiple times throughout his life.
Yeah.
Then you get Wilson, and I like Wilson, but you have to admit he's a more modern man.
I don't know Wilson at all, but okay.
He was definitely a more modern man. And then, of course, you're getting Thatcher, and then you're getting Major, and thinking about Major Blair.
And Thatcher had bigger balls than all of those guys you've just mentioned.
Thatcher had bigger balls than all of them combined. But thinking particularly about Major and Blair, I can remember Blair's voice. It was just the most, pathetic little thing. And Cameron, of course, was a pushover. They're all pushovers these days, as opposed to the old. I mean, whether we like Attlee or Churchill or not, they stood for something, and they refused to back down.
Well, I mean, you look at Alexander Johnson. I mean, who runs Britain? Is it him or Princess Nutnut? Who actually runs the country? I'm asking.
Good point.
Serious question. And who voted for her?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not totally a fan of what's his name, who's been putting all this stuff out recently.
I do believe.
I beg your pardon?
Cummings, I do believe. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a Dominic Cummings super fan by any means, but most of the criticism he's put out about Johnson's government, I think you have to agree with it.
Well, you got to. I mean.
Yeah. So what Cameron and the Theresa May, and then Boris Johnson, admittedly, from the appearance of the guy, he's quite a tough, manly man. I mean, you can look at those shoulders and you can tell this guy played rugby back at school. And
he's also a bit of a fat slob, though.
He's a bit of a fat slob, but I mean, hey, an Etonian lifestyle does that to a guy.
Speaking from experience, I presume.
Didn't go to the East India, boy. I went.
Yes, I think there might be. I think there might be a little bit of public school in the background of Aussie there somewhere. But yeah.
Oh yeah, yes, there is. I'm afraid. But
I'm not against it. I'm not against it. It was a traditional British thing, but I think that's being destroyed now too. I mean, wasn't there a teacher recently at Eton who was disciplined over some nonsense?
I mean, I know nothing about Eton, but I do remember back when I was at school, which was little over 3-4 years ago now. I was as most autistic children were. I refused to agree with anything. I was an upstart little shit. And one of the times we had to do PSE.
I haven't changed much from.
I did PSE, and we had to talk about feminism, and I was, of course, very antagonistic. And because of the legacy I left behind, next year they completely forbid conversations. No one was allowed to disagree with the discussion of feminism. And you also had weeks like anti-bullying week and self-awareness week, and LGBTQ week and all that.
And yet, when I was at school, and I went to state schools because my father was a working class bloke. My son, by the way, went to private schools because I knew what they were like by then, and I could afford not to send him there. But when I went to state school, it was still very much a competition to get into the soccer team, to get into the cricket team, and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it was still just about normal then, But I still had teachers who had fought in the Second World War,
Yeah.
I think that's the huge difference today, is that nearly all the teachers, even in private schools these days, come from a very left-wing university background, and that's half the problem.
I mean, my dad, when he grew up in Rhodesia, his headmaster was a veteran of the Japanese POW system, and he always would tell me, he never said much, but I always feared him and respected him. I think it's very good for a young man to have, particularly to learn respect and authority, because that's not something we're really taught these days. But yeah.
But I just don't think young men are taught to be men anymore. and particularly if they are one of the many young men who come from a single mother household.
You could argue that has been a major aspect in the decline of masculinity to single parent households. Because if you don't have a father figure, you're obviously not going to have the masculine inspiration for how to live.
Yeah. I mean, you learn from your dad. You do. You learn and copy from your father. That's what boys do. As Ozzy just correctly pointed out, and sometimes you don't even directly learn from them. You just kind of you can even get it by inference, if that makes any sense.
I think there's more to it than just that. It's not just. Am I a bit too low? Sound?
Yeah, your volume needs to go up a little bit, please.
Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
Oh.
Okay, he'll come. Dave, Ozzy, carry on, guys, because I think this is an interesting topic and something that we get a lot. I've looked at the demographics of people who watch this show, and they are overwhelmingly young men.
I mean, the context in which I think about this is I think about it at school. No one ever told me this is how you be a man, and I don't think it's a very realistic way of seeing things. I just remember things like my dad. If something bad happened to him, and I said, "Oh, that must be terrible," he would just say, "It is what it is."
Shit happens. Shit happens. That's what my dad used to say.
Get on with it. And I remember at school, of course, so I boarded, and people would flip your bed in the night, or burst a can of deodorant in your room, or shaving foam all over your face till you wake up in the morning. I mean, who are you going to complain to in that sort of situation? Your housemaster?
I'll give you an example of slightly older guys. When I was in the British Army, in the British Army, you always had in every I can't remember now if it was every company or every platoon. I think it was every company. You had an NBC corporal, and he was a corporal, and he was responsible for nuclear, biological, and chemical training. The guys who used to on exercises go around shouting gas, and you'd have to put your respirator on and all this kind of shit, And because he pissed us off once on an exercise, we put his bed and his bedside cabinet and his photograph of his not very attractive wife up on the armory roof one night. That's just what guys used to do. If you piss guys off enough, and he did because he kept doing this gas bollocks on an exercise, we got our revenge. But you everything in society today goes against that sort of thing,
Yeah, compliance.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so totally against this. Oh, the government tells you must do something, and you just go and do it. But we were young blokes in the British Army, and if you pissed us off, we get revenge. It's just what we do,
Yeah, I mean that reminds me of a funny story my dad had of when he went to the same school I did because those times. And
Tradition,
yeah.
which is a good thing. We're in
And-
favour of tradition on this channel.
Yeah, and he had a tutor who was famously quite fat and metrosexual, or camp, as the kids say these days. And apparently he took them to the swimming pool on Sunday because he felt like being a nice guy, and so they debagged him and ran away and took his towel, and so he had to run across school campus completely butt naked. These days, and he got away with it scot-free.
By the way, for anyone in the channel who doesn't know, debagging is pulling off someone's trousers. So,
yeah, it was
mate.
No, it was very common in the Battle of Britain fighter pilot classes. So.
Tally ho and all that.
Tally ho, old chap. But those guys did not lack testosterone or guts.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that sort of stuff is just great fun. It's just, it's the sort of thing teenage boys should be doing. You should be getting into a load of trouble, annoying people, and showing the boundaries and showing how far you're willing to go in any given place.
Well,
unfortunately,
I'm waiting for Sojo to come back because I know he's got a point on this that he would like to bring up, and Sojo's points are always intelligent, if nothing else.
I am back, but I am. Well, I mean, the first question is, how's the sound?
You'll find now, mate. You'll find now.
Okay. And I can't remember what I was going to say, so I'll just have to jump in once I've got a point to say again.
Okay, no worries, but I'm sure it will come to you. That happens to me all the time. Like, you forget and then it comes into your mind again. I would just say, someone asked me in the chat a while ago, when is Unwashed coming on? Unwashed has been on a stream with me, and I was perfectly reasonable to him. And I've been banned in Unwashed's chat at least twice. And that awful stream he did with Academic Agent a couple of weeks ago, which most people seem to think is the worst stream Academic Agent ever did, says all you need to say about Unwashed, in my opinion.
I just want to know when the book, How to Make Friends and Influence People is going to come out, because I want Unwashed's knowledge on this subject.
I mean, I know nothing about. Yeah, I know nothing about the guy, but everyone I know seems to really not like him. So, if he's publishing a book about that, he better have some really good reasons.
Well, the rumor I heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, of course, but the rumor I heard was that he tried to join Lucy Brown, etc. In her hotel room one evening, and Lucy Brown slapped him around the face. And frankly, when you look at Unwashed, you can understand why she did. So,
come on now. I would say let's not go there. I would just, because that's like an unsubstantiated rumor.
It is an unsubstantiated rumor, but it's quite a strong one.
His appearance or his actions?
No, that rumor about Lucy Brown slapping him is fairly strong. I've heard it from a lot of sources. I don't say it's true. I just say it's a rumor.
I just want to follow up on what I just said about sort of joking about his sort of like social skills. I mean, that's just the impression I got when he was invited on that AA stream and then sort of stabbed him in the back. That's what it appeared to be to me. And I've had my run-ins with him, but I don't know. I mean, he doesn't make life easy for himself, is all I'd say.
Well, I just think he alienates everyone.
But why did you fall out with him, or he fell out with you? What's the story there?
I got banned from his streams in chat twice.
Why?
And that's the only chat I've ever been banned in by anyone.
But for what reason?
I've no idea. I said something he didn't agree with, I guess.
What, he banned you, or some of his Jannies banned you? Because I mean, there's a difference.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, mate. To be honest, because how can you tell when you're in chat? You can't.
Yeah, you have no idea. So it may, not even be him.
I didn't have moderators on this chat for ages, and even now, the only moderators on this chat, as far as I'm aware, are you and Alman, because I've known you for a very long time, and I know you.
And I've not banned anyone.
No, because you won't do that. That's why you and Alman are moderators on this chat. It's because I know you won't ban anyone. because I don't. Actually, I do. I've occasionally banned someone who just came out with crap constantly, like for too long. But apart from that, I won't ban people because I do basically believe in free speech. And I try not to be a hypocrite, you know? Like, I'm not a perfect man by any means. I've got so many issues about so many things. But I try to be a man, you know? That's really what I try to do. And, like, if this channel does anything, I just hope, and I have looked at the demographics on this stream, because you can do that on YouTube. And our audience is overwhelmingly guys under 25. Like more than 60% is guys under 25. And I constantly try and bear this in mind when we're doing these streams. And that's who I want to help, you know? If we give guys, even giving those young chaps the knowledge that they're not alone is worth doing, in my view. I know that Sojo doesn't always agree with this, but that's my opinion.
I have mixed feelings on quote unquote giving advice, because I was.
But you're not a dad yet, are you? You haven't been a dad yet.
No, but also, I was sort of thinking. I was thinking to myself the other day about the advice that I have given, and I sort of thought to myself, actually, no. In many ways, I'm sort of coming to the opinion that one of the best things you can do is just like drop out of the society completely. Like this idea of like getting the best job, you know, is that necessarily what you want to do? Maybe we should be making irrational decisions. Maybe we should be pursuing the things that we want to do in life.
Drop out in what sense?
Well, because I'll tell you. So the line of thinking in terms of my advice that I've given on these shows is that you should get the best grades that you can get. You should tailor your career prospects to, you know, what you're good at and maximize your potential. And I kind of think to myself, I look back on my own life and think, you know, in many ways, I really wish I just dropped out of school at 16 and became a bartender in Tenerife, because basically that's what I did anyway. Like, you know, in the sense that I built up a business, I did well for myself, you know, you moved to a nice sort of sunny location. I mean, I could have done all of that without the rigmarole of going through all the bullshit, all the corporate bullshit. So...
But don't you prefer being well off to being poor?
But the thing is that I don't spend my money. You know, I live a very simple existence.
You don't now, but I mean, there will come a time, I'm sure, when you're going to meet this like really wonderful chick, and you will start spending money, and you need to have that, and you need to have that money to spend.
No, there's a visceral part of me that says that offends me. That offends my sensibilities.
Yeah, like I said, you haven't met that chick yet, but when you do, you will. Trust me. Women are expensive, mate. It's just the way they are.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Like I'll give you an example. I was walking around today.
I don't like the sound of that premise, Duke. I don't like it. It's very modern. Yeah. I don't like it.
It's not modern. No, that's not modern. It's as old as human beings. It would be as true for an ancient Roman or an ancient Briton as it is for people today. I'm sorry. Like, women have always been like that, and men have always been like that.
No, I don't.
I mean, the classic example that comes to my mind is just the medieval era. You know, in which you know, the work was hard and arduous, and women are just not really built for that sort of work. And so she was absolutely bound to her husband because he had to work all the time. And so he basically did work all the time, and she like milked the cows or something.
Well, that was the kind of you're going quite low in society for that. But even then,
well, most people were peasants.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they weren't in England, actually. To be honest, Ozzy, they weren't. Peasantry in England really kind of died out due to the Black Death, and it died out quicker in England than anywhere else.
Yes, but still, I mean, around the time of the Black Death, you're starting to leave the Middle Ages. So you can think of the Middle Ages then as like from the period
Well, look,
Fall of
the Black Death, the main Black Death in Europe was like kind of what 1340s, 1350s, around about then.
1350.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
There's a funny
you
joke I
could-
had about that, but I won't.
all right, well, you can come back with a joke in a second, but let me just point out that France, for example, had a kind of what's the word I'm trying to look for here? It had a kind of medieval society almost up until the French Revolution.
Mm.
Like in the sense that if you were not a noble, you couldn't become an officer in the French army. Napoleon was an officer in the French army before the French Revolution because his father in Corsica was a minor noble.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an officer at all. That wasn't the case in Britain, like 400 years before that.
Okay, but what I'm driving at though is that for if not forever, for a really really long time, men have basically needed to subsidize women. It's just how it is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But my point I was trying to make is when you were talking about the peasantry as you described it, was that if you were, say, the village blacksmith rather than the village farm labourer, you had more resources and you were probably going to get better goals.
Yeah, sure.
That was all I was going to say.
But again, what is the definition of a better woman? What does that mean?
I
Again,
can tell you. I can tell you.
Go for it, Ozzy.
You should know exactly what that is from an evolutionary perspective.
Go for it, Ozzy.
So a good woman is a woman who doesn't cuckold, who has, who's highly agreeable and has high youth and high attractiveness, because that means that the children she'll have will probably have better immune systems and will probably be more likely to listen to their father, and as well as just having good looks means that let's say, for example, that you have an attractive son. He can go if he has sex with loads and loads of women, then you've effectively amplified your genome by 100 times, something like that.
This like materialist sort of reductionist view of life. And again, how do you from the male point of view, how do you even know that your perspective, that the good-looking woman is? You don't know. You don't know.
What do you mean, like objectively good-looking?
Wow,
no, objectively good-looking is like.
I think we can all agree on what's a good-looking woman. I guess.
We can say that, but within I might like not really like extremely skinny women, for example, or I might not like women, especially who have not very big breasts and this kind of stuff. So there's a kind of Overton window in this kind of stuff, but it's a general window that most of us can agree upon.
But here's an interesting thing that I quite often think about, which is that in years gone by, women were on average much slimmer than they are today, and that would have meant that basically even like an average woman would have looked good. I mean, I would contend. Yeah. I would hold the view. That basically most people I don't think are ugly. I think most people are just overweight. Most women are overweight, and if you can take like an average woman and give her like a slim body, and she's going to actually look quite good. So I actually think the pool of women today is just probably much worse
for the West.
Considerably worse,
I agree. Yeah,
because everybody's just so fucking fat.
I don't disagree with that at all, man. I think you're entirely correct about that one. I really do.
I mean, okay, people would have had poor sort of like dental hygiene in the 1300s and that kind of thing. They would have not very good bathing conditions and that kind of thing. But sort of from a sort of physical point of view, like the form of the human body, that I think they would have been more attractive than what we have today.
Sojo, near where I live, like within about 20 minutes walk from where I live, there is an underwear store for women. And it advertises in great big things over the top all the sizes it does. And like 3/4 of the sizes it does, if a woman, I don't care what underwear she was wearing, for 3/4 of those sizes, I just wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot steel tip barge pole, Because as you say, so many Western women today are hugely overweight.
I mean, it's not just Western women. It's even. I mean, I think Fiji has one of the highest rates of sort of diabetes and obesity in the world.
Yeah,
Even the
probably
Indians,
true.
Indians are grossly overweight. Mexicans. This is now not a first world problem. This is a humanity-wide problem because the access to just easy food.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's certainly getting worse. All over the world. Look, I used to live in South Africa, and in KwaZulu-Natal has the biggest, like Durban in particularly, is the biggest Indian city outside of the Indian subcontinent. And I've got to say that there are some absolutely drop-dead gorgeous Indian women. There are. No doubt of that at all. Absolutely true. Okay, they're brown. Don't make no difference, but they're still fucking beautiful. Look, this isn't a racist channel, guys. Really, it's not. All right. Look, it's an Anglo-Celtic channel. It's a British and Old Commonwealth channel, but it ain't a racist channel. And there are beautiful women of almost all races. But
definitely.
Yeah, and that's just a fact.
I mean, that's debatable. Take Aborigines, for example.
Come on! You're taking a very extreme example, and I will grant you that they're not particularly good looking, but that is
they are just cavemen, though, aren't they? So that's just to be expected.
Yeah, but hang on. It's not their fault. It's not their fault.
Hang on, guys. I've got to put a point in here. Like, I've lived in Australia for 20 years or so now. And I haven't met that many Aboriginal people, but because I've travelled in the outback and in the Northern Territory and so on, I have met some Aboriginal people. And what I will say to you is that out of the Aboriginal people I've met, almost all of them were actually quite kind-hearted and gentle souls for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will say that.
I'm not doubting that. Just that if you look at sort of the IQ,
yeah, I'm not saying Aboriginal women are beautiful to Western tastes, because they're not for the most part.
Yeah, of course they wouldn't be. It's a very insular people. I mean, they would be very adapted to meeting those insular needs, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So I'm not saying that, but I would say that most of the Aboriginal people I've met, and I'm not saying this is true of all of them by any means, it's just the ones I've met, have been quite gentle and kind-hearted souls. So I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I do actually find Aboriginals quite interesting because they are quite simply the closest things to a caveman that someone could encounter in the modern day. Some of the caves.
For God's sake!
Hold on. Hang on, Dave. Wait a minute. You do understand, don't you, that these a lot of these black nationalist people these days try and call white people cavemen. You do know that.
Yes, the point I was trying to make is that some of these caves that the Aboriginals have inhabited, they've inhabited them continuously since the prehistoric era. I mean, if you look like some of the cave,
there's some great cave art in Australia.
And they still live in the same ways which they have lived since that era. So,
well, actually, they don't. No, they don't these days, Dave.
And not necessarily. The traditional way of life is
they don't live that way anymore. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, I know. That is part of the problem. Yeah, things like the introduction of alcohol,
yeah,
but
alcohol,
it's the
and
culture.
also loads of grants,
people is similar.
But also loads of grants from the Australian government, like Australian Aboriginal people, and there are very, very few real Australian Aboriginal people anymore. Most of them are really mixed race. Like, there are guys who you and I would look at in Tasmania, for example, who claim to be Aboriginals, who are as white as we are. Trust me, because like they're like, I don't know, 164th Aboriginal or something like that.
I don't believe we exterminated all the actual Aboriginal Tasmanians.
We didn't exterminate anybody.
No, we didn't exterminate. We did sort of like I do remember reading something like they released a prison population onto Tasmania. They're sort of given free reign
No, that's not true. That was never done. No,
Oh.
not true at all. I don't know where you must have been looking at too many of these Nazi laughers, mate.
Must have.
I mean, one of the
Dave's
things
gutted.
that one of the things that
Absolutely gutted, I tell you.
one of the things that really gets on my tits is that you will get these Nazi laugher guys, including some who claim to be English and British, who will turn around and say, "Oh yeah, the whole British Empire was just this Jewish thing to destroy the world," and they're fucking morons. I'm sorry, they are fucking morons, and they get on my tits.
I mean, Cromwell, he let the Jews back in, didn't he? So there you go.
Exactly,
We don't need to know anything else about Cromwell. He let the Jews back in, and that's all we need to know.
Yeah, and like
First, I'm
this
not a
is
fan of Cromwell, but that's certainly not a reason to dislike him for. There's plenty of other reasons to hate him.
yeah. I don't like Cromwell, but not for that reason. I don't.
Why
like
would the
Cromwell. I would have been a cavalier. That's why. Because I
Got rid of the king. That's why I don't like him.
Yeah, exactly. Me too.
Banned
Me too,
pubs,
Ozzy.
banned theatre.
Yep.
Disgraceful.
He got rid of the funding, but he got rid of the king.
dancing. He banned dancing. He banned fairs. He banned
These
all the
are
things that
these are
British people
tropes. These are tropes and canards that were propagandized by the royalists after the Restoration. That is not what happened.
I mean, whether that's true or not, I mean, I'm relatively indifferent about all of that because to me, it's completely inferior to the fact that he got rid of the king, he disrupted the succession, and that is not right in the eyes of God. It's a simple.
Absolutely, and I agree with that.
He was more based as a Christian than most of these bloody Christians are, anyway.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter. Getting rid of the monarchy getting rid of the monarchy is completely out of order in terms of Christian ontology. Doesn't matter what else he did. It's completely
exactly.
I mean, I find it astonishing that the fact he was actually more Christian, took his faith more seriously, and you're like pissed off about the king. I don't know what kind of Christian are you.
The king is ruled by divine right.
Sojo, you're not even a Christian anyway. So
I know I'm not, and but I find Cromwell an absolutely fascinating figure in the sense.
I find him fascinating, but
he's
fascinating. He's just not a good guy.
I don't know what we'll have to do a stream about this sometime, but I don't.
Okay, well, I'll give you another example. Like half of the English-Irish hate that there is comes from Cromwell, but then you probably agree with that because I know you're not very fond of the Irish.
Hang on a minute. I mean, let's get things right. We had English and British people settling in Ireland, and they were being wiped out by the indigenous potato eaters. So, I mean, whose side are you on? Are you on the side of the English and the Scots and the plantation people, or on the side of the barbarian papists? I mean, come on.
I was on the side of both of them. I would have been on the side of both of them, actually.
It's Sivnat, that's why. Sivnat.
No, I am not fucking Sivnat. You know I'm not. See, this is why I like Sojo. Okay, I do actually like Sojo.
I stir the pot.
You do. I consider him a mate, but he does stir the pot. But like, had I been around at that time, my thing would have been to keep the English and Irish as allies. I would have supported both of them.
I mean, the thing I heard from a friend, I mean, I'm not entirely sure whether I agree with this, but like one of the critical mistakes that we made back then is we didn't print a Bible in Gaelic, or as the Irish would say, Gaelic, because it basically estranges them from the faith of the monarch. I mean, how I feel about that? Nah. I mean, I'm an Orthodox Christian. In Orthodoxy, we print the Bible in whatever language the people happen to live in, but the Catholics are known for basically keeping the Bible out of people's hands. And so,
which I actually kind of agree with. I think
they wanted the priests to be the font of all knowledge.
Yeah, but if you look at the Reformation, my view of the Reformation is basically you have the printing press and you get the middle classes reading the Bible and they think, hang on a minute, what we've been taught isn't what's in this book, and then all hell breaks loose. That's basically what happened in my view.
To some degree, yeah.
Well, I mean,
you're talking about mine.
You're based off the interpretation from the Bible alone. I mean,
yeah. He's talking about mine, Luther, and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you let the normal people read the Bible, and what the fuck do you think's going to happen? All hell's going to break loose.
Because they obviously don't have the information necessary to interpret that as a form.
And that's why you have so many denominations now, because everybody's got their own fucking opinion.
But there's quite a lot of contradictions in the Bible. Look, I'm an agnostic, just for information for people. Yeah, I know you are. But I'm an agnostic. I'm a cultural Christian, of course, because we all are. But there are quite a lot of contradictions in the Bible, and I've read the Bible fairly extensively. Not least because my dad, when I was a little kid, said that there were so many great stories in the Old Testament, and there are. So, you know.
I mean, of course, I would disagree with that, but I mean, the point I would make, and the original point I was driving at, was that because we treated the Irish as separate, they felt separate, and I can't really blame them for that.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
Maybe in Sojo's mind that makes me a Civnat, but
no. So when Sojo said that, Sojo said that as a jab at me, which he doesn't even believe, and he doesn't even believe it himself, really. No. So you know, it's like me and Sojo can get into some quite heavy arguments, but we don't really hate each other at all.
Well,
like I consider Sojo a mate. I really do. So you know,
I'll come and visit one day, and we'll have a beer. But my view is that if you can't argue with people, and if there's no sort of spice and variety to life, then what is the point of living?
Yeah, and I would hate this. I would hate this podcast that is. We're now on number 27 at least. If we didn't have disagreements, what would be the point in doing it?
It would just be everything sucks.
Yeah, it would just be like so many other shows. We'd go on about American bollocks because that's what 99% of shows do, and we'd all either agree or disagree. Like I like quite a lot of stuff which some traditional Catholics say. I like quite a lot of their stuff. I don't like it because they're traditional Catholics. I like it because it's common sense.
I think there's a lot of LARPers though. There's this.
Yeah.
I've termed it sort of pick and mix Christianity in the sense that you have like a sort of Anglican to Catholicism, and then ultimately to Orthodoxy pipeline. It's this idea of I'm an atheist, and suddenly I found Christ, and I go to a couple of Anglican sermons on a Sunday and think it's not quite based enough. So you sort of dip your toe into Catholicism, and you think it's all right, but then ultimately, you know, you find something about the Pope and you think he's a bit of a nonce, and then you find yourself at Orthodoxy, and it's like, well, this has got what traditional link has this got to do with anything in England?
Yeah,
it's got nothing to do with it.
Nothing, you know. It's just like detached from tradition. And my view would be, my sick sort of masochistic view is actually no, you should be an Anglican, and it might suck. But that's the test that God has sent, and you must sit through it. That's my view.
Okay, sure. I mean, to defend myself, I would argue, and a lot of people have argued, that Britain before the Norman Conquest was Orthodox.
Okay.
Very little fealty to the Pope. The churches had autonomous jurisdiction. We had our own. The Archbishop of Canterbury was functionally our patriarch, and we did things in our own rights, but we still believed in the important tenets like transubstantiation. That has everything in the making of an Orthodox Christian faith. That's all it is. But you know, I mean, maybe
so in many ways, you're kind of like an ultra traditionalist in the sense that you're not just going back a little bit, but you're going back like 1,000 years.
I mean, I'm Orthodox Christian because I think it's the true faith. I have no interest in what's I have no interest in this sort of is it most based?
Right, okay.
That's not my computation.
So, are you Orthodox Aussie in the like Greek Russian Orthodox sense?
Yes, I'm an
okay. Fair enough. Okay.
But I mean, the church I go to does most of its rites in English. Of course, I won't say where it is, but
no.
What I found is that Orthodox churches, they do tend to vary quite a lot of what they do the rites in. Like for one, a local one which I attended the service in, they did all their service in Old Church Slavonic for some reason.
Yeah, that's quite common.
Yeah.
You get all the various spices, and like you could, in theory, have an Anglican Orthodox church. I mean, of course, there would be certain things that would have to change. You know, you'd have to stop having women priests, and you'd have to reinterpret the Eucharist. But not much would change in functionality.
Guys, can I just say, like, all right, the only time I have had much to do with the Church of England, although I am Church of England, because my dad was, my mother was Roman Catholic, and she was half Irish, half Welsh. But my father was English in Church of England. And when I got married in a High Church of England church with a High Church of England vicar who did not believe in things like women vicars and all this. In fact, he laughed at the idea of women vicars. And he had been in the RAF. He used to tell me stories about trying to land a Shackleton 4-engine maritime patrol plane on the airfield in Gibraltar and stuff, which was difficult because it was a short airfield. And he'd been this RAF bloke. He was a High Church of England vicar, very, very close to Catholicism in many respects. Didn't, as I say, totally disagreed with the idea that women could be vicars, because that's not in the Bible.
Oh, lads, 1 second. I do apologise.
But what I'm trying to say is he was a good bloke. And I got married in his church. And in the churchyard of that church, my wife's grandfather was buried, who was a chief petty officer on HMS Warsaw, a Royal Navy battleship. We used to go and put a poppy on his grave every year. He was in there, and he baptized my son, who's now serving in the Royal Navy, by the way. But to me, what is important about that stuff is its tradition. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
No, I understand that completely. I think we pretty much share the same disposition in the sense that I don't consider myself a Christian, but in many ways I am quite I feel like I should be a passionate defender of the Anglican Church in particular. And I know that many people say, "Oh, it sucks. It's very liberal," and it's like, yeah, but it's more than just it's more than just a faith. It's an institution for the nation, and I think it should be repurposed for better ends. And what form that might take, I don't know. But that's why I just find it funny that, you know, there does seem to be this pipeline where people, they come from an atheist background, they dip their toes into Anglicanism, they don't like it, they go to Catholicism, and then ultimately they do end up at Orthodoxy. It's interesting.
I mean, that is true. I mean, if you go on Twitter, there's a lot of there's a reason why it's called the Author Bros for a reason on Twitter, because
okay, I didn't know there was a term for it.
Now you got the Author Bros, and of course you've got Catholic Twitter and all that. And I mean, yes, in many ways it's kind of absurd because, and I have a friend who's very devout Presbyterian, and in many ways he doesn't even want to debate faith because he said to me, then it's no longer faith. You either believe it or you don't. Yeah. It's not something you should be rationalizing, and I do get that. One of the things that I would say is that if you're leaving the Anglican Church because it's no longer trendy, I think you're a bit of a simp and a sheep.
But hang on, Ozzy. To some degree, I think people are leaving the Anglican Church because it's too trendy.
When I mean trendy, I mean
trendy I know.
Demographics.
Yeah, you're talking about religiously trendy. Yeah.
Yes, because you should be picking your church on the basis of where you feel most spiritually enlightened, but at home, and where you feel like you can build a community, and ideally, at some point in the future, find a wife.
Sure.
But that's interesting. See, I think that gets to the root of why actually people become Christians is ultimately so they can get a bit of pussy. I'm sorry to frame it. I'm sorry to frame it in that way, but I hear this again and again and again.
Yeah,
if you just go to church, you'll find some girls, and it's like, I get it. I understand that, and from a male point of view, I get it. But to my mind, it should really be about the faith, and
Hang on,
pussy should be a byproduct.
Yeah, Sojo, I think to be fair to Christians, and I'm not a Christian, I'm an agnostic, but to be fair to Christians, and I hope Ozzy will agree with this, that when they're talking about finding a woman, what they're talking about is finding a good woman.
Yeah, but I think that's what's drawing people to, if they're atheists, and most of us are in this society, that we come out of a disposition of being irreligious, and they find faith basically because it's a route to finding a quote unquote good woman. That's a very cynical view.
Okay.
I mean, there is an extent to that was true. I mean, I remember a stream a few weeks ago on Splendid Isolation in which I said, look, okay, if you're looking for a wife, there's really one easy step to do it. You go to an evangelical Protestant church. And it's true, because it's 2/3 women.
Yeah.
And like,
what you mean, so it's actually
happy clappies, yeah.
Yeah,
but it's actually overrepresented by women.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But do we even have evangelical churches in the UK?
Oh goodness,
yes. Oh yeah.
The low church,
everywhere.
The low church of Anglicanism, like, I mean, so at university, the Christian Union is completely awash with attractive young women, and you know, I would say that the most of them will be stand-up young lasses.
But you have to put up with the like singing.
You have to put up with
and clapping
singing
and stuff.
and
Yeah.
clappy, and you're also going to have to get past the fact that she is much more virtuous than you are. That's
of course.
Yeah, but once you get past that stuff, and she trusts you, you'll find she's less virtuous than you are in general. Because that's how women are, mate. Trust me, I've known them for many years. So,
I mean, if you're looking for I mean, you know, if you're explicitly wife hunting, then that's the church you go to. So, I mean, to an extent, Sojo, you're definitely right. Like, there is a bit of wife hunting. But then again, people have gone to church throughout history to wife and spouse hunt in general.
Yeah,
it's part of the community. It's part of your local community.
It's just what
you do. It used to be, anyway.
You know, one of the things that they used to do in the 19th century, at least in the Kirk, I don't know about the Church of England, is that people would volunteer to go on missionaries to Africa and things like that, and they would find their husband or wife there.
David Livingstone and people,
yeah, and so, I mean, I guess why you could think it's a critique, and it's not. Sure, it's a bit more pragmatic than what church should entirely be about. But in many ways, church is like a pragmatic thing because it's about the community coming together every Sunday. I mean, I don't think everyone in that church is thinking about the transubstantiation or the Eucharist or the other more meta and philosophical aspects. They're probably thinking, "Oh, there's Charlotte. I'd like to have a chat with her after drink coffee and buns."
I think.
Go on, Sergio. Go on.
Sorry, just to quickly wrap up on that. I think that's completely fair, and I suppose I'm happy with that, and I'm fine with that. I just think that when those kind of people are on Twitter, that I don't really want to hear the sort of this holier than thou preaching. I would rather that it was kind of just like, well, yeah, I'm doing it for this reason, but I'm not going to then ram it down your throat and pretend that I'm some sort of paragon of virtue when I'm not. That's the kind of thing that I just think is, you know,
and that's no another thing. That's another thing which there is a lot of problems with. I mean, maybe I'm guilty of it, I don't know, but I know a lot of people who basically go, well, this is the true faith. I mean, I know one guy in particular who really, really jams his version of Protestantism through everyone's neck, and people just, not only are you telling people off the faith, but you just look like a jackass in the process.
Right.
Look, I've got a few points to make here, guys, because like I'm watching the chat and trying to kind of run the stream, sort of. First of all, I'd like to say I'm sorry that Big Dave left us. I don't know why he did.
He did try and say something, but you just spoke over him.
Well, I didn't mean to. And
I know. You probably didn't
He,
hear
like
him.
me, has church in the morning.
Okay, well, apologies to him. And he did say that actually before he came on the stream that he had to leave early. But I would be happy for Dave to come back. So there's that. The second thing I wanted to say was related to what Cardamon said, which I put up on the screen. And this might, Ozzy might find this interesting. The Normans murdered 1 in 5 people in England. I'm not sure if it was that high, but William the Bastard certainly did murder a lot of, and his Normans did murder a lot of Anglo-Saxons. And it's interesting that the Wangerian Guard in Constantinople, which originally started off as a kind of Norse thing, it was Vikings and people like that. After 1066, it became mainly English, Anglo-Saxon guys, because so many English Anglo-Saxon guys left England because of William the Bastard and his Normans, and they went over there and became part of the guard for the emperor of what was left of the Roman Empire. That, I think, is quite interesting. And Ozzy, as an Orthodox guy, will, I hope, find that quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this pertains more to England than it does to Scotland. But in England, I do know that the Normans were particularly aggressive regarding the Saxon, what I suppose you could call middle and upper classes. I mean, of course, the Saxon nobility had to go. There was no way they were staying.
Well, the whole legend of Robin Hood is about Robin Hood was a Saxon noble, basically.
Yeah, and the old priests were basically cast out of their churches, and you had incoming new Latin-speaking, normally French priests, educated in the continent. And, of course, the monks were completely restructured. It moved away from the traditional British monks towards, the Benedictines and the Franciscans, and that sort of stuff. I mean, it was a complete continentalization of the Kingdom of England, at the very least.
Oh, absolutely. And Tolkien, who wrote Lord of the Rings, of course. Now, Tolkien obviously was an Englishman. He was also a devout Christian. He was a Roman Catholic. He was a professor of Anglo-Saxon. And he actually said specifically that he wrote Lord of the Rings as specifically English and British myth. And to replace all those myths that we used to have in England that were destroyed by the Normans. And also, incidentally, absolutely, the Shire. I mean, for fuck's sake.
The Shire is Oxford.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's Oxford and around that part of the world. Yes, absolutely it is. I mean, I used to live in that part of the world, so I know what you're saying. And also, of course, I have to add with Tolkien, he was a British soldier who fought in the Battle of the Somme in 1916. So, he wasn't looking at this purely as a expert looking at things from a distance. He actually did it.
And one of the messages of Lord of the Rings, I mean, we're gonna get into very spurgy territory very quickly. Is that of hierarchy, and how everyone has a place within it. The hobbits were not the greatest of beings. They didn't build these huge constructions like men did, nor did they have fine skills like the elves did, or interesting crafting like the dwarves. They were just humble little guys who like gardening. And but of course, even these humble little guys, they have their own strengths, and that means that one of them was the only person on Middle Earth capable of destroying absolute evil. It's very, very charming philosophy that you find in Tolkien's work. It's surprising how popular it is in the modern day, because it's so contrary to just about everything else you would think.
Well, Amazon are making a TV series at the moment, which, from everything I have heard, watching people who are watching this, is going to like totally upend everything that Tolkien believed in.
Just to answer a question, Patriotic Archive, there is an interview of Tolkien talking about the dwarves. And you've got to remember Tolkien spelt it dwarves. I'm sorry, but and he said that the dwarves are actually most like the Jews, because they were wanderers. They were wanderers and very interested in jewelry and crafting, and dwarves really struggled to find a home. That's a constant theme, and of course that's a theme in The Hobbit. The dwarves keep trying to find a home, and the republishing of The Hobbit came in 1947. I can find the interview for you. It's absolute. It was a really interesting interview.
This is very problematic.
Sojo, have you read The Lord of the Rings or any of Tolkien's stuff?
I have not. I'm 37 in a couple of days, and I've not read Lord of the Rings. It's pretty bad.
But you've seen the movies.
I've not even seen the movies.
Oh, the movies are actually pretty good. They try and stick to it. They change things. They do, but not hugely.
The thing is that I'm really not a fiction reader.
Me too.
And so it never really crossed my mind, but I really ought to.
Yeah,
I'd say watch the movies first because they're easy. Obviously, that's just like 8 hours of your time if you watch those 3 movies.
Well, a barn door saying that I should read before I watch.
Always you should say that, but I'm not sure in this particular case if that's true.
The thing is that Tolkien's writing is very heavy. I mean, maybe I would say you should definitely read The Hobbit and not watch the movies because the movies are garbage.
Yeah, the Hobbit movies are crap. Yeah, absolutely.
But in terms of the Lord of the Rings, I mean, I think you could go either way. The films are considerably easier than the books. The books are heavy, long chapters.
Yeah.
But I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not a big fan of fiction either. I think the last fiction book I read was 3 years ago now. I mean, it is so central to what I would consider British culture. And because, I mean, most people I know, at least my age, have seen it. And it's like, it's almost always in their top 10. And I think it's probably because it captures quite a lot of the psychology of British people, even subconsciously.
Yeah. I mean, look, on a very superficial level, you can even look at Lord of the Rings and the Shire as kind of being Britain in the Second World War. On a very superficial level, he isn't that because he started writing it much earlier than any of that stuff. But on some superficial level, you can look at it that way. But what you have to realize about Lord of the Rings is that Tolkien, as an Englishman, as a former British soldier, as a professor of Anglo-Saxon, and as a Christian, wrote that stuff as specifically English and British myth. So as soon as you start race swapping and gender swapping and doing all sorts of other shit with it that Amazon look like they're going to do, you totally lose all connection.
It won't work.
It doesn't matter though. The books have been written; they can't be unwritten. That's the beauty. They can,
they can get banned though. But they can get banned.
They won't do that.
They
won't.
They can disprivilege them. They could even ban them, but they're out there, and like monks of old ages, that kind of literature will be.
I mean, all right. This is taking this on a literary level vastly downhill. But did you guys notice that apparently Enid Blyton is now being cancelled?
I saw Jobu mention something about that in the chat.
Yeah. So my old man, my dad, working class bloke, loved Enid Blyton stories when he was a kid. But she's being banned now. I mean, she was born in the 1890s, for fuck's sake, and she wrote traditional stories. But no, you can't have them anymore, apparently, according to our modern woke educationalists.
I don't know why you're shocked. I mean, I kind of share the view of Evler that we are living in the lowest age. I mean, we really are. I can't think of anything more. Words can't describe how I feel and how things have really slid so quickly. Yeah. Really, within the past 10 years.
I agree. So, Joe, I agree with Bruce. This is Kali Yuga that we're actually coming into now. Bruce was right about that.
And I'm very interested in that concept because, I mean, I don't know anything about it, but it's kind of like there is this kind of just inevitability about everything. It's like, we are on this sort of, it's like the tectonic plates of the earth are moving and no man can possibly stop them. That's the sort of overwhelming sense that I have about all of this. So I in many ways I don't really get upset about it because I just see everything as being baked in the cake.
Yeah. Son of Britain, the Rohim charge and all the stuff about the Rohim, these great horse people, really came from the Indo-European peoples who were great horse people. Like, there's a reason that when Caesar landed in Britain, he was opposed by Britons in chariots because they were horse people. Now, Britain never really got that total horse thing because Britain's not suited to that. Like, British soldiers have always traditionally fought on foot. The Anglo-Saxons at Hastings fought on foot. The English knights and men-at-arms and archers at Agincourt fought on foot. In the Napoleonic Wars, the great thing about the British Army that the French could never beat was the British infantry. So that was not really a British thing. But the Indo-European people, who the Celts and the Anglo-Saxons both came from, were absolutely horse people who came out from, like, somewhere in the middle of Russia these days to the west. And that's where the Rohim charge comes from. And it wasn't really the Polish Hussars, although the Polish Hussars also get their stuff from the Indo-European horse people. Like, I'm talking, like, historically in that sense. Sorry, guys, so this is just a...
I mean, so I think in terms of the languages of Tolkien, I mean, I think it says a lot about the societies that he was thinking about. So, for example, the Rohirrim spoke Saxon, and the dwarves.
The Rohirrim spoke Old English, actually, didn't they? Which is Saxon,
yeah. And the dwarves, they spoke Dwarvish. But really, that's very closely related to Norse, and all these sort of languages that would have been very, very particular, and they would only be you'd only find all these languages in one place in Old Britain, in Alba. I mean, it's no coincidence that Alba sounds very close to Arda, which is the name of the world in Middle Earth, So.
But I'm absolutely agreeing with you. Like, this is why I pointed out that large numbers of Anglo-Saxon, you can't really use the term in the medieval era, but middle and upper class guys, large numbers of them left England after Hastings and went and joined the Varangian Guard, defending the last of the Roman Empire, the last of the Roman emperors in Constantinople.
Based. Absolutely. Imagine having that opportunity today. This is what men lack. That kind of adventure. I mean, the closest thing you can get is kind of where I live, where you can take a bike up a mountain and throw yourself down it, and it's like extreme sport. That's pretty much or warfare. Modern warfare. But even then, I mean, Evler would say, there's no honor in being a pilot of a sort of helicopter gunship and mowing down a village with your advanced weaponry. there's no honor in that, he would say. So
well, I could almost turn around and say, look, why did I leave after I left the British Army? Why did I go to South Africa?
adventure.
Well, yeah, I'm fighting a lost war, but I mean, you know, I didn't know it was lost at the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, and now I'm in Australia, and for the same reason. And this was the
frontier. The frontier,
Yeah.
really. The last
and
frontier. One of the last
and
frontiers.
how many British people did the same thing?
Oh, loads of people. I mean, it's in our DNA to go out, leave the islands and explore.
Yeah, yeah. Best sailors in the world, best explorers in the world, best soldiers in the world, biggest dog lovers in the world, because dogs are loyal and faithful and brilliant. All of this to me makes like absolute sense. You know, it's a unifying thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I sometimes think we're losing this. Well, we're losing so many things, but in the Anglosphere, particularly, and when I say the Anglosphere, I mean led by Britain, not so much by America. We are losing this shit, you know?
Mm.
I mean, where America went wrong was they got aided by the fucking French. And the French then paid for that with the French Revolution, and God, have we all paid for that, you know? So America lost their way fairly early on. Like, this is why I'm the last of the Empire loyalists. And to me, it's like, it's Britain, Australia, Canada, not the government, the people, and New Zealand, again, not the government, the people, and to some degree, South Africa. Yeah,
Even the people, it's like most people just don't give a shit, Duke. They really don't.
Yeah, I know that.
They just don't care.
I know that, man.
As a civilization,
I'm a historian. Okay, I know most people don't care and certainly don't understand. I get that, but they need to, because if we don't understand where we came from, how the fuck are we going to survive?
No, but it's not even just that. I mean, the one thing that really strikes me that comes through when I'm reading about the English civil wars and Cromwell is the level of belief that people have. I mean, that they're literally prepared to die over their beliefs. That they believe in things that are not.
You know,
related.
10%. You know, 10% of the English male population was killed in the English civil wars, don't you?
No, I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised.
It's huge.
Yeah, and then, I mean, you can even look at Germany. You know, what is it, over the 100 Years' War, basically 30% of the population died, or whatever it was.
The 30 Years' War.
Sorry, 30 Years' War.
Yeah, it was 30% of the population basically died over disputes over communion.
Yeah, right. So, but this is what comes through when I read these texts, that people were animated by something in life more than just their economic fucking position, which is basically what modern life is right now. Do I have enough stuff? Oh, and this is what like Marxism and socialism is. Oh, the people don't have enough stuff, as if this is the only fucking thing in life that matters. Yeah, and it's not. It's important to some degree, but really, it's trivial in my mind. Certainly now in this world that we live in. There's so much material abundance. Nobody goes hungry. Nobody goes cold. Everybody's got a roof over their heads. We need something else in this life to drive us and to live for, rather than just consuming shit. And I'm struck by the lack of belief that people have in anything today. Just believe in nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Hold nothing dear whatsoever. So that's my rant over.
No, that's cool, man. Sojo, you're my mate, and I'm going to say this, and I hope you will take it in the way it's meant. I think you're a lost soul. And I think you're a lost soul because you don't believe in anything. I mean, I think there is bits of you that does, but you don't really. Like,
I don't have any religion. I certainly don't have any religion.
Yeah, I have. Okay, I'm going to get onto that. I think that, like, I don't have religion, but like my religion when I was a young man,
with the army,
like, was the British Army. The British Army. Yeah, it was my religion. People even when I was in South Africa, people used to say to me, "Fuck me dead, mate. You know, you just totally believe this shit, don't you?" And I did, and I still do to some degree of the old army, not so much the modern army because it's changing, sadly. But I used to. That used to be my religion, and also the Royal Navy, and also the whole of the basic British people. That used to be and still is my religion. That's what keeps me based. If I didn't believe in the basic British people, I wouldn't have anything to hang on to in this world at all. Like, really, I would not have anything to hang on to at all. And Sojo, I don't mean this in a bad way. I think because you don't have that, you really don't have anything to hang on to.
Oh, no, I think I'm a victim of circumstances, really. And I don't like to use the word victim, but basically this is just the world that I've grown up in. And I'm probably not a special case. I would probably say that most people my age are in the same fucking boat, really.
Yep. I wouldn't disagree with that. Ozzy, what do you reckon? You're a religious bloke. I'm not. Sojo's not. That's my view, is that you have to have at least one thing to hang on to, or the world becomes chaos.
Well, yeah. So this goes back to sort of, in many ways, psychology. People, I'm going to sound like very Petersonian in a second, but so you're going to have to withstand that and forgive me for it. But if you do not have a god of some form, you will no matter what find an alternative. Because of course, what you get in most instances in the modern age is you get some form of political ideology as your god. So for most people, that might be, you see Extinction Rebellion. People are willing to, stand in front of cars, bring their children to lie on the floor, all this ridiculous stuff for their god, which is stopping climate change. Other people are communist. They say, Marx is infallible, blah, blah, blah. I mean, of course, for me, that's God, and whether that's my own hubris or not to see myself infallibility for that, or not, as the case may be, is up to the viewer. But I think my advice would be is that if you're struggling to find something to orient yourself around, far be it for me to talk to you, Sojo, about this, because you're 10 years my senior, I think, or something like that. Just try and find something that really, really grounds you. So for you, from what I'm getting the impression of, you find history and tradition very interesting. You've got to find something. Like you've got to find something in your base, in your bones, that makes you. Family is a suggestion. I think
family. Sorry, go on. I don't want to interrupt.
I won't be too long. I don't personally think it's beyond anyone to find God. I really don't. I had a friend who was a druggy atheist, and Indian atheist, and for goodness sake, he found God. I don't think it's beyond anyone. A very, very intelligent guy as well. But I really don't think it's that impossible. It just depends on your mindset and how humble you're willing to feel. Anyway, that's enough of my rant. Go on.
No, carry on. That was interesting, man. Carry on. You're not interrupting.
Duke, what do you think about what he said about, anybody's able to find God? Because I've had people, I've had Discord chats with Niall, and he said to me, "Oh, just go to church and you'll pick it up," as if like it's just like a skill that you learn. And I think I don't agree. You can't just learn how to believe in God. I just don't.
No. You don't learn it. Everyone does it differently. So a lot of people do it through reading the Gospels. I would wager about 60% of the Christians I knew who weren't born Christian came that way by reading the Gospels. That doesn't mean it works for everyone, though. For some people, it's reading philosophy, like Neoplatonism, in particular is very, very good for that sort of thing. For some people, they spend a lot of time in nature and they just think this makes me feel very spiritual, and then that leads them to a church. It depends on the person, but as Sinos Hamas says, you can't force yourself to believe it.
Yeah.
But I suppose it's just like, it's like picking up any habit. It's about exposure. The more exposure you get, the more likely you are to do it. Look into the face of your newborn child. That's quite...
Yeah. Actually, guys, I've done that. I was there when he was born, and yeah, that does change your perspective quite a lot, actually.
Oh, I mean, Duke, is that not in the same way that Christians would put God and Christ above themselves? A parent would put their own child above themselves.
Absolutely.
There are similarities there. I'm not saying it's exactly the same, but there is a similarity there.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
That you're living for something that's not just yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
I hang on a minute, Ozzy. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, not at all.
All I would say is this: look, I'm a historian, and I love reading about the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans and this kind of stuff. Those guys did not start off as Christians. They became Christians eventually, but in fact, the earliest Bibles we have are in ancient Greek. But originally, they had the Greco-Roman pantheon of gods. Did that make them bad people? No, I didn't think it did.
Yeah, this is like the idea of universalism. I don't think.
No, I'm not a universalist at all. It was Western. It was Western.
What I would say is that the Christian theology would teach that all good people, whether they live before or after Christ, receive salvation. So it's written in Isaiah that when Christ dies, he goes down to hell and he preaches for what to us is 3 days, but for Christ could have well been an eternity. And he tries to, he saves whoever he can from hell. So there's probably a lot of Romans in the mix there. What I would say about
early Anglo-Saxons who were also pagans.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I suppose as long as you weren't like gratuitously sacrificing humans, then hopefully there's a way out for you.
Well, you mean like Carthage, where they used to
Carthage.
Sacrifice children for God's sake,
or Wicker Men, or chopping people up on top of temples and stuff like that.
Yes, absolutely.
I think someone said in the chat that you can't force some people, and you can't. And another thing that also that was also on my mind was that Soja, you brought up that in many ways we're asked to love God more than ourselves, just like a father loves their child. And what I would say is I would actually put it on its head, because Jesus Christ loved us more than he loved himself, because he literally put aside his immortality to die and live a really mortal, painful life. And then, of course, we're called to intimidate that. And so a priest who's meant to be really good at imitating Christ, we call him Father blah, because that the leader of the church is meant to imitate that. Of course, in Orthodoxy, a priest is meant to marry as well and have children, because then he really knows what it's like to be a father. I don't really know.
That to me, by the way, is like the one thing that turns me off Roman Catholicism is that thing of priests can't marry, because that is going to encourage a certain type of person to join.
Yeah, and
we've seen huge amounts of evidence of that over the years, and it's been used against Christianity hugely in recent years.
Yeah. Yeah.
We haven't seen that in the Church of England. We haven't seen that in Orthodoxy, because those guys can get married and live a natural life as humans have to do. Like that's my one thing that I really pick up on Roman Catholicism, is that if you want to have good men leading your church, they need to be able to lead natural human lives, as presumably God would like.
Could I quickly? Sorry, Sergio.
No, jump in.
Because this comment that's being highlighted, I'm going to be a very Naxalt cringe person and say hashtag not all, because most Christianity, particularly during Rome, was done through osmosis. More and more people just started to embrace Christ, and you weren't like execrated for not embracing Christ. But
hang on, Ozzy, it really started. It started to take hold as a historian. It started to take hold originally among women and among slaves and among people with no power whatsoever.
Of course not. It's a slave religion.
Yeah.
The whole point. The whole point is, blessed are the poor, for they shall inherit the earth. I'm not going to run away from that.
I got issues with that, I have to say.
So have I. I mean, because I've read so much Nietzsche, I'm kind of tainted in a way. I think that's why I could probably never, having now read Nietzsche before I read anything about Christianity, I probably can never, good faith, pick up the religion.
I could understand that. I mean, Genealogy of Morals is possibly one of the greatest indictments against Christianity ever laid at its feet. What I would say is that Christianity is not, just because it's a slave religion doesn't necessarily mean it's a weak religion.
Yes.
No, you did used to have muscular Christianity. All those guys in the British Empire days who used to go out and try and teach the heathens about the law. Yeah, there was that. But that's dead now. It's
goodness. I mean, Western Christianity does not have that anymore. And that's in many ways a travesty. And that's why, in many ways, I guess I could see why people are turned off from Christianity. And that did start happening around the evangelical period, or the 19th century. So I do understand.
20th century.
No. The evangelical movement, you started getting, like, Quakerism started becoming really popular, and the sort of Catholicism stuff. And that's like the basis of Nietzsche's criticism. The basis is that you're encouraging people to no longer be dangerous, and being dangerous is important.
I mean, the Quakers, I find the Quakers to be absolutely fascinating, because they were the dominant society in, I think it made Maryland, the state of Maryland, or whatever it was. And basically they don't exist anymore because they just accepted everybody. It's just, I mean, what can one do? You know, it's just really quite funny.
I mean, I've been in a
guys, can I just veer this conversation slightly to what Tommy Hill just said? Like, the Crusades, to me, as a historian, were a Christian counterattack against hundreds of years of Muslim aggression. Does anyone disagree with that?
No, they were absolutely justified. They were the most, particularly, like, if you read about the stuff that the Muslims did in Turkey during their raids, and stuff they did during the Umayyad conquest of Spain, the Reconquista and the Crusades were absolutely justified. And
they were counterattacks. They weren't Christian aggression. They were counterattacks against hundreds of years. Yeah. Sojo, you're neutral on this. You must have read a bit about it. What do you reckon?
Great take. Back to you, Stephen.
No, he's probably doing something. He'll be back.
Sorry, are you talking about me?
Yeah, I just said, like.
Oh, sorry, I was grabbing a drink. Sorry.
No, that's cool, man. But I was just saying, like the Reconquista, as Ozzy just said, in Spain and Portugal, and the Crusades, they were really a Christian counterattack against hundreds of years of Muslim aggression.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're neutral on this because you're not Christian, but I reckon you've read a bit about it because you're an intelligent bloke. Is that not the truth?
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, listen. I mean, I'm certainly not going to. I'm going to side with Christians over Muslims, even though I don't believe in the Christian faith per se. But I recognise that this is a tradition that I come out of, that my ancestors come out of. So I'm not going to shit all over it. So I mean, I'll always side with Christians over Muslims, 100%, always.
But like you had hundreds of years when all of North Africa used to be Christian, for example, because it was part of the Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire became Christian. And the Muslims just like destroyed it. So you can't invaded and destroyed it, but you can't look at the Crusades as anything else but a Christian counterattack several hundred years after the Muslims started the damn war.
Yeah, I mean, I always find it very interesting when people bring up the supposed verdict of the Crusades, and it's like, do you wonder how Islam got to where it was?
Yeah.
I mean, because of course most people don't know that. I mean, Christianity got to where it was through a mix of evangelism, political posturing, and civil wars in the Roman Empire. Islam got to where it was through blood.
Yeah.
It chopped its way through Egypt. It burnt down Alexandria. Basically, there's not nearly as much. There's nowhere. There's basically nothing left of old Alexandria after the Muslim conquest.
Well, we don't know. We don't know where Alexander's the Great's grave is. The Alexandria Library, which was the greatest library in the Western world,
and
was destroyed. Yeah,
and we rampaged, and then they went through Spain, and they massacred and converted. However, the Umayyads were quite brutal, and people
quite
think
brutal. That's an understatement.
And you see people like saying, "Oh, ISIS, it's just so weird." It's like. And like, oh, they're destroying cultural heritage. It's like the Muslims have been doing that for centuries. It's what they do. I mean, I'm not judging the religion. It's just what they believe. In the same way that...
well, even Aussie, sorry to interrupt you, but even in Afghanistan, you can see these wanks, even today, blowing up like statues of Buddha, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like Christianity's exempt for this. #not all.
No, we did it too, but to a
we whitewashed our own churches. I mean, destroyed loads of art.
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely.
Quite famously, Wells Cathedral has all those statues which are now beheaded because Protestant zealots were like, you can't have people in church. So sure, but the Muslims are particularly fundamentalist about this, and they are particularly religiously aggressive. So to all of a sudden start throwing up a hissy fit about the Crusades because we wanted like a nice little sliver of land in the Holy Land.
European colonialism.
A tiny little sliver of the Holy Land, so that Christian pilgrims can come and worship without having to pay some.
Oh, what is that?
Some fucking tax. I think that sounds like a smoke alarm to me, but just to pay a city tax, like I mean, for at least the first 2 Third Crusades, I don't apologize at all. No apology.
Well, I mean, this wouldn't even be up for debate, until the last, dare I say, 20, 30 years. Just all scholars, there would have been complete agreement in this society that we would not question the Crusades. That just would have been it. It's just a recent phenomenon.
And it's also this like idea in like history that like things need to be just, and bad things happened, and oh god, shouldn't you feel ashamed of yourself? It's very, very new. Because of course the actual story of civilization, every single person who lives today, their genome is made up of someone who raped and conquered. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's just the way humans are, and you've got to get out of this fairy tale mindset that history needs to be fair.
But
Really
hang on, guys, that smoke alarm was mine, by the way, but it's finished now. But yeah, I don't know. It's like, how can you destroy all of your history and all of your belief in your people? And I think that's kind of what's happening today.
That is what's happening.
Yeah, it is.
Ideas are incredibly powerful, and these particular sets of ideas that leftists have, and let's be honest, even your moderate Tory now holds them. These are the pervasive views well, not some of them. I would say that basically all of them. There's nothing conservative about most Tories.
I would say most of them, Joe. Not.
But I would say that there's an overwhelming consensus in this society. Not to sound like Jonathan Bowden, but there is an overwhelming consensus in society that this is the way it is. That these are the widely held beliefs. Everything is counter against us.
I'd always sound like Jonathan Bowden if I could, but I'm not quite as clever as he was. But yeah. Look, my view is this: is we are in Britain and in the Old Commonwealth, in the sense of Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, we are destroying our history. Because
it's not just the Commonwealth; it's all Western world. It's all the Western world. All Western kind, as no white people would say.
Yeah, but you got to understand that, like, France and Germany is France and Germany, and.
But I don't have any animus against France and Germany.
Nor do I.
I really don't. I quite like the Germans for a number of reasons. Yes,
to a very large degree, I agree with you. But I'm an Anglo guy, so I'm not gonna go away from that. I'm an Anglo-Celtic British guy. I'm a British exceptionalist.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. These are global forces that are impacting everyone.
Fuck them. I only care about some of us.
Could I put a minute?
That's half. If you excuse me, Ozzy, I don't mean to interrupt you. No. If I might say so, I think that's half our fucking problem. Is that, like, Aussie should be able to be a Scotsman, and I should be able to be an English and British man. Aussie should be able to be a Scottish and British man. We don't need to make this global.
Oh no! I'm just I agree with you with that. I do agree with you on that point. I'm just simply saying that these issues are not specific to the Anglo-Saxon. These issues are not specific to the Anglo-Saxon world. It's not like
they're not. But we're kind of leading it.
Oh, we're definitely leading it, because I will say that living where I do, from when I look at Spain and Portugal, these guys are not as far down the road as we are.
No.
But are they going to go that way? They speak a different language compared to English, so the ability for the rancid ideologies coming out of America to infect them is harder.
Yes.
So in many ways, them speaking a different language is a good thing. And also
all of that is true, Sojo, but like, the main people I give a shit about are the Anglo-Celtic people.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we can't talk about.
No, it doesn't. And my Anglo-Celtic dog, who's just sitting on my lap. But yeah, God, guys, if we only believed in our own fucking people.
I mean, so I think the distinction I saw between you two was that one says, well, we should try and help out the continent as a whole, and the other one says, well, Britain first. And like, I would just
I'm not quite sure what we can actually do to help them. I'm just saying that I can observe. I'm willing to observe what's going. I was just simply making the point that what's happening here is happening in all of the Western world. Broadly defined as the Western world.
Yes,
it's
it
not
is.
specific to here.
Yes, it is.
But I'm not saying that we should create some grand European white nationalist alliance. I'm not saying that at all, and that's not my position. I'm just simply saying that these are universal processes that are affecting everybody. That really was it.
Yeah, and I mean, I probably echo some pretty similar lines. I would just say, like, sort out your own house before you sort out anyone else's, for sure. That's like, that's not only Christian teaching or British common sense. That's universal common sense. We need to look after ourselves first before we can look after anyone else. But once we've got our own house under bat, we can think about helping out other people, and I wouldn't mind doing so particularly.
Yeah, well, I find it very hard that we can even get our own house in order.
That's a perfectly
in order for us to get what we want, it has to be a consensus throughout the whole society. So left and right have to believe in these core principles to the point where it's not even up for discussion because it's just consensus.
I'm not sure left and right is the right way to frame it. I think.
Well, in terms of the modern political system, it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, for instance, if you didn't want any mass migration, both left and right have to agree on that to the point where it's not even discussed. It's just accepted as a fact and a way of life.
I mean, one of the things you could do, you could game the political system quite hard. So let's say that you got a cheeky gamer party that started competing with the Tories, and who knows, maybe they go into coalition with them or whatever. You could, in the British Parliament, you can pass a law with 51% of the House, which you then say it will take 99% of the House to repeal this. That is an actual thing you can do. And, I mean, will people do it? I don't know. But I certainly wouldn't sniff at the... I don't think there's, like, we're completely without a governmental solution. But, it's...
Obviously, on a technical level, all of these things are possible. I'm just questioning the will. Is there a will to implement these things? And I just don't see where's the incentive for the Labour Party and the Tory Party to say, actually, we don't want any more mass migration. Actually, we believe in these sort of prior essentialist notions of man and identity. I don't see where these things are going to come from.
Well, I mean, I don't think the Labour Party, at the very least, is going to be concerned for much longer. And I think the Tories, as ever, the political devils that they are, will always follow the vote. I mean, that's been the governing principle for the last 10 years. David Cameron got on a fiscal austerity package, and he kept which was actually popular with the people at the time. Whether it was the right thing to do, I'll leave up to the experts. But he got back in 2015 on the basis of growing popular sentiment with Brexit, and then Theresa May got in, and she was unpopular because she didn't pursue the populist path as much as other people wanted her to, and Boris Johnson won because he fully pursued the populist path. The idea is that the Tories will just follow the vote. So the question is whether you can get people to vote in that sort of fashion. I don't know. Yeah, Suno Hammer says experts. Yes, I mean economic experts basically don't know their own face from their ass. But whatever.
I mean, I literally don't even care about economics anymore. I'm not interested. We are at a level of material subsistence where the next improvement on the iPad, or making an airliner fly 10 mile an hour faster and carry 50 more people, so I can save £20 on my airfare.
But we don't even do that. Sojo, we don't even do that. What we've actually had in like the last 30 or 40 years is airliners flying slower and carrying fewer people, but for less money.
I mean,
yeah, but that's the physics, though. That's what works out the cheapest ticket.
Yeah,
It's
so-
just physics,
It
right? The
ain't,
fast,
it ain't the best we can do. It's like really moronic.
No, but this is capitalism. This is basically liberalism in a sense, and in many ways, actually, it's Jeremy Bentham's utilitarianism. We find that the most optimum to create the most amount of value for the most amount of people. It's this mediocrity. It's this middle ground. It's this boring, sterile system.
100% agree. 100%
we are literally living in the world of Jeremy Bentham. It's utilitarianism. That's what we are. That's what we're in.
100% agree. We should have been on Mars by now if we had carried on from the 1960s when the Americans landed on the moon.
Yeah,
I mean, I remember my school got like half a day off to watch this shit.
Yeah, I think that's probably the peak. That's probably peak European civilization, landing a man on the moon. Ever since then, it's just been downhill. It's just been sort of compromise after compromise.
Yep.
You know, we don't dream big anymore. There's no big projects. Any project that we do engage in is a fuck up. It's a complete mess. You know, we can't get it right. The Chinese have poured more concrete in 1 year than the US has in an entire century. I mean, the Western world, it's over. We're finished. This is the century of China.
I mean,
Kali Yuga, mate. Kali Yuga.
One of the things I was thinking of, just as you guys were talking about, that was two things to do with aerospace in the 1960s. The first one was that the rockets they used to send Apollo 11 to the moon, the actual engines, we don't know how to build those anymore. We cannot actually produce that much thrust from a given amount of energy anymore.
Really?
No, we do not know how to do it. And of course, the other one is Concorde. We do not know how to maintain Concorde.
No.
I actually have. That's true. I actually have. Well, I can say this. It's not doxable, but I have family members who were engineers on Concorde, and they said that basically I can concur with what Ozzy said, that we just don't have the ability to maintain Concorde, and that's ultimately why they were chopped up.
Yeah. Like we just are actively
even though, by the way, only the French one ever had a disaster because the French couldn't police their airports. But there we go.
So we are actively witnessing the complete intellectual failure of Western civilization. I think it's absolutely fascinating. It's miserable, but it's also really interesting.
Yes, it's morbidly fascinating, isn't it? In the sense, I think that the talent is still there. Maybe perhaps not in the same proportion as it once was, but basically the kind of man that you've got to be disagreeable, you've got to let geniuses get on and do what they want to do, you've got to give them free reign. You just don't have that kind of freedom anymore. You're completely hamstrung by this kind of politically correct, feminized
world.
Yeah.
Is there a paper on that, bro? Otherwise, you can't do it. Can
you give me a fucking citing from something that's been peer reviewed?
I mean, of course, I subscribe to the fact that it is for. I mean, we are getting stupider.
So you subscribe to the sort of...
But we are getting stupider.
Yeah, so...
we are getting stupider.
It's not that I subscribe to it, it's that, to literally eat my own hand for a second, there are papers about us literally getting less intelligent. Like, in Iceland, the amount of genes that predict intelligence have fallen for the past, 70 years. And it's just... We are approaching basically another fall of Rome. And of course, one of the very interesting things about the fall of the Western Roman Empire, and something that not everyone gets right, is that it didn't end with a bang. It didn't end with the sack of Rome happened. Yeah. It didn't end with
it ended with a whimper.
It didn't end with 60 years. It was just everyone just got really tired and was like, oh, what's the point in having a Roman Empire anymore? I'm just bored of it. And the last emperor they appointed was basically this silly little boy, and I do find that very interesting.
But the Eastern Roman Empire continued.
Well, yes, it's because people in the East had will and they had
Yeah,
desire.
but we don't have that today.
No,
Yeah,
we don't.
have any will. No.
We don't have a Justinian or a Heraclius left. Because there is. I don't think there's anyone I know of who has that simple will of Justinian to basically say, "Nah, I don't like I don't like this decline. I defy it," and was willing to basically reconquer the West. This doesn't exist.
I love Justinian for that point. I mean, I get people who say like he spent too much money and all the rest of it, but he damn near really reconquered the whole of the Western Empire. Not totally, but almost.
But I mean, he was handicapped by things like the plague, and it's that sort of spirit of I defy the tide.
Fight back. Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, I'm going to call myself out here. I don't think I have that sort of will. I don't think I would wager that most people, even most people on the right, don't have that will.
I do, but there we go. I just do. I mean, like,
I think the fact that most people are scared to even show their face and for material reasons shows that we're a bunch of pussies, all of us, and that myself included.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to have to show my face next week, then, apparently.
All right.
No, but I'm raising a serious point. But if we actually really did believe we really did believe in the things that we talk about, then we wouldn't be ashamed or afraid of showing our faces. The excuse,
but it isn't that. It's because
the excuse to
when you do.
But that's precisely my point. The fact that we are concerned about. Wow, he doesn't like me, does he?
No, it's nothing. He's watching a magpie outside. He's watching a magpie outside.
Sorry, yeah. So the point I'm making is that if we actually really believed in the things, jeez, fuck me.
He's not letting you talk at all.
This dog is warning me not to say what I'm about to say.
Yeah. Well, we'll spit it out anyway. Hopefully, God will forgive you.
Okay, so here we go. So, I mean, if we really did believe in the things that we talked about, then we wouldn't give a shit about, the consequences of being doxxed, because ultimately they are just material. And if we really believed in the things that we spoke about, then our material suffering wouldn't be a problem. That would be something that we would embrace and just overcome, step over, as Bowden would say. But nobody does that. So fundamentally, we're all scared and afraid, and myself included, really.
Yeah. We're all embracing.
Nobody wants to master themselves, metaphorically speaking.
Okay, next week my face is going to be online, I guess.
Face reveal.
Oh, look, it will be a hard to check face reveal, but I'm going to do it. Shut up, Rudy. My little dog is funny. He's such a good little dog. He really is. He's a lovely little dog. And he's my best little furry mate. But he's wagging his tail at me at the moment. But he's a little pain in the arse. But anyway, Anglo-Celts always love dogs. It's one of the things that marks us out as special human beings.
That's the most white woman thing I think I've heard in a while. What's so special? I'm so special. I love doggos.
No, you fucking idiot! No. What it is that when we used to hunt woolly mammoths and woolly rhinos and all this kind of stuff, without dogs, that would have been bloody hard.
Oh, I'm being facetious, but still.
I know you're being facetious, but I'm also an enormous dog lover. I reckon if you don't like dogs, you're not even a human being, let alone anything else.
Mm.
Like there are two animals that all Western human beings must love. One is dogs and the other is horses. Don't love them, then you have a big problem. Because like human civilization and Western civilization would not have got anywhere without dogs and horses.
Mm. No, of course not.
So that's my only view on that one, mate.
Yeah, I mean, the second largest empire that ever existed, the Mongols, basically depended on horses.
Yeah.
So if you send messages from one area to another, you took your horse with you, and they would give you a new horse every couple hundred miles, and off you go.
Yeah, the Romans did that way before the Mongols, but yeah.
I mean,
The Romans had roadhouses where an imperial messenger could change his horse and go somewhere else. And Alfred the Great in England did something much the same. Where, like, if you were a messenger going to raise the freehead, like the what's the correct term? The English militia. You got a new horse so you could go on and go quickly, because a horse can go like, I don't know, 20, 25 miles maximum speed, and then you need to change because then you'll go quicker. So yeah, that's true. But I just think that all of the stuff you guys have just been talking about is just so true. But you need a core belief. You have to have something. I mean, yours, Ozzy, might be your church. Mine is like, I suppose, Britain, kind of. England and Britain. And I don't think Sojo has one, and I think that's why sometimes he's a bit lost.
I mean,
just family, really.
I mean, it's encapsulated in the phrase "God, King, and Country," isn't it?
Really, shut up.
Like, yeah, I think that's what I would say.
Yeah. I mean, it was like in my grandfather's day, or even my father's day, and even in my day when I was a young man in the 1980s, that was just kind of taken as a given that, your country was your thing. But nowadays, of course, we look at our country, and under Alexander Johnson, Britain isn't the country it used to be. It just isn't.
But that's not just, you can't lay the blame solely at the feet of Johnson. This is this is a cultural. You're right. This is a cultural problem that's pervading many countries over many different decades. This is not everybody's going through the same thing. And I actually kind of fear that the white nationalists are going to be correct, in the sense that what will emerge out of this will be basically a white identity, because I fear that basically the effects of modernity are just going to level out and flatten any kind of regional and local identities, and English as a language will take over across Europe, and there will be a kind of just like a white nationalism. I mean, maybe that's a good thing. I don't know, but
I'm skeptical of that, actually, and I think
I'm not. I think Sojo is fairly correct about that.
And the reason I say that,
if we don't change it, I think Sojo is right.
The reason I say that is because even in places like America, ethnic identity is still pretty strong. Like, even among white groups,
no,
yes.
What do you mean by that?
Okay. So, for example,
Okay.
So, for example, a good example of this is in voting patterns. There are 5 ethnic groups, white ethnic groups in America, that vote majority Republican. The rest vote Democrat. The English, the Scots, the Dutch, the Germans, and the Northern French. Everyone else votes Democrat majority.
Yeah, but they don't conceptualize themselves as being Scottish or English.
They don't. Maybe
They see
don't.
themselves as being white Americans, and that's
maybe they conceive of themselves as white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, but the effects remains nonetheless because, like, they don't see themselves as white Americans. They see themselves as I'm just a good old American. I arrived here. That's Dixie, but I can only really do Dixie. Yeah. I arrived here, 400 years ago, and I'll stay here for as long as till the day I die. And this is how my people have voted since as long as ever. And I would say that I don't think that people of European heritage will ever see themselves like each other. I don't think it's in our nature.
I think given enough time that the common denominator will just be visual. You're a white person, you speak English, and that will be... admittedly, I'm kind of looking at a time horizon that is maybe 100, 150 years, 200 years. But ultimately, I see this leveling down of just being white against everything else that exists. I think that's what it will basically come down to. Because of the effects of globalization, and and America is the sort of the role model for that. They speak English. It encompasses a number of different ethnicities that are under the umbrella of white. It just seems obvious to me that's the way it's going to go.
I mean,
did you say that you included the French in that?
The Northern French.
The Northern French vote Republican. Is that what you said?
Yeah. So
what's special about them then? That's it. What about the Swedish and the Germans? How do they vote?
Oh goodness, the Germans are almost 50-50 split. The Swedes vote Democrat.
Of course.
So, I mean, there's a very interesting book you can read about this called A Farewell to Arms, which is about the North Sea region and about the cultural, possibly genetic change that happened there. And it's basically a mix of the fact that we were exposed to commercialism and this idea of enterprising, but mainly we had surprisingly harsh Darwinian conditions, and surprisingly, so one of the things that the person who analyzed it, Gregory Clark, Farewell to Arms, one of my favorite books ever. He basically notices that in Northwest Europe in particular, the nobles on average have about 5 surviving children, and the peasants on average have about 1 surviving child. And so what happens over a period between 1000 to around 1800 is you get this slow genetic replacement of the lower classes by the upper classes, and the creation of what you could describe as middle class values.
Okay, hang on a second there, Ozzy.
Yeah.
Over that same period, you've also got to look at the execution policies.
Yeah. That's what I was also just about to bring up.
Yeah, because the execution policies over that same period were that increasingly less violent crimes got you killed, which would have had exactly the same effect from the opposite direction.
Yeah. So the best way of thinking about this. So, for example, we started getting rid of arbitrary things like trial by combat, and we started instituting the rule of law, and then we started having really aggressive punishments for those laws. And basically, what you can imagine is if you kill 1% of the most aggressive men every generation before they reproduce, what you are basically doing is you're culling the gene pool.
Yep.
And arguably, this is what happened in the North Sea region. And you get all these accounts from people like back in the 1200s and stuff like that, and like their behavior compared to what we consider today is almost barbaric. Like the French used to have fairs in which they would get cats.
But to be fair, it wasn't almost barbaric, because even back then, most men didn't do bad stuff to most women and children.
No. Let me tailor that. They weren't They weren't barbaric, but they were just of a more aggressive mindset. So, for example, the French had a fair every year in which they would get 500 cats and literally dump them into a smoldering cauldron.
Yeah, the French are always assholes.
You know, and we used to tame. Yeah, we used to tame bears. Well, no, not tame bears. We used to. What is it? Bear fighting.
Yeah, we
and
did,
bear baiting. That's in the book I'm reading about Cromwell. Yeah,
I knew that. Yeah.
and cockfighting, and all these started slowly disappearing. Yeah, and like it's just all started disappearing, and it wasn't very sudden. It wasn't like this is now illegal. It's just that people started to not really do it anymore.
All right, I tell you what, Ozzy, I would disagree with you partly, because I would say that stopping cruelty to animals, which the Brits, by the way, the English and the Brits, did first before any other nation, just like we stopped slavery before.
You can thank Cromwell for that.
Well, no, I won't. But no, I will not. But we stopped cruelty to animals in Britain before any other nation, just like we stopped slavery before any other nation. Although I'm going to be cruel to my dog if he doesn't stop growling. I'm joking, by the way. But I don't think they're the same. I think the destruction of manly aggression is a different thing again. If that makes any sense.
I mean, yes. So you could divorce this phenomena from. I mean, again, this is a bit like Christianity and the slave morality accusation that Nietzsche
Sure.
like you do have to distinguish between humility and weakness.
Yeah.
And because those are and justice and weakness. Yeah. And so don't get me wrong, I'm not, because the British culture, certainly in the Victorian era, was anything but effeminate. It's just that what the main consequence of this change was the implementation by the time of the Victorian period of middle class values. And middle class values have many great things: hard work, respect for God, Queen, and country, service, etc., etc. But it also has problems, and one of those problems is that middle class people really like liberalism.
Yep.
So
Don't disagree.
It's a two-sided sword. That's all I can really say about that.
Yeah. Sergio, go on, mate. You're out there on this stuff, so.
So I've been distracted by Twitter. I kind of zoned out through a little bit of that. Duke, jog my memory.
Yeah, what we were talking about here is that British society extinguished cruelty to animals quicker than any other society, but that is not necessarily related to extinguishing masculinity. I guess that's probably the shortest way of saying that.
I don't know. Is harming defenseless animals a masculine thing? I'm not.
No, I don't think
I'm not
it is.
quite sure that is a premise that we
that's,
should accept.
No, that's my point. That was my point that I made to Ozzy just now, that he kind of agreed with. But we have been emasculating our men for a long time. Is that not true?
I wouldn't say a long time in historical terms. This is fairly recently phenomenon, but yes. Certainly in my lifetime, that men have become more gay. Definitely. Over the last, I was doing my A levels when 9/11 happened in 2001, 2002. Certainly was not a gay society that we live in right now. Men were men. and people had fights, and you would call a queer and a spade, and that was that. Definitely. So yes, within the space of 18 years now, 18, 19 years, yeah. But in terms of animal cruelty, I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. I actually been reading a book about Cromwell today, and there's a quote from Lord Macaulay, and he says that the Puritans they banned bear baiting not because it was cruel to the animal, but because it gave pleasure to the individual spectator. So maybe there was an element of I'm not quite sure how you would describe it. It's not a care for the well-being of the animal, but actually to deny the human spectator the pleasure and the joy that they got out of that sort of cruel sport. That may well have played a part in the evolution of our animal rights.
Well, yeah, it's this Protestant idea that it's not necessarily Protestant that, but it was most pronounced in the Protestants that you need. A big part of your life on Earth should be about denying yourself the obvious material pleasures.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And
what fucking pleasure could you get out of the suffering of some poor bloody animal?
Well, obviously people enjoyed it, Duke. I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't know, but people obviously enjoyed it. They enjoyed cockfighting, they enjoyed badger baiting, bear baiting. They enjoyed it.
Most of that was betting. Most of that was gambling.
It would have been the dopamine hit that they got from
winning. It was
gambling, basically, right?
Yeah, it wasn't cruelty to animals. It was gambling.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is that it's you've seen this in other civilizations that people, historians in particular, snarky historians, will typically regard as more civilized, like Rome, in which you basically get people who will literally queue up to basically watch men be fed to tigers and stuff like that.
No, hang on. That was criminals in ancient Rome.
Still feeding them to tigers. I'm all for the death penalty.
Yeah, okay, but we used to also watch live hangings and stuff in UK.
Like I'm all for hanging people, but feeding them to people on like.
So you think hanging in public was
that's fine.
Pretty much the same as. You think that's better than feeding people to tigers?
I think the important thing is that like the death. If someone deserves death, it doesn't mean that they have to have an excruciatingly painful, horrible death. It just means you kill them, you make sure they're no longer a burden to society, and you move on. You don't fucking.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure about that. I think, like, if a tiger's going to eat you, you're probably going to die almost as quickly from that as you are from being hung. But that's just me.
I mean, okay, maybe. I shall plead ignorance on the subject, but I mean, I don't think I would be okay with public hangings. I mean, maybe for like absolutely egregious actions, like I think the grooming gangers should probably be publicly hanged. If the law says so, if the law allows it, not advocating violence, guys. Not advocating violence.
Why should the? I mean, what are the cases for and against the public seeing the consequences of being a absolutely reprehensible individual?
A few people might like it.
Well, I'm sure that most people will not like to see somebody's neck being broken by hanging. No. But if you want to stop pedophilia and rape gangs, maybe that's what a society needs.
I don't know. I mean, I'd look at Ruth Ellis, who was the last woman hanged in Britain, and she had to have rubber pants on because they knew she would wet herself when she was hung.
Yeah.
That ain't civilized to me.
Yeah. I mean, Natman Prime in the chat is.
That's just me.
Natman Prime has pointed out something in the chat. It's like, I mean, of course, when it comes to this sort of stuff, there is obviously a line like burning people alive because your interpretation of my book is wrong. That's absolutely insane, and I'm kind of glad we stopped doing that. But like maybe there does need to be a level of punitive and corrective justice in the country. Maybe people really do need to know like this is out of
I just think we have so many other things wrong with us that, like, just doing that won't change fuck all.
No, it would be a suite of solutions to rectify the problems that we have. And I mean, my view is that in order to bring the society back to a cultural value that I would be happy with, is a multi-generational, multi-hundred-year process. Takes far longer than I will be around. I will not be around to see the culmination and the fruits of it.
I really don't agree with that, Sojo.
Really? It's taken hundreds of years for us to get here. To get us back, it will take the same amount of time.
All right. In all honesty, it's taken us since about 1965 to get where we are now.
No, I don't.
All right, if you really, really want to push it, you could say 1920s, but really, since 1965 is where we've got to now.
It's funny you say that, because if you read Evola in Ride the Tiger, and we've spoken about this before, but he basically says that even writing in 1965, as it happens when he published that book, but he basically says that like the traditional housewife of the 1965s, that everybody in the right wing kind of idolizes and thinks that this is a sort of gold standard. His view of this is like, this is shit. This is just a sort of facade. It's degenerate. We've fallen so far. So it's all, the next generation on always thinks that sort of, going back one generation is far enough. And I think that's probably not going to be enough for us. We're going to have to go back to sort of ancient verities. What I have in my mind is a world of a sort of like an ancient disposition, but with modern technology. That's kind of what I want. I don't view myself as being a traditionalist. I want to embrace the modern world and modern technology, but sort of augment it with sort of old, tried and tested traditions that are strong and masculine. That's what I want. So I think we have to go back quite a way, actually.
Yeah, so do I. In that sense. Look, I just think, like, as I said, this has really started since 65 big time. But okay, you could go back to the 20s, I suppose. But I reckon if you talk the truth, which is always stronger than propaganda, it wouldn't take us that long to get back to the truth. That men are men, women are women. We should all protect children. Like basic shit like that.
I think I'm going to have to pull out here because I've got church in the morning.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
All the best. Have a good week and all that.
Right. Cheers, Ozzy.
Right,
have a good one.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, so it's just you and me now, Sojo.
Is there no one else that we can rope in?
Oh man, if someone wants to come on, they can come on. Just say you want to come on.
Do you want me to throw the link out into the chat? Should we have like a random guest hour?
Yep, go for it.
All right, there we go. Let's see where we get on. Come on, surprise us.
Yeah, I'd be happy to have people come on who I don't know.
I think having different people on is good.
Yeah,
even people that we would consider enemies, I would like to talk to them. To be honest, I feel why not? I don't give a shit at this point.
Totally agree with you, man. We'll always beat them anyway, just because we have common sense on our side. If my little dog doesn't stop growling, I'm going to stay a minute. Actually, I won't, but... No, I just think that... Oh, God. If you're right, Sojo, we're fucked, mate. We really are. And I hope we're not.
Well, I personally get the impression of these kind of tectonic plates that are moving, that are beyond the power, they're so big and so strong that they are beyond the scope of changing from by one person, by any one man, like a Cromwell or a Napoleon. Even a Napoleon could not change the situation. The forces that are acting against society are too strong, and ultimately it's kind of, you know, modern capitalism that is, in my view, the problem.
I totally agree, but I think British people are stronger than them.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, British people are mainly cucked anyway. You know, as far as we would.
No, some.
I just don't agree. I don't. I know that you have this view that there's this sort of soft underbelly of good, righteous British people, but I don't see it. And COVID is a great example of that, where they're so afraid of dying that they're not prepared to live.
Yeah, I agree. But I think there is going to come a time when they're going to turn around and say, "Look, boys, we've had enough of this."
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, what would be the circumstances for that to be brought into being?
I think this year will be that.
But things are back to relative normality. So it would have to be another proper lockdown where people can't leave their homes.
No. I think it's got to do with, like, can I go on my holiday to Spain?
But people can do that.
Australia,
people can do that.
Only if they've been vaccinated.
That's not true. That's not true.
Really?
You can come to Spain if you like, unvaccinated. But when you go back to the UK, you have to technically do a 10-day isolation. Now, whether you technically, now you can just ignore that. And fuck it. I mean, I'm not resident in the UK. My view would be go on your holiday, go back to the UK, and fuck off the quarantine. Bollocks to them. That's my view.
All right. Well, I guess. Yeah, we'll see. Look, guys, if someone wants to come on the stream, you have 10 minutes to do so.
Well, do you want to take some questions from the audience?
Yeah, go for it, mate. Pick some out. You pick some out.
Well, we have to give them a few minutes to compose their questions.
Yes, we do. I don't know. Look, I'm a British individualist and exceptionalist, mainly an exceptionalist. We're exceptional people. That's my main deal.
I think historically that's true. Whether we are, I think deep down I still do believe that we are an exceptional people. There is still, I still see. I think about Bowden and think this guy was on another level, right? There was just something about this guy. It could only be an Englishman that could do that.
Yep.
Is my view. So
Bowden was fabulous, absolutely fabulous.
There's just something about there's something sort of otherworldly about that ability to be an orator. I don't know, but there's something special, and in particular about England, that we seem to produce these great men. And that's not to take away from the brilliance of Scotland, who in many ways, you know, sort of overrepresented in their achievements.
Hugely.
Relative to their population.
England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland together are enormously more powerful than they would be separately. And that has always been my view. Here comes Royal Oak. Here we go.
Yeah, that's the sort of statist view. Hello, happy birthday. Happy birthday.
It's not my birthday till Tuesday. Just so you know.
God, I thought it was today.
Just thought I'd. No, actually, it wasn't today. I went out today. So, yeah. Anyway.
You said it was your birthday.
It's my birthday on Tuesday, but I can't. I don't know. I can't go out on Tuesday, can I? So.
Why?
Well, what would I do on a Tuesday? Well, most people at work on Tuesday, so.
You chase loose women and get drunk like all young men do.
On a
On a Tuesday.
Oh,
on a
fuck's
Tuesday.
sake. On a
Saturday's
Tuesday.
about. What?
Listen, mate. This is experience talking here. On a Tuesday, you're going to go to this nightclub, which is going to be almost empty.
Nightclubs aren't open. It's the
But,
pub.
but there's going to be this really cute nurse girl who you'll meet on a Tuesday, just by accident.
Yeah, well, I don't want to shag a nurse because I'll get like diseases. She like fucking deals with like old sick people, isn't it? And like old people. Like
nurses are good people. Go away.
Well, I'm sure they're perfectly good people, but I mean, they're gonna be sick the whole time, aren't they? So don't want to get ill.
Sojo, tell this man to get his stuff in order.
Well, I think Oak already has a girlfriend, right? Is that not?
No.
Oh, if you have a girlfriend, then cool.
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you did.
What made you bring that?
I thought you actually said that you had a girlfriend.
No, I have in the past. I'm not never had a girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend currently.
Ah, okay. My bad. I thought you had a current girlfriend.
I make reactionary videos on the internet, Sojo. You think I have a girlfriend? No, seriously? I'm joking.
I don't know.
True, though.
I'm really confused now. I could have sworn that I thought maybe I'm thinking of somebody else, but somebody in these circles has a girlfriend.
No. You may be surprised to hear that I'm like those people call me a virgin constantly. I'm not a virgin, but I don't currently have a girlfriend. No.
Okay.
I don't know
fair enough.
who's the person with a girlfriend. Let me think. I think Limbo's got a girlfriend.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I think he met her at the Catholic Church. I think.
Oh my God, we're sunk. You can't find anyone who has a girlfriend. My God.
No, but Limbo's got a girlfriend.
Oh, I hope you
out of the 3 Zoomers that comes on your stream, that's 1 out of 3. Man, I don't know about. I don't think.
Zoomers. I don't have any Zoomers who come on my stream. I have young British and Gurkha guys who come on my stream.
Okay. I mean, Zoomers is just an age distinction, G.
Yeah, I know. I understand that, but for fuck's sake, I thought you told me this was your birthday, so I thought
it's not my birthday. My birthday's on Saturday. My birthday's on Tuesday, June 21st.
Why didn't you say it was on Tuesday then?
Well, because it's not really. Well, I said it's my birthday. That's why I'm going out. Because it's my birthday. It is my birthday. We're in the general vicinity of the time of my birth. Like 20 years ago.
I generally
don't try and get me to describe it.
I think this is really easy to explain. Duke is a boomer. That's all there is to say about this.
It's
Boomer
not your birthday.
tech.
Yeah.
It's not his birthday. Tuesday's his birthday, and that's that.
Yeah, just realised just docs my birthday. Oh well, who cares? June 21st. There you go.
Well, my birthday's next week as well, actually. So, but I'm not going to say when.
Well,
Thank
my
you very much.
birthday is on the 27th of March, if anyone wants to know. But I just don't get why you say this is my birthday and it's on Tuesday.
Well, because I can't go. I've explained like the 7th. I can't go out on Tuesday because everyone will be working. So I'd just be there on my own, just in a pub or something.
I used to go out on a Tuesday or a Thursday if it was my birthday. And strangely enough, there were always some people there.
Well, you've had quite a few birthdays, haven't you, Jake, to be fair? So, I mean...
56. 56. I've had 56 birthdays, yeah.
Yeah, things were different in the 1960s, Duke. It's it's not the same as
the 1960s. I was born in 1965, so that's not fair, is it? But like in 1989, yeah, things were different. You could go out on your birthday on a Tuesday or a Thursday or whatever it might be, and there would be some people there.
Well, I remember in the early 2000s when I was doing my A levels, and the local nightclubs were open on a Thursday night.
Well, they would be. So they're open. I think the only day they're not open is Tuesday, but. I don't know. I just don't get me to rationalise my decision. I think I couldn't get Tuesday off as well. So
Uh-huh.
I could apparently get Saturday off. So, yeah. Don't even know why. To be honest, I thought we were going to go camping, but apparently there wasn't enough people to go camping. But anyway, probably this is too much irrelevant life information.
Who were you going camping with?
Well, some of my friends.
Were they both male and female?
What is it gay if you go camping with male friends? Is that what you're going to say?
Depends what you were doing, I guess. If you were fishing, and stuff like that, then okay, you can go with males.
Okay. Well, it's yeah. To not be gay, you have to go. Fucking hell, my throat's fucked. You have to go with only women, and then it's not gay.
No, like I said, if you're going fishing and stuff like that, then yeah, okay, that's fine. That's a male thing. Fishing and hunting and all that kind of stuff,
Sorry.
that's a male deal. But like if you're going just with friends, I don't know.
We're just going to go to a field and I don't know, drink tins. Who knows? Anyway, Brokeback Mountain ish. According to Bundle.
Buck breaking, as it's now called.
Indeed.
terrible.
I don't get that. What is that even about?
Have you heard about buck breaking? So I'm not entirely au fait with this, but Tariq Nasheed apparently released a video called Buck Breaking or something along these lines. And my understanding is the gist of this is that male blacks were broken in by white slave masters by being anally penetrated in front of other blacks to sort of humiliate them. That's my understanding of buck breaking.
And someone who is marginally intelligent believes that, do they?
Well, I'm not sure that Tariq Nasheed is marginally intelligent. I don't know. I don't quite know. I've not seen the documentary, but apparently it's a real rapper.
I don't know. I mean, like, show me a male ass. I'm not going to get an erection, but that's just me.
Yes. Yes, I can fully understand. I sympathise with your position.
Show me a male ass and I ain't going to get an erection. I'm not Mr. D. I'm not one of these people. But then, honestly, if homosexuals want to keep their sexuality quiet and do their stuff in private, I don't give a shit. That makes me tolerant of them. If they want to make that stuff the main thing about our society, then I have no tolerance for them at all. That's my view.
Fair enough.
Honestly, like, I don't care if people want to keep that shit private, behind closed doors, not my business, don't care. But if you want to do that shit on a parade down the main street of my town, and you're going to have little kids involved in that shit, then no, I will not accept that ever.
Quite right. Yeah. Degenerate, yeah.
Yeah, totally degenerate, and that's my view, you know? I just don't get it. I don't understand why modern people allow that shit and will allow their children to see that shit.
Mm-hmm. Questions from the chat, please.
Go guys, go for it.
Yeah, people talking about.
I don't think we've received any questions actually.
Milo undergoing gay conversion therapy. Yeah, he's been on what is it? True News.
Who?
True News. Are they the guys who go on about Jews?
Yeah, it's run by some like ex-televangelist guy, and he's got a bit of a boner about Jewish people. And Laura Witzker's on it as well. Laura Witzker, who by the way is in the Telegram. She ran for representative in Maryland. I know that she was in a Telegram group, load of Telegram groups with Mark Collett, which is probably not public information, but interesting fact about her. She's an awful lot. She hangs out with that guy, and is like she like co-hosts his fucking what do you call it show, True News, whatever it is. I think it's Rick Wiles' his name.
News. Okay. Yeah, Rick Wiles. Yeah. Duke, we have a question from a person called Yorkshire. He says, question, do you still entertain any notion of a populist or public revolt, or are you more on the side of elite theory? Duke, your thoughts?
I think there needs to be a general public revolt to stop a lot of what we're getting at the moment. Whether that will happen, I don't know. Eventually, we're going to get some kind of higher elite revolt. I think that's my answer.
If I think like it looks quite likely there's going to be like I even I was at the pub today and they were like playing like shit of like the Queen on like the old televisions from British Parfait, right? And I think there's like a general desire. There's kind of a more like shift towards that. I wouldn't necessarily call it. I think revolt's the wrong word. I don't think like. I mean, there's no such thing as a popular revolt. I don't think. Like honestly, I think the only way you're going to see like changes in the society are going to be through like cultural change. It wouldn't necessarily like wholly be like voting, for example. Like there's not going to be a cultural shift because there's like there's a socially conservative or ethno-nationalist like organization existing you can vote for at the ballot. That's not going to like change anything specifically. It would more be from like there would need to be like a cultural shift. And I think like you're seeing a few things like you could give an example, like for example rise in like STDs or like extreme cultural incohesion, things like that. I think it's quite likely there could be a conservative, like I think Ed Dutton's predicted he thinks there's going to be a conservative backlash like within the next 20-30 years. I suppose like new stuff like the Common Sense groups, like early example of it perhaps like beginning to happen. But
Rollo, I have to say, mate, go a little bit more right wing than you are now. And you'll kind of get things.
What do you mean?
Just a little.
What don't I get?
These backhanded compliments from Duke.
You're just a little bit too culturally
liberal,
left-wing liberal. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Go a little bit.
Can you insult a guest like this?
It's alright.
Mate, I like Rollo.
Oh,
I've all.
Sorry.
If I don't like him, why is he on my stream?
Well, because we threw the fucking link out. that's why.
So he hasn't been on my stream like what? 10
Oh,
times?
fair enough.
Oh, okay,
I don't know why. I don't know why you
I'm
think he's left wing though.
I don't think he's left wing. I just think he's a bit left culturally liberal still.
But based on what?
Realize what he says.
Well, what have I said that's really... What did I say there that was
Yeah.
liberal? There needs to be a cultural shift towards conservative, or to more right-wing values for there to be any change in society. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to say.
Conservatives.
I didn't say the Conservative Party.
No, you didn't. That's true. But yeah, all right. You need to go a little bit more right-wing, mate.
Mate, I've been further right when I was younger. It's not a place I want to go again. For fuck's sake.
Right. How could you have been more right-wing when you were younger? You're 20.
No, I was.
You were 20, for fuck's sake.
No, I was a Natsock when I was 16.
Really? All right. Fair enough.
Okay, listen. I have another question from the chat. It's our good friend Adam, who used to stream but doesn't stream anymore for reasons that I'm not aware of. But he says, Duke, what are your thoughts on British Rail coming back? Duke, hello.
I have no thoughts on British Rail coming back. I think British Rail.
There we go.
I think British Rail was crap. I think the current system is crap. Maybe we ought to go back to the system where, like, people ran the lines and the engines and the carriages. Maybe that's what we need to do.
Okay.
I think that Adam needs to come on and fight the case for British Rail personally.
Adam is always welcome on this stream and has been for a long time. Hang on, we got a guy who's coming on here.
Who's this chap? What's his name?
I have no idea. Depressed Roman, good evening.
Aha.
Good evening.
Good evening.
From America.
Welcome.
How you guys doing?
Good, thanks.
We're good.
An American. Fantastic.
Well, he might be a Canadian.
Colin.
Might be a Canadian.
I thought he just said he was an American.
Correct.
Well,
I am an American.
If
He is an American. Yeah, he's American.
Okay, we don't get many Americans. You prepare to be beaten up, mate. But there we go. Carry on.
Nothing. I was kind of surprised to hear Royal Oak to say he was more right wing when he was younger. I kind of doubt that.
What do you mean? Why did you doubt it?
Because you're 16 and you don't know what you're doing at 16.
Well, no, I'm not 16 now. I didn't. Well,
I
I'm
know
not
you're
16
18 now.
No, I'm 20.
Oh, you're 20? Oh,
Hey.
shit.
Yeah, he's 20. He's almost a man.
Oh, shit. I'm 22 then. Okay. He's a
All
zoomer.
he needs is a loose woman and he's a man.
Okay. Is there anything? I read MK when I was like 16. That was funny. Yeah, so you know, like you might be surprised to know that, I don't know. But,
I just wanted to know what's going on in the UK or Australia, because that's where the Dukes is right now, correct? In Australia?
Yeah.
So how are things are holding over there because of the Chinese migration?
We're winning. We'll win the war. Because, like Anglo-Celtic people always win. And we have better ships and better aircraft.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Duke. I think it's just a matter of time.
I was thinking like 30, 40 years before the Anglosphere kind of falls on itself.
Implodes, yeah.
Yeah.
You think that long? I think it's probably got less than that, personally.
Oh, wow. I'm hoping for 30, 40 years, dude.
Yeah, man. I mean, as long as possible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, how long? I mean, Duke, come on. How long is it going to take the Chinese to copy our ships? All they've got to do is get the fucking plans for this stuff, and they can manufacture all of it. All it needs is a couple more years of industrial espionage,
Okay.
and they'll just copy everything that we already have and outbuild us.
Okay. Sojourner, you want me to seriously answer that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, seriously, I'll answer that. At the moment, the Royal Navy, US Navy, the Japanese Navy, and the Royal Australian Navy together will defeat the Chinese Navy in a largely naval and air war. And
Agreed. Yeah, I agree with that.
wait. Let me finish. And the skill and courage of people like my son in the Royal Navy Fleet Air Arm will fucking ruin them. And we should do it now and not wait.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I don't agree at all with the current global homo US view, but I also don't agree at all with the Chinese Communist Party view.
yeah, but the thing is that you're never going to destroy the manufacturing capacity of China. It's just to my mind, it's just a matter of time.
No, we can kill most of the Chinese Navy and most of the Chinese Air Force.
Yeah, but so what? They can rebuild. They can rebuild it. These ant peoples can rebuild.
They can't rebuild it that quickly, mate.
That it's just I'm afraid that they've got more manufacturing capacity than all of us combined. It's just a matter of time before they will build.
If you say so, I'm going to agree with you. Okay, fair enough.
Well, no, you don't need to be like that. But I'm simply saying, like, the Americans have got 12 of these nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Very powerful, but.
Yeah.
If the Chinese knock one of those out every year, in 10 years they will be at
They
parity.
won't knock one of those out every year. And the British also have two very powerful aircraft carriers.
Yeah, two aircraft carriers that's taken us like 10 years to build.
Right, that's
£3 billion each.
Labour Party's fault. We've got two carriers for the price of 4 because of the Labour Party. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure it's just the Labour Party. I think that.
Yeah, it was just the fucking Labour Party, but there we go.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Military stuff I know about, I'm going to be decisive on. And yeah, we have two aircraft carriers that cost us the price of almost 4 because of the Labour Party. But they are two of the most powerful aircraft carriers in the entire world and certainly outclass anything the Chinese have.
They got like mouse plagues in Australia now. I saw like a video on like Facebook.
Oh, right. Great. Thanks for that, mate. Tommy Hill, have you got anything to say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, can you? Oh, you can hear me. Sweet.
Yeah.
No, it's just the China situation. I'm really not on board with that.
In what way?
I mean, if the Yanks and the Chinese want to have a pop at each other, I mean, just let them. Can we just stay out this time, please? Do we have to get involved?
You have a kind of.
That's a good point.
You have a kind of West Country accent there. Mate.
Bristol.
Well, any kind of that. Yeah, no, I'm putting that on. That's not my real accent.
Oh, right. That's what I don't
Fair enough. I just say, like, there's kind of Australia down there who are our absolute cousins, and can we let China take over Australia? I don't think we can.
I doubt they'd be able to, or even want to. I mean, remember, the Japs didn't want to attack Australia. They left that alone. They didn't even plan on invading it. I mean, they bombed Darwin, didn't they? But they didn't even bother invading it.
No, they did actually plan on invading Australia. They just couldn't do it. They didn't have enough troops.
Yeah, but it's also the supply lines to maintain an invasion force. It's too far. The continent of Australia is too big.
For them, it's for them, yeah.
Nobody can fucking invade that place. No one.
No. It was true of Japan in World War II. It might be, maybe, true of China now, but it ain't true of everybody. That's like not.
Well,
true.
who else? Who else even has the motivation to invade Australia?
No, only China, only communist China.
Well, I don't even think they have an interest in invading Australia. Why?
No, I
just think. Well, to control all the resources that Australia...
Well, they've already got that through capitalism, so free market capitalism.
No, they haven't.
Well, of course they have. I mean, Duke, the only reason that China's doing less trade with Australia is because they imposed sanctions, well, not sanctions, but import duties on the Australians themselves.
Yeah, amazing. Why did they do that, do you think?
I don't know. It's a bit of a mystery to me, actually.
Is it? Because it's totally against modern capitalism, isn't it?
Yes, it is, because you would think that if they wanted those resources, they would just buy them.
So why do you think they did it?
Well, but they presumably have access to those resources from elsewhere, and therefore it's in their interest to exert that pressure on Australia.
Yeah, okay, partly you're right, but the real truth is that, like, when, and it is when, not if, China, the Chinese Communist Party, decides to take over Taiwan, they know damn well that the Australians will stop all export to them. They know
of course. This. But that would go for America. That would go for America. That's why there won't be an invasion of Taiwan.
I don't believe.
Because the Chinese have Taiwan.
I can't believe you think that, Soja. Honestly,
not until look.
You're such a clever man. I cannot believe you really think that won't happen.
Thank you very much. I appreciate those very kind words, but of course I have to caveat that with I mean, obviously, the problem is that there is this sort of bi-directional dependency between China and the United States, and then you've got Taiwan in the mix, in the sense that Taiwan is the preeminent, silicon manufacturer in the world, and there's a company called TMSC, I think, who is like basically the largest chip manufacturer in the world. But they're now looking to build chips and fabrication plants in the United States. So they've already decided that basically, to me, that's evidence that the Taiwanese have said basically the Chinese will invade at some point, and that's why they're moving, sort of chip fabrication that the United States and the Western world depends on to the US, to their territorial sovereignty. So at some point there will be an invasion, yes, but at that point it won't matter, because the strategic importance of Taiwan won't be there anymore. That's my view.
Well, yeah, that's a view, I guess. I just think if America allows Taiwan to be invaded and taken over by the Chinese Communist Party, that is the absolute end of America.
Yeah, but Duke, why is Taiwan important to America? It's only important to America because of the fact that they manufacture all of these very critical semiconductors. If Zimbabwe's not important to America, why? Because they don't manufacture anything that's strategically important to America. So it's only because Taiwan is a major semiconductor manufacturer that they're important. And once that dependency has sort of disappeared, the Americans will have no interest in Taiwan. How can you not see this?
Well, why was Hong Kong important to the British in 1941?
That's a good question. I don't know, but it's certainly not important now.
Why was Singapore important to the British in 1941?
Well, so I think
Navy?
Oak was just about to say, there are a number. So basically, it was a sort of Royal Navy, major Navy port for the British in the Pacific.
Well, with a whole 1.5 modern battleships in it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sure. And it was also a very important choke point, because basically all sort of trade traffic goes through the Taiwan, the Singaporean Straits, right? So
okay, look, you're kind of missing my point. Is that places are important to nations beyond their actual physical and financial worth.
Okay, that's my
point.
Okay, fair enough.
If China takes over Taiwan in an invasion and America doesn't stop them, then every other nation in the world will look at that and go, America's fucked.
I'm not.
And that's the truth. And that is the truth. No,
are we already fucked though?
Absolutely.
Don't we think that already, though?
I don't deny any of that. But if the Communist Party of China invades and takes over Taiwan and America doesn't stop them, every other nation in the world, every single one, friends, enemies, and neutrals, will look at America and Joe Biden and say, well, America's fucked. That's the end of it. And you know what? That's going to be kind of like, for America, what happened in 1941 with Singapore for Britain. Except there is not going to be someone else, like America, going to make their world order beyond it. That's my point.
Fair enough.
The issue, more or less, is that the Chinese would be emboldened rather than the Yanks would be humiliated.
Absolutely.
It's a bit like how when Germany took Austria and Czechoslovakia, it was emboldened. And Taiwan is like is kind of a halfway point between Japan and South Korea and say the Philippines.
Yes.
So it's kind of important having a wall against China, but it's mainly important because it stops the Chinese from gaining prestige if they take it. Plus, the nationalists have held out for this long. Why throw them under the bus? I mean, they've turned that island into a literal fortress. They put wind turbines on the beaches to stop helicopters landing there in case of an invasion.
Yeah, I think it would be like
mostly right. Yeah. Listen, guys, if that happens, the American century is ended in that 3 or 4 weeks that it would take China to take the place.
I think it's already over, and I mean,
It already is. It already is, yeah.
Duke, you'll probably hate me for this, but in some ways, I want to see it end as well, because I can't live under this gay imperial empire. I can't abide by it.
I don't like it either, mate. I don't like it either. The empire I like is the old one, Britain, Australia, Canada, New Zealand.
I mean, America could be this wonderful, great empire, but it's afraid to even call itself an empire. It's got to call itself, we're spreading democracy, this fucking gay liberal agenda. Or we're not really an empire, we're just spreading democracy. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. Sojo, you're 100% correct.
So maybe
I don't like it.
Maybe a Chinese century is not going to be that bad. I mean, I don't see the Chinese. I don't see the Chinese spreading dildos and fucking whips around the world. So I don't think they care about that.
But you do see communism spreading
No, I don't actually. I don't see any. I don't really see any communism in China
I see people
at all.
with no souls in China, though.
So you don't see Sojo. You don't see communism as the single political idea that has killed the most people in the world ever.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, for fuck's sake, shut up, guys. you don't see.
What the fuck was that?
That was some cunt somewhere. You don't see the Communist Party in China as the thing that has killed the most human beings in history as a political movement.
They're not really I don't think the people in China they're not ideological. They just care about fucking power. So maybe they
are literally materialist ants.
They're not run. China's not run by the Chinese Communist Party.
It might be called the Communist Party, but I don't see anything communist about the CCP really at all.
It's communist in appearance. It maintains the illusion of being communist while actually being some bizarre blend of whoever knows what. It's what
it's
if
more
the Soviet
third
Union
position than
collapse,
anything, really, right?
Yeah, because I mean they use state capitalism, don't they? They buy shares in world companies, and that's how they dictate a lot of their power. Is they just use their economic might rather than military might, which is why they won't invade Taiwan, because it would hurt them economically. They'll just wait until the US collapses and the Taiwanese have got no one to back them.
That would take 150 years, and then
but they don't care. I mean, you look at the Chinese. They will, because they were willing to wait years for the Japanese to invade after losing 95% of their number crossing a river during the Civil War.
How were they willing to wait?
Because they just did.
Because they couldn't do anything about it. You mean?
Well, they can't do anything about Taiwan now either, so you could technically say they're willing to wait now.
No, that's not true. For fuck's sake, I hate people who
They can't take Taiwan.
They
can't. Naively, they can't beat the US, and the US would inevitably rope in Japan if they were to invade Taiwan. And taking Taiwan would be a bloodbath.
Yeah, it will be a bloodbath. I'll give you that. But Winnie the Pooh, the current leader of the Chinese Communist Party, has said he is going to take back Taiwan while he is in power. Do you think he's a liar?
No, but that you're implying his reign is going to end soon.
He probably means further into
How old is he, mate?
I don't know,
but
the Soviet leaders lived for a long time.
He's in his 70s.
Really?
That gives 10 years at least. That gives 10 years.
Okay, then we have 10 years. Okay, fair enough.
Hang on a minute. This he's born. He's 68. Okay, fair enough.
I'd say
going to be around that long, mate.
He probably doesn't mean necessarily physical invasion. He probably means because
no, he doesn't. I'm sure he means by all peaceful means, because the Chinese Communist Party is very peaceful. So yeah, all right. You're probably
No, that's not what I said. But I mean, like, that probably doesn't necessarily imply like a blood like war, because I'm not sure people in like a
How
country
do you work that out? And what
because
he
they consider
said,
Taiwan to be a region of China. They don't consider it to be.
which it never has been. But okay.
Well, I think he probably. I mean, these places like Hong Kong are getting dragged closer into China anyway, and there hasn't been any physical altercation. So there's probably he probably that doesn't you might be right, but I'd have to read the context. But,
so what you're saying is Mrs. Thatcher gave in to the Chinese communists.
Yes.
She did. Yeah, no, she outright did. Yeah.
Which she absolutely outright did. Yes.
And
Totally
who cares,
agree.
by the way? Who fucking cares?
Apparently she
Well,
couldn't.
I do.
Why?
But why? Because Hong Kong was not Chinese.
Who gives a shit, Duke? They're a bunch of chinks. They're not Anglo-Saxons. I couldn't give a fuck.
I mean, I care because half of Hong Kong was technically sovereign territory because we'd annexed it rather than leased it. So I mean, but at the end of the day, in the modern day, there isn't really much that matters now about it because, of course, we don't really think in the ways we used to.
Way too late now.
Who cares? I mean, they're all a bunch of fucking liberals anyway. Oh, fucking material goods. Oh, yeah, economic productivity. Oh,
So on the one
who cares?
hand, so Joe, on the one hand, you'll tell me that all these chinks are absolutely right-wing, great guys, and like
I've never said that.
China might be fabulous to run us, but on the other hand, all those guys in Hong Kong are chinks and left-wing bastards. And
well, no. In the sense that basically the Cantonese have been steeped in sort of like Anglo-liberalism for quite a long time, and what we see in China is, well, I don't quite know what it is, but it's not sort of like Anglo-liberalism, is it? But again, I don't care. They're not of Anglo stock. I couldn't care less. It's like Burma. I just don't care. You know, yes, it was a colony, but I don't care that we've lost it. They're not our people.
Didn't you guys take in 3 to 5 million Hong Kong citizens?
Not yet. It was talk. Look,
there's a point. Why can't the Hong Kongers go to Taiwan?
Yeah, fuck off.
I've always wondered that because it's the ideal place for them to go. You know, they have knowledge of what being inside China. They'd be brilliant as a propaganda weapon for the Taiwanese government to have them living amongst the Taiwanese to remind them of why they fight.
Hi Adam. They're not really like fucking or whatever.
Should we let communist China take over Japan?
It's kind of irrelevant because we can't stop them. That's really a question the US has to ask itself. We couldn't do. Us on our own could do precisely nothing to stop the Chinese doing anything in Asia. It's really the Americans have the power to stop them.
So you
and we'll
don't
just
think
get dragged along.
No. So you don't think the Royal Navy can do anything against the Chinese Navy? Is that what you just said?
It's not. I
don't think one aircraft carrier with about 5 support ships could do much against the entire PLAN if they wanted to throw it at them.
No.
Well, compared to all the rest of the allies that we have there, like the Royal Australian Navy, the Japanese Naval Self-Defense Force, and the US, you don't think we could do anything?
No, what I mean, Jigs, I don't think Britain singularly can do anything to stop them. Part of a coalition, and but the point is, why would we need to let the Yanks blow? Let the Yanks go and die in the South China Sea for Taiwan.
Exactly.
I don't care. We can get the Yanks to fight the war for us. We can probably be there and look like we're helping and defend Australia. But aside from that, why when the Americans can go and die for us? They have a navy 4 times the size of us. They took the mantle of world police and of being head of the world. Let them go and fight the world's wars.
Based.
Spending all this money on new carriers, new destroyers, new submarines.
So you reckon that like Britain should just be like a minor nation in the world?
Yeah, Singapore of the North Sea.
I don't think we should, Duke. It's just the fact is that's kind of what we are.
No,
Robert. The UK is? Aren't you guys like a sidekick kind of now?
No, hang on a minute. I'm talking to this other dude. You do understand that Britain is like probably the 4th or 5th most powerful nation in the world, don't you?
Not anymore.
Yeah, but that's just because of our nuclear weapons.
No, nothing to do with that. to do with Navy and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's not much. There's aside from
You
the
don't
major
believe
power.
it. You don't believe
I do believe.
See,
I kind of believe
this
it.
is
But
why we are dying, because silly cunts like you don't even know facts.
Well, because we don't want to die for chinks. Sorry, come on, mate.
No, I'm sorry. Silly cunts like this guy with the red cap uniform.
What, Adam?
Avatar.
Well, it's not. Adam's not a silly cunt.
Well, he's being a silly cunt. He's turning around and saying Britain's a minor nation. No,
Well,
I'm
we
not
are a
saying
minor
we're minor
nation.
nation. I'm not saying we're minor nation. I'm saying we're not on
Minor
par with the
how?
United States. I'm not saying we're minor. I'm saying we're not on par with the United States in terms of global power. That's
Why
what I'm
do
saying.
we need to be on par with the United States? I don't get that.
Because the United States has 60 destroyers and we have 6.
Exactly. They've got 11 aircraft carriers and we've got 2. I
Yeah.
mean,
The United States Fleet Air Arm is bigger than some countries' air forces, for crying out loud. Their national guard, could beat our armed forces.
That's true. That's true.
Why do we need to concern ourselves with global conflicts when there's already a world hegemon we can get to fight our battles for us, and we can just jump in and pick off a survivor if we want to?
That's what the Americans did in World War One.
We need to be totally opportunistic.
That kind of sounds like what America did in
well, that's the thing. They stole.
1941.
Well, that's the thing. They swept under us and stole the throne. Why not do the same to them?
God almighty.
Let America exhaust itself.
I don't understand how you think we can leave Australia out to dry.
We can't leave Australia. We won't leave Australia out to dry. And even if Australia gets invaded, I'd like to see the Chinese try and quell a guerrilla rebellion over there. Even if China was invaded, I doubt the Chinese would be able to pacify it.
All right.
Look,
let
I
me
just don't.
Let me take it.
Duke, we all know that in a worst case scenario that we would just basically give the Aussies nuclear weapons. That's what we would do.
Exactly.
And we'd be totally right in doing so. Let them glass.
No, in a worst case
scenario.
In a worst case scenario, we would send the Royal Navy, the Royal Air Force, and the Army.
I actually don't think that we would do that. I hate to say it.
I think you're wrong.
I think we should, but I don't think we would.
We should. I mean,
you're wrong.
Australia and the UK should be one country. It should be one imperial empire, but it's not.
Yeah. That's the
worst case scenario.
All right. Look, we talked about this earlier, and my basic religious belief is in Britain and the British Armed Forces, and
it's a bit of a strange religion,
and in the Old Commonwealth. Yeah, it's a strange religion.
Yeah, but Duke, I mean, the political class at Westminster don't share your religion. They don't give a shit about the Commonwealth. They don't fucking care. They don't care.
No, look, even Alexander Johnson, who I detest, could not survive Australia being taken over by China and Britain not doing anything about it.
Well, we sold them out. We sold them out in the 70s by joining the European Union. I think we could fucking do it again.
Haven't we just rejoined them with a trade deal?
A fucking trade deal. When the rubber hits the road and it comes to a war, do you think we're going to be there? Are we fuck? No way.
I think we would be.
I kind of think we would be, actually.
I would like to think that we are. I would volunteer to fight in that war, but I don't.
So what do you think the British Naval Task Group that is going through the Mediterranean, Red Sea, Indian Ocean, South China Sea, and into the Pacific and down to Sydney, headed by HMS Queen Elizabeth, with 2 British air defence destroyers, 2 British anti-submarine frigates, a hunter-killer submarine, and various allied units. What do you fucking think they're doing there?
Theatre.
Yeah.
It's not Russia's done so much similar in the Pacific last week.
They got attacked. They just surrendered, do you?
Well,
they wouldn't surrender, but I don't think if the Chinese were dead set on sinking that group, they could sink it.
Bollocks.
Look, Duke, I'm quite a formalist in the sense that I think that there has to be a formal agreement, and there's not. I mean, Australia is not part of NATO. If they were part of NATO, then I would have a completely different view on this. But they're
Australia
not.
has a number of treaties with Britain that are very old.
But I bet in those treaties, not one of them is an attack on one, is an attack on the other.
You're actually wrong about that, but yeah, okay.
No, if that's the case, then I'm wrong.
You are,
but
wrong.
I'm not aware of that. So what's the treaty where an attack on Australia is an attack on the UK, kind of NATO style thing? Because if that is the case, then we're like bound by obligation.
Well, we're bound by obligation by blood and time and history.
Oh, fucking whatever. Yeah, we might agree on that, but the fucking Rishi Sunak doesn't give a shit about that. Come on.
I don't give a fuck about Rishi Sunak. But
well, you should do, though, Duke, because these are the people that control the levers of power.
Rishi Sunak is an Indian pretending to be an Englishman.
Is that your guys' mayor of London?
No,
that's Sadiq Khan, isn't it?
Yeah, different guy. Don't worry.
Someone said, I'm not sure who said it, but I think I can't remember, some fucking guy. Yeah, he said, you're in Britain, you've had the cowboys, now you're getting the Indians. It was quite an interesting comment.
Yeah, but no, honestly, guys. I mean, even like communist China, which is a powerful country, I'll grant you, in the South China Sea. Like, if they wanted to take on that British task group, that'd be very difficult.
They've got that the Chinese South Sea fleet's got eight submarines, 8 destroyers, 8 frigates, an aircraft carrier, and 12 corvettes. It outnumbers that task group 4 times.
But their submarines are shit.
Yes, but look at the Soviet Union during World War II. Their tanks were shit, but enough of them en masse can overwhelm the enemy.
Yeah. Well, let's go. Look, my son's on HMS Queen Elizabeth, so we'll see. But
well, I mean that's another topic.
My view is that the Chinese submarines are absolute shit, and the British will kill them easily. And the only threat they really face is from Chinese missiles, which I reckon won't behave as well as the Chinese think they will.
Still, I wouldn't fancy 2 frigates against 8 submarines.
Fuck off! Do you know what? I really am going to get angry with this.
Your hubris really scares me, actually, because basically China as a country can outproduce the UK. I can't. You're just like the hubris that you've got about this subject actually scares me.
Sojo, one thing. Change your fucking avatar, cunt.
What is wrong with his avatar?
Are you gonna change it to higher camera?
Make it Brett Weinstein or something. All right?
I'll give you Brett Weinstein, definitely.
I can't see it. Is that Charlie Chaplin? I can't tell.
Really, I don't want that avatar on my channel. I don't want that avatar on my channel. Look, I just know that the Royal Navy is the best navy in the world.
Well, I don't. At some point, it's going to be. It can't be. We've had our heyday. And,
Bollocks.
Yeah.
Bollocks. You know what? I think the first step is how do we stop degeneracy in the UK first, one step at a time.
Change your avatar, Sojo.
I am doing it. Give me a minute to do it, and I will give you what you want.
Bollocks! The Royal Navy's the best navy in the world, and the fucking Chinese Navy will not beat the Royal Navy ever.
To be fair, I don't think the Chinese Navy would be very high quality, would it? I suppose.
No, it isn't. It's crap.
Made in China, fucking Navy.
You do know that the Chinese Navy is known as the Chinese People's Army Navy. That gives you all you need to know. Yep. Thanks, Sojo. That's much better.
No worries.
It's like a plastic toy with like a sticker on the side.
Yeah, that's the Chinese Navy. It's a plastic toy with a sticker on the side. Absolutely right.
Have I stopped you from having an aneurysm?
The idea that the fucking Chinese People's Army's Navy is going to beat the Royal Navy is fucking ridiculous.
Duke, it's literally just a matter of time. They are just going to steal the plans for our carriers.
If we leave it for 25 years, you're right. But
time does not matter because they time is on their side. They're bigger. They can outproduce the UK. It's a different question with America.
So you don't think China's going to break up like America's going to?
Because don't they think of 100 years in advance?
It will eventually.
See, I think
sorry,
China
Mr.
will break up. I just think China's going to break up like America.
But why? Why? They have a sort of ethno. They have an ethno. Hang on, whoa, Duke, hang on a minute. We've got nutcase critical race theory. These crazy Jews in America trying to break things up, and still America is existing as an entity. And then we've got China, which is like sort of ethno-nationalist, Han supremacist. And you think that China's going to break up before America? Is that right?
No,
I don't think so. In what fucking world? In what world is that going to happen?
No, that isn't what I think. I think America will break up before China, but I think China will break up too. Eventually.
I don't think so.
Like
I think only
years.
In 200 or 300 years, once the Jews have got themselves in there and they start pushing this critical race theory shit like they have in the US. I mean, I'm jesting, of course.
I'm presuming you're joking.
He's been possessed by his avatar.
I've been possessed by the avatar, yeah. But there is, look, America's has historically had a black slave population. The Chinese don't have this. Where is the inflection point?
They have a lot of Han people.
People have been saying for a long time that like there's a lot of like you say they're all Han, but they're like different kind of Han. I think eventually it would, like, you've got problems, for example, in like Tibet, even in the north bit with Manchurians and Mongolia. Eventually it would go down.
Do you remember when we used to say free Tibet, but we can't say that anymore because
I don't give a shit about Tibet, to be honest. I just don't care.
Well, I kind of do.
Well, the Dalai Lama, to be fair, is kind of based, Europeans. I mean, fair enough. I mean, fair enough.
And like, if our Gurkha chap were on here, right on Nimbu, if he was on here, I think he would kind of point out to us that a lot of the communism that is infiltrated Nepal has come from China.
I don't think he really knows. I mean, he's never been there.
I mean, here's the thing: is that although even if I accept that China's communist, like, is it worse than the West?
Even if you accept China's communist, okay.
It's not, though, is it? Are the Chinese pushing LGBT and queers in their leadership and transsexuals? No, they're not. Many of the communists of old are basically based reactionaries in some kind of form, like racists. They believe that women should be in the kitchen. So in many ways, I would prefer a kind of old style communism over this kind of woke liberalism. I'm sorry, Duke. I'm sorry. I don't know how you can side with the American gay empire over China.
China's gonna
when did I side with the American gay empire?
Well, because you're hinting and intimating at our need, as in the West, to defeat China, and I'm kind of thinking
we have to do.
You want us to fight their wars.
Why?
Because if we don't defeat them, we'll be in a worse position than we are now.
So you think that the CCP is worse than the Joe Biden administration?
I think
how did you get to that conclusion?
I think they're equally bad, and we need to defeat both of them.
I'm not quite sure that I agree. I'm not
well,
quite
sure. Of course you don't, but that's all right.
Well, why would you say of course? I mean, I'm not a communist. I mean, for me to stand for a communist regime is a pretty radical fucking act.
Well, there you go. You're a radical, but I don't quite agree. But anyway, I just think that we need to defeat both the gay Biden empire and Chinese communism, or we're fucked. That's just me. And to some degree, I think it will be easier to defeat the Chinese first. Just to some degree.
So, do you want to invade the US at some point?
Yeah.
No, not really.
Burn down the White House again.
Yeah, that'd
Shall
be
we?
cool. Let's
Yes.
do 1812.
Based.
The Bladenbergs.
It's what we're good at.
races. Yeah, the
Burn
Bladenbergs
down all
races.
their
Go for
monuments.
it. I absolutely support another Bladenbergs races where the British go and defeat the Americans and then go and burn down the White House. Absolutely, I'd absolutely support that. But at the moment, because America is so lost its way, but I think we've got to defeat the Chinese communists first, and then go and defeat these fucking left-wing cunts.
Well, as Suno's Hamar said, what does defeating China even mean, Duke?
Destroying most of their navy and 3/4 of their air force.
What about the army, the land army?
You can't do that.
We can't beat that, exactly. We could never do that. So
we don't need to.
We couldn't occupy
But
them.
we don't need to do that.
I'd say it's
Don't we know?
Destroy all their navy. Destroy all their navy. Destroy 3/4 of their air force, and China is neutered, basically.
Yeah.
For about.
I mean, they still have their nukes.
All right. They can invade Russia if they want with their army. And
Not getting through that.
And the Russian Air Force will ruin them. But, yeah, okay. I don't care about any of that because I don't care about China.
Would it be better?
Wait.
Would it be better if Russia, for some reason, attacked China and then the Anglosphere helps out Russia somehow?
Well, yeah, but
that's not likely.
But it's not likely.
They're allies for now.
No, they're not. They're natural enemies, but.
Oh yeah, but it's alliance convenience.
Yeah.
Is there not a risk is there not a risk that the Chinese may want to take Russian territory at some point? That just seems obvious to me.
In the future, yeah.
Yeah, the Russians and Chinese are absolutely natural enemies, which is why I don't care that they have a temporary alliance.
Like us and the French.
Well, when did we have an alliance with the French, for fuck's sake? Every time Britain has had an alliance with the French, it's been a disadvantage to Britain. Every single time.
Absolutely.
First World War, Second World War, every single time. Do not ally yourself with the French. They're just like, they won't fight. And if they do fight, they fight badly. No, I got no problem with any of that. But, like, you've got to realize Russia and China are natural enemies. They're always going to be natural enemies because they have a border up against each other. And, yeah, okay, I think generally speaking, at the moment, we should support the Russians, not the Chinese.
Could we really get Russia to turn on them, though? Would they?
I just think that's
why would they want to? It will. Oh, no, it will eventually happen.
It's going to happen because they have a border up against each other. And eventually Russia's going to say, nah, you can't push into our areas. Like, I detest. You see, this is what you guys are getting wrong. I detest the current Biden, American, Anglo, Globo Homo crap. I detest it. But we have to beat China whatever. And I don't want to be run by China either. Although Sojo tries to make out it would be lovely.
Well, I don't know whether it would be lovely, but it seems to me, I get the impression that the Chinese are not going to want to force drag queens into my schools and flood my country with useless, worthless individuals because they're not economically productive.
I totally agree with everything you say there, Sojo, except that's not everything.
Well, what? Okay, so what are the other sort of contentious issues then about China? Because I mean, I've got AlphaGo having a go at me in the chat about China. So we should sort of elaborate on this because I'm not really sure what the problem is. I mean, obviously the rumours of sort of like forced organ amputations are bad, but that's not my fucking problem as an Englishman.
Because the Chinese wouldn't do that to you because you're an Englishman. Is that right?
I think we're. I mean, allegedly they're doing that to their population. Does that mean that they're going to do it to?
So they wouldn't do it
to the rest of the world. I don't know.
They wouldn't do it to you.
First they came for the Falun Gong and I did nothing.
Then they came for the Uyghurs and I did nothing.
Then there was no one left to speak for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I started speaking in Chinese.
Duke, what is your point then? What is it about the Chinese that you don't like? Just summarise this for us.
What, apart from the Chinese themselves, you mean?
Yeah, anything. Just go for it. Lay out your position. Why I should equally hate the Chinese as well as the faggotry of the Western world.
Okay. Number one, communist.
Are they though?
B.
Okay, fine.
Number two, communist. C. Number three, communist.
Oh my God! You are literally you are literally parroting like sort of like mainstream Republican fucking.
I know.
Well, it's socialism.
Hang on. Yeah, I fucking detest. I detest Harold Wilson. Who was all right. You remember Harold Wilson, the British Prime Minister? I detest that cunt.
You mean Soviet agent?
Yeah, absolutely. I do mean Soviet agent Harold Wilson. You're quite correct, Adam. But yeah, I like communism, mate.
I mean, they're more like the old Kuomintang than they are.
Hang on, let me try and explain this a bit for Sojo's benefit, although I think Sojo understands it.
No, I really do not.
No, I
really do not.
I think you do, really. But look, the current Globo Homo is really corporate communism. This is where we're going. This is where the Democrats in America are going. This is where Alexander Johnson in Britain is going. This is Build Back Better. This is all this shit. We're all heading for communism. But if you're going to pull me to China, then I'm going to say Chinese Communist Party, right? And I hate all that other bollocks communism that we're getting, but Chinese Communist Party communism, I hate that even worse.
So you hate the Chinese regime more than the shit that we're living under? Wow. Okay.
No, I hate them equally. I think that
you hate them equally. Okay, fair enough.
I hate them more probably.
I think my position on this is I'm more concerned with I don't want the world to revolve around China. That's my concern.
Yeah.
I don't even care about who the world revolves around. I mean, I care that like Britain is a powerful and independent country, but like Globo Homo communism and Chinese government people's in inverted commas communism is equally bad. We have to fight against both. That's just my view.
So, Duke, if they became a democratic nation, say they had a two-party system, would you be okay with China then?
No, I think democracy is a sham. Democracy is a sham.
Right, we all know that, but for the normies, we have to.
Well, okay, for the normies, no.
What normies?
I might believe in household democracy, maybe, where like the head of the household voted, but that would be about as far as I'd go in terms of democracy.
No.
Elected monarchy,
Elected monarchy.
No,
like the Anglo-Saxons had.
no,
But like Anglo-Saxon elected monarchy.
no.
Oh,
No.
okay. Just
No?
return to
I,
the system
I
like
wouldn't
8.
go with. I wouldn't go with the Witten. The Witten is what you guys are.
Yeah, the
talking
Witten Witten's moot.
about. Yeah, I wouldn't really go with that. But household voting, where the head of the household got the vote, yeah, I might go with that. Maybe.
Yeah, but we would still have political parties. So.
I reckon that's as close as to democracy as you can get, and not fuck everything up.
Well, what was it that I can't remember who said this, but one of the French ones said that democracy was like the corruption of polity. I think it was.
What, de Tocqueville?
Possibly, yeah.
Or was it maybe Democracy in America? Maybe the book.
Well, no, I think it might be de Tocqueville. He's one of the liberal ones, but he said that the democracy was the corrupted version of polity. He said there was like 6 systems. There was tyranny, which is bad, like monarchy, which is, I can't remember off the top of my head, so I probably should just shut up. But he was like, there's 6 different systems, and all systems are mostly fine as long as they're not corrupted. But democracy is the corrupted version of polity, I think it is. So. Okay.
Sun ripened tomato party. Sun ripened tomato nationalism, everyone.
Based. I'm down with that. Dolmio.
I like sun-dried tomatoes.
Dolmio pace, definitely. Oh, fuck, I don't know.
Really expensive though compared to normal tomatoes. It's like 30. Like they used to have like big bags of them for like 34 quid at cash and carry.
This is what we're
anyway.
reduced to, talking about cash.
Tomatoes are just another horrible American import.
Probably.
No, they come from South America actually. They're not.
Yeah,
they're not indigenous
America.
to
The New World.
True. That is true. Yes, you got me there.
God almighty. How can we become this petty?
Well, I think my view is that perhaps the best solution would be a stalemate between the US and China, in the same way that there was between the Soviet Union and the US.
Let them destroy each other.
No, let there be a multipolar world.
Yeah.
So that the Chinese sort of counterbalance. So the organ grabbing Chinese counterbalance the dildo waving Americans. That might be the best. That might be the best that we can hope for.
And with the based Orthodox Russians balancing out those two at the same time.
True, very,
people
very
don't talk
true.
about India. People don't talk about India. Could get quite major, couldn't it?
Yeah, that's
India superpower by 20. Wrong accent. What is it? India superpower by 2050. Wait, well, I sound like from fucking Wales. What the fuck was that? Let me think. Microsoft tech support. Again, he's from it's like Gavin and Stacey. What the fuck am I doing anyway?
Yeah, it's almost like the Royal Navy couldn't sink the entire Indian Navy in like about 3 days. But yeah, all right.
Well, no, I think that's probably true.
That's
probably true.
It's totally true. But
the Indian Navy
we're
needs
funding their
sinking
navy,
for its
so
recent crime.
we should be allowed to.
Listen, guys. I've 2 things here. I hate Robo. I hate the wank who is the American president. I hate the wank who is the British Prime Minister. I don't very much like the wank who is the Australian Prime Minister. But, on the other hand, China's worse. It really is. And we've got to beat them, whatever, because otherwise, like, 1984 will become even worse. Like, it's bad enough now. We're heading towards absolutely dystopian future at the moment under people like Biden. But Chinese Communist Party would be even worse. So we have to beat both these guys. It's not that I think, like, oh yeah, Western great Chinese crap. It's that as a Englishman and an Anglo-Celtic person, I think we have to beat both of these guys, or we're fucked. That's really my view.
Best start believing in cyberpunk dystopias. You're in one.
Our American friend left, so I can't offend him now. But basically, my view is let the fucking Americans fight. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Why should we spill any blood? That's my view.
Yeah.
Because Australia will be, and we're.
Yeah, but that's their problem.
Oh, fuck off.
Well,
they could choose. They could choose not to get involved as well. They could choose not to get involved as well.
No, they can't. They're in the wrong.
Of course, they could.
Oh bollocks!
They're in the wrong.
New Zealand wouldn't. Well, then again, they're New Zealand.
Well, New Zealand is communist. It's under a horse-faced feminist bitch.
Well, whatever. But I don't see how anybody can invade New Zealand. It's like the logistics of pulling that off.
New Zealand is under a horse-faced feminist bitch.
Yeah, whatever. That's transitory.
Leaving all that aside, Australia is not. And like Australia can only survive if Japan survives.
This is nonsense. If the Chinese wanted to invade, Australia,
this is nonsense. He says.
Duke, I'm afraid I will respectfully have to disagree with you on this point.
Go on then, mate. Go on.
The Chinese would have to go through Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, then cross the fucking straits between Indonesia and Australia to get to Darwin, and then they would have to make their way across all of Australia and desert to get to Sydney and Melbourne and Adelaide, and then even further to get to Perth. So this idea that they're just going to walk in and invade Australia is an absolute non-starter and a load of bullshit, and you know it.
Why would anyone want to land invade Australia? Isn't it like full of desert?
If the Japanese couldn't do it, then the Chinese definitely can't do it because the Chinese are nowhere near as good as the Japanese.
It's an entire continent. I mean, come on.
Guys, much as I respect all of you, of course I do, you don't have to take over Indonesia and all these other places to invade Australia.
Of course you do.
If you have enough amphibious shipping, no, you don't.
How are the Chinese going to maintain supply lines from mainland China to Australia without any points in between? Fucking hell, Duke, come on. Back me up here, come on.
How did the British reconquer the Falkland Islands in 1982?
Because we had Ascension Island.
Yeah.
Ascension Island and long-range bombers.
It was an extremely short war as well.
And it was a small island. It was home territory. It was home territory. It wouldn't be fighting a guerrilla war in harsh conditions for weeks on end.
Bombers were so hugely important, but carry on.
It's true, and that's the points that Adam just made. I mean, in many ways, if you look at the Falklands War, very, very tenuous. I mean, logistically, very hard for us to pull off. Yeah. But we're talking about a country with 4,000 people, 600 Argentinians got killed, slaughtered by the absolutely superior fighting force of the English and the British. I mean,
it was over 1,000, but you carry on.
Okay, over 1,000. These poor, useless conscripts that couldn't muster any kind of fight.
I almost feel sorry for them.
I almost feel sorry for them.
I do too. Yeah, I do. I almost feel sorry.
But obviously, the Falkland Islands is a completely different kettle of fish compared to a country of Australia, which is 25 million people.
Yeah.
Duke.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you keep telling me that you have to take like Indonesia before you can invade.
You need their cooperation. to supply to
right.
maintain ports and supply lines and this kind of stuff.
Okay, let me change this slightly. Do you think that the British now, today, could land 4,000 troops anywhere they liked in Indonesia?
4,000 troops, probably.
Yeah.
Yes, probably.
Probably,
I think we probably
if
could
they
do
let
that.
Yeah, we absolutely could. Yeah, even if
But
the Indonesians, This is going somewhere.
Yeah, no, go on.
All right. Even if the Indonesians didn't like it, Britain could land 4,000 troops anywhere they liked.
Yes.
On the Indonesian coast.
Agreed.
Right. But you guys keep saying, like, Britain doesn't stand a chance against China because China is so enormously powerful and so great. No, you do keep saying this, don't you?
No, that's not quite what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Make it clearer then. Go.
Well, it depends what it really depends what context we're talking about, because at the moment we're talking about basically Australia being under invasion threat from China, which I don't think is on the table.
The Australian government does, but you don't. Okay.
I think it's probably scare. If that's true, that is scaremongering bullshit.
Oh, absolutely.
Aren't we avoiding the big nuclear elephant in the room, though? Like, if we sink like one Chinese ship, the Chinese could just go, right, Washington, New York, go bye-bye.
Yeah,
then
so can London, and so can
exactly.
Washington, so that won't happen. So we can ignore that, I reckon.
Well, ignore the nuclear fucking issue of it.
Yeah, because there's no point. No one can win.
So, which is why it wouldn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. No one can win.
Mad. Back to mad again. We didn't have a world war in the Cold War.
Yeah, but it will. No one's going to use nuclear weapons who's not totally insane.
I mean, the Chinese.
They're not.
They might not just go.
They're not.
No, they're not. But they're not. But if their Navy and Air Force were taken out, and that would be an existential threat to them.
Even if you,
it would be an existential threat.
Yeah, but even if
they would go.
No,
carry on.
Even if you wanted to push it to the absolute limit, like the Chinese Communist Party is kind of on top of China, but
sure,
if there was a nuclear exchange, then the people who are gonna die are gonna be the Chinese Communist Party. So, like, even from that level, it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, they could all hide in a bunker.
Yeah, the communist bunker.
They could try. And when
the commie bunker. I mean, they're already in bunkers, but
they could try. But when they came out, the rest of the Chinese guys are going to kill them. So no, I just think that's the nuclear argument is bollocks. But Sojo, carry on.
Oh, I'm kind of lost of where we were, but I mean, I maintain that I don't see how it's really physically possible for anybody to really successfully invade Australia.
How? I've just told you.
Well, I thought I just kind of laid out my argument that the.
But you didn't make any like kind of military logistical sense.
Well, think about what are the logistics involved in invading Australia. One, you have to take Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth, and Darwin. Now,
to invade the place, you don't. That's to take it over.
Yeah, well, take it over and invade. Effectively, in my mind, are the same thing. The objective here is
no, they're not. But,
to be fair to Duke, the Chinese could probably land in Darwin. Whether they could hold it or advance out of Darwin is another question.
Yeah,
if they were fast enough, they could land in Darwin. But whether they stay there is another question.
All right, okay, guys, I'm confusing you. All right, I just turned around and said to Sojo, "Could the Brits land 4,000 troops in Indonesia?"
And I agree with you, we could.
And absolutely we could. Could the Americans land 24,000 troops in Indonesia?
Probably, yeah.
Well, absolutely, certainly. And in fact, I think the Americans could probably land 36,000 troops in Indonesia. All right? And if they did, like, no Indonesian forces are going to win. The Chinese can do that. Like, they can land 36,000 soldiers anywhere they like,
Yes.
up to about Australia. Not much further, but up to about Australia.
But they can't take Australia with 36,000 troops.
No.
I don't know, man. How many troops do you reckon Australia can oppose them with?
Well,
I mean, they probably put a draft in.
When you're talking about an existential crisis like that you're being invaded, basically the whole country is against the invading force.
Yeah, but how many absolute troops who know how to use weapons can Australia put against those guys?
Well, it would be the full force of the Australian army plus any
So about 12,000 blokes. Okay, thanks.
And any able-bodied man that they can get their hands on.
With no weapons and didn't know how to fire.
Well, it wouldn't be no weapons, because if that happens, basically the US, the UK, they would buy arms from anybody they could fucking get their hands on.
I just hear you cunts turning around and saying to me that UK wouldn't get involved in that?
Well, there's a difference between direct action and then supplying and selling arms. We sell arms to all sorts of people.
But most Australians, right, can't even get a rifle unless it's a fucking bolt-action World War II story.
Yeah, because they're not under a fucking invasion circumstance, are they?
In England. Well, yeah, but trust me, Sergio, have you fired a rifle ever in your life?
No, but I can tell you that if England was going to be invaded, I would be quite prepared and very eager to get my hands on a fucking rifle, no doubt about it.
So if I gave you a number 4 rifle, for example, you wouldn't know how to fire that, would you?
No, I wouldn't, but I'm pretty certain it wouldn't take me very long to learn, given the circumstances.
I'm pretty certain you could learn it, sure. But, like, if you'd never seen one before, you really wouldn't know how to fire it, would you?
No, of course I wouldn't.
Let alone reload it.
I played golf.
I agree with you. Yeah, or play golf or play tennis. I mean, I wouldn't have a clue, mate. I wouldn't know how to play tennis. Don't know the rules.
All right, all of that is my point. This is where we're losing out. This is where we're becoming fangified and like feminized because we don't know these things, which like our fathers and our grandfathers all knew how to do that. They just did.
Did they?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. 99% of the British population in the 19th century could have worked out how to fire a bolt-action rifle. Absolutely.
We had the militia back then as well, didn't we?
Yeah, it was totally legal. And it was legal to have a revolver in your home. That's why, like, if you read Sherlock Holmes stories, Sherlock Holmes often takes his revolver when he's going somewhere, or he gets Dr. Watson to take one. This is where we're losing, guys.
I still maintain that the Chinese cannot take the entirety of Australia. I still maintain that position. I don't feel that you've demonstrated that they can. So I don't really have any more to add to this conversation at this point.
All right. Well, if Australia, do you know why Canberra is where it is, Sergio?
I thought it was because it had to be it couldn't technically be in any one state, so they had to create a phony fake territory.
Is that what you reckon?
I don't know.
Is it so it can't be invaded?
All right, I'm going to tell you. I'll cut out the bullshit.
Please.
Yeah. The reason Canberra is where it is, Sergio is partly right, because like New South Wales and Victoria had this debris between each other. But the real reason of where it is it's beyond the 12-inch gun range of a battleship in about 1904. That's really why it is there.
Wait, I don't understand. So,
Well,
can you repeat that again?
It's out of range of what would be like the equivalent of a like Navy thing today. It would be out of range by those standards when it was built.
Yeah, but it's inland. It's nowhere near the sea.
That's why it's nowhere near the sea. It's beyond the range of a 12-inch Russian battleship in 1904.
Yeah, but it's not just inland.
No,
it's
it's
majorly inland.
No, it isn't actually.
Bring up a Google Maps. It's nowhere near.
Go on, put it up on Google Maps. Sojo, go for it, mate.
Hang on a minute. It's bringing me to France because that's where I am. So I got a MacBook Air. It's really fucking slow. Hang on.
Rudy, be quiet. Hang on.
Yeah, here we go. Canberra. I mean, it's share my screen. Can you share the screen, Duke, or have I got to do it? Duke, hello.
I think he's dealing with his dog.
Hang on, my dog was going crazy. Sojo, you put it up. I don't even know how to.
Okay, hang on.
I can tell you that's why Canberra is where it is.
Hang on a minute. I'll do it.
Go on then.
What a fucking palaver.
I'm not sure what he's doing here. He's probably trying to show Australia never cared about naval attack.
The Brazilians will destroy the world's navies in a climactic battle with Lombardo.
Did you see this? Did you see? Is my screen shared?
I've just put it up, man.
What?
See where Canberra is?
So I'm not sharing the screen.
No, I put it up. Sojo, it's on the screen.
No. Whose screen is on the screen though? Yours or mine?
You
scroll around.
You put it on, and I put it up. Can everyone see this bit of Australia here? Yes, I think everyone can see this.
Okay, I'm sharing it. So here's Canberra, which is quite far inland.
Yep.
Right, so it's nowhere near the coast, given the size of Australia. I mean,
is that not what I just said? Is that Canberra is where it is, partly because it is out of the range of any battleship guns in 1904. Was that not just what I said, or was I fibbing to myself?
Well, yeah, you probably did say that. I'm just simply making the point that that's a little bit further. That's not just like slightly removed from, out of range of the coast. That's like hundreds of miles inland.
It's not hundreds of miles, mate.
Well, it says here on Google Maps that 50 kilometers is the size of this thing down here. So if I bring this down to the coast, that's 50. Talking about 100 kilometers inland.
That's what, 80 miles, 70 miles.
And does a I mean, I don't know why we're arguing about how far frigate can fire, but I'm just simply saying that basically
frigates. I'm not talking about frigates.
I mean, whatever. It's quite far inland in my view. That it's unusual. Okay. It seems to me to be unusual for a capital city to be in this location.
I'd agree, and as I said to you, it's there for two reasons. One is that Victoria and New South Wales couldn't agree. And the other is it had to be far enough inland that a 12-inch gun in 1904, which probably had a range of 26, 27 miles, couldn't hit. That was all I said. So I don't kind of understand what you were doing.
You ever been to Canberra, Jake?
Yeah, I have. I've been to the Australian War Memorial there. which is one of the best war museums in the entire world.
I believe they've got a whole thing there, haven't they? With what is it? They've got like the thing with all the regions of Australia in it. They've got a New Zealand one as well. I seem to remember. But
what can I remember when I went there? My Australian girl nearly punched 4 Japanese people because they were in this booth where there was hundreds and thousands of photographs of Australian diggers, which means Australian soldiers who were killed in World War II, and these Japanese people were laughing, and I literally had to pull my Australian woman out of that place before she punched them. Which I kind of got. She was a brave girl. They have guns and turrets from HMAS Sydney and from the bastard German cruiser Emden when the Sydney destroyed the Emden in World War One. They have a lot of good stuff. Honestly, the Australian War Memorial in Canberra is one of the best war museums in the entire Western world. And I'm fond of it. But Canberra is a cold fucking bastard place in the winter.
I'm told everything's like really spread out and like far apart. And anyone who lives there, like you have to drive everywhere because there's no like you can't walk anywhere else.
It's not a natural. It's not a natural town. Not at all. Like it's a set up capital, which is where it is because New South Wales and Victoria couldn't agree, and it had to be out of range of battleship guns, which is kind of what I was trying to say.
I can't see anything about it having many sports teams. Does it? I don't think it does it?
Yeah, it has some. But it's also like it's fairly heavily taken over by left-wing bastards.
It would be its capital city.
With all of the Western world, it's fairly heavily taken over by left-wing bastards.
Don't know what it is with capitalism being full of. Washington DC is like 90% Democrat, isn't it?
Yeah, I Canberra's probably a little bit better than that, but not by much, I wouldn't think. Like, the most base state in Australia is probably Queensland. That's the most right-wing state, I think. Victoria is terrible. Canberra is pretty much also terrible, I guess.
Isn't Darwin really ethnically diverse? Or is it?
Yeah, these days to some degree it is, but also like the Northern Territory, which Darwin is the capital of, is the only bit of Australia that still has a little bit of kind of a frontier type thing going on.
Yeah, because there's very few people live in there. Yeah.
Well, relatively few, but also it was the last bit of Australia that was kind of like tamed, if you know what I mean. So Canberra, sorry, not Canberra. Darwin is. There's still a little bit of a frontier vibe in the Northern Territory, which is where Darwin is the capital. But it's also very left-wing, and that's partly because of the Aboriginals and partly because of all the left-wing fuckwits who moved up there. But there we go. But yeah, that's what I can say for case. But coming back to our original thing, the idea that China couldn't invade Australia, well, I hope you're right, Sergio. But
hey, can you hear me? I've moved into bed now. I suppose the point of contention is there's perhaps a difference between invading in the sense of setting foot on Australia, which I would concede the Chinese probably could do. But then there's a question of victory. Can they actually take the entire country? And I just don't think that's really possible. So I suppose, I hope that clarifies my position, that yes, maybe the Chinese can land people, soldiers and resources on the continent, but to take the entire country, I don't believe that's possible.
I thought that was true about Britain, but I didn't think it is anymore.
Well, who would you be referring to in this instance?
Well, is Britain not almost lost?
Well, wait, what do you mean by that?
Is Britain not now almost lost?
But what do you mean by lost?
Well, we haven't been invaded, what we have, but Britain's almost lost, isn't it? Do you really think Britain's standing strong?
No, I don't.
Anglo-Nile in the chat. I don't think Britain's lost. But
No.
It almost fucking is. It almost is. It's so close to being that it's a knife edge. And like, then you get Sojo who says, "Oh, all right, China could land 36,000 troops on the Australian coast, but somehow or other, Australia's going to fight back because all of a sudden it's going to be different to everywhere else in the world, and that's my problem."
I don't really understand the comparison that you're making. In one sense, you're talking about Britain
I reckon China could land 10,000 guys on the British coast at the moment, and no one would do anything.
I'm not sure that's the case. No.
Well, we don't do anything about the 3,500 immigrants who come across the channel every year.
But that's different, and that would be framed differently that would be received differently by the public. That they're sort of conceptually two different things. What you view as an invasion, the rest of the general public view as being a humanitarian premise and enterprise.
Or they kind of just have the defeatist view. There's nothing they can do about it, so they just kind of tolerate it, like how people kind of tolerate rule in some parts of the world. Like they can't. There's nothing really they can. It's like collaborators in like Nazi Germany. There's nothing they can do against the regime, so they just go along with it.
This is where I lose this. All right, if the UK cannot even stop that, that's one thing. But then Sojo turns around and says, "Oh no, China could never invade Australia," and Australia is just as cucked as UK. Sadly, this is my point.
Duke, he doesn't say China couldn't invade Australia. He says China couldn't take over Australia.
I don't know. Do they need to?
Seeing as
is the government almost there anyway?
Well, I mean, they'd be landing on the northern coast, wouldn't they? There's not really any valuable place on the north of Australia. All the valuable settlements are in the south.
How much? Well, that's not true, but yeah. But how much worse would Australia need to get to be taken over by communist China?
I don't know. I'm not really familiar with the state of Australia. But then in that case, if we're so close to being taken...
It's pretty much the same as Britain, let me tell you.
Then in that case, why worry about a Chinese invasion? Because it sounds like they've already won.
Okay, we should all give up then. Is that your answer?
I mean, you're saying Australia and Britain
that was kind of what Sojo was saying earlier, is just give up.
Well, no, I mean, hang on a minute. The whole premise of this original conversation was that we have to take China out because Australia is under threat of being invaded. And now you're turning around and saying, well, they're just cucked and maybe they don't need to be invaded. Maybe the Chinese can just take them without force. In which case, well, who fucking cares? If that's your view.
No. You haven't got my view right. My view was that I detest all these global homo types, including Biden and Johnson and all the rest of them. But we still have to get rid of the Communist Chinese Party. The Chinese Communist Party. We still have to get rid of those guys. That was the only point I was making.
Why?
Because
the original premise... Your original premise for getting rid of the CCP was because it was a threat to Australia. And I said to you that I didn't think that they could really take Australia and therefore they're not a threat. And so what is the position now? You're saying that, well, maybe the Chinese don't need to physically take Australia. So I don't know.
I didn't say that.
I think maybe we need a reset of our positions because maybe we're kind of going in.
My position is, I hate the global homo scum, like Biden and Johnson and all the rest of it. I hate them, detest them, totally. But whilst we need to get rid of them, we need to get rid of the Chinese Communist Party equally. That's my real position.
But why do we need to get rid of them? Specifically the Chinese.
Because they're evil and vile.
Okay. So that's very interesting. So you're taking the kind of Peter Hitchens, the sort of like the moral just war that sort of never really existed until World War II, and now it's based on like values. Oh, this is evil.
Never said anything.
You just invoked the word evil.
Yeah, I did, but I never said anything about moral or just.
You're right.
Moral or just? When did I say that?
Well, what's the difference? If you consider something evil and that's a reason to get rid of it, that is a moral position.
Well, yeah, I guess it is, but I don't think that there's a just war. I just think we should win.
But that doesn't make any sense.
My side is the best side, is what I'm saying.
No, I'm sorry. This does not make any sense. You're saying that the CCP is evil, and then at the same time you're saying, well, we're the best side and we need to win.
Compared to the CCP, yeah. I think we're pretty evil too, but I would rather we won and then we get rid of the Biden Johnson shit.
But I'm saying I don't care about this good versus evil. I don't care what the Chinese do.
That's up to you. That's up to you.
Well, if you want to fucking fight a war on a moral ground, in the same vein as World War II, have at it. You and your son can go and fight that war. I don't want anything to do with it. Thank you very much.
I didn't say anything about morals. I just said to you.
Well, you just invoked good and evil. You just said the CCP are evil. That is a moral basis.
The Chinese Communist Party is evil, but then so are Biden and Johnson. I just said that. We live in an evil world. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, so you think there is some moral bit in this world that I'm missing somewhere?
No, I'm simply making the case that yes, the by your own admission, the Chinese may be evil. That doesn't mean that we have to fight a war against them.
All right. So if we just ignore evil in the world, it will just go away of its own accord, is what you think?
Well, that's what most countries have done for thousands of years. Yeah.
Hasn't
this
worked,
this idea. What do you mean it hasn't worked?
Well, how has it worked?
The World War II really was a very new war for the reasons that it was fought. based on evil. The same bullshit that you're iterating.
You think Britain fought World War II because of evil?
That's how it's framed and cast. And you're now framing the Chinese thing as in the same vein.
No, World War II was framed and is framed as that, but it's a total lie, as you and I both know.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that because me and you. I mean, we certainly both agreed that we didn't need to fight World War One, the Great War.
Yeah.
We're agreed on that. Yeah. There is a part of me that thinks, did we necessarily have to fight the Second World War? I'm not. To this day, I'm still not sure. In many ways, I wish that we didn't because it cost us so much. But then again, there was many events leading up to that, and it's not just sort of World War II was really just the sort of kicking of the chair from underneath the individual, as it were. So I'm not sure, but I just don't see any reason to fight the Chinese over what, Taiwan. I'm not Taiwanese.
But I live in Australia, and
yeah. But again, I don't see how you're under threat from the Chinese. If the Chinese land soldiers on in Australia, then I'm behind you. But until that happens, I don't believe in this preemptive war bullshit. That's historically never been the way we operate.
I don't believe in preemptive war bullshit either. But if China tries to take Taiwan, it has to be. That's going to be the battle for everyone down here.
I mean, you have to draw a line in the sand, don't you?
Yeah. If China was to get away with invading Taiwan, that would be Japan fucked, Australia fucked, South Korea fucked. You get what I'm saying?
You can draw Hitler comparisons like appeasement.
That it's nothing to do with Hitler. It's got nothing fucking to do with Hitler.
Well, no, it's a similar situation because I mean,
it isn't. No,
he went into Austria and then he went into
No.
Why is it not similar? Why is it not similar then?
Because it's got the same thing to do with Napoleon. It's got the same thing to do with the Sun King in France.
So it is comparable then, but it's just comparable.
But not particularly Hitler. Hitler's just a bloke, evil bloke, sure, but so was Stalin. But
what if you framed it as balance of power?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's balance of power.
Yeah, but does Taiwan make a difference ultimately? I'm a little bit dubious about. I'm not sure.
No, ultimately, Taiwan doesn't make a difference. But in the same way that Singapore did in 1941 and Manila did in 1941, yes, it does.
Let's just say with Taiwan, it's better to keep the status quo than to find out what might be different.
It's a line in the sand. It's a line in the sand. And if Taiwan were to fall, then Australia would be immensely less stable. South Korea would be immensely less stable. And so would Japan. And America would be basically just finished as a superpower. Because, China would have called their bluff. And America wouldn't have done anything. America can go and invade fucking shells like Iraq and Afghanistan and spend 20 years there doing fuck all, just like Britain did. Nothing but casualties for no purpose. But, if another nation invades another nation and takes it over, America doesn't do anything. We're fucked, mate. In the West. we're going to be 70% worse off even than we are now, and we're in a terrible position now.
The Chinese are not like us, man.
Exactly. They're not. They will just push and push and push, and they'll keep going.
I'm afraid I just don't understand this. We are being led and governed by literal demon goblins, these homosexual demon goblins. And you're telling me, oh no, the Chinese are worse. Nothing can be worse than this fucking shit. Nothing.
Well, I reckon, and it's just me.
What have the Chinese done so far to overseas peoples that gives you cause for concern?
Jing, if you watch documentaries on how they treat the East Turkestan people, that's pretty fucking terrifying stuff.
I think the real point is the Chinese will be no better. Like there'd be no benefit to having the Chinese rule. But I do kind of see where Sojo's coming from. There is more evidence of a homo agenda.
The idea that these guys who are totally ethnically different to you would be all right, I find that strange.
Well, I've got no ethnic connection to some fucking Polak or some Jew in New York. Thank you very much. But they're the ones who run in the fucking show at the minute. So to my mind, it makes no fucking difference whatsoever, whether it's a chink or some Jew in New York. Makes no difference.
Wow. All right. Well.
But I don't see the Chinese parading men dressed in fucking skirts on TV.
Nor do I.
That's what I don't see. And I think that the onus is on you to make the case that the Chinese are going to be worse than what we've currently got, because I find it hard to believe. I'm open to hearing evidence, but I don't see this kind of gay imperialism coming out of China as I do from the US. And to my mind, this is the most dangerous thing going.
I don't disagree with you on 90% of that, except, like, trust me, I think the Chinese would be even worse.
Well, what do you mean, trust me? Just take my word for it.
Yeah, that's what I mean, is just, like, the Chinese would be worse because they are ethnically different to us.
Well, what do you mean? Well, I just reiterate what I've just said. I have no ethnic connection to some fucking Jew in New York or some Polak. And that is the melting pot of America.
Nor do I.
And this whole ethnic thing, to my mind, is a load of bull. It's a red herring anyway, because our own people are just as bad as these other people that we're talking about anyway. So why even invoke that? Why even invoke that? Because it has no relevance whatsoever.
Because it's kind of obvious if you use a bit of common sense.
Well, I don't think it is obvious, though.
Okay. What's happening to the Muslim people in China?
What, me? If there was a documentary Vice did, they've got cameras like every 8 meters. They're like, if you go to a mosque, you'll get put in fucking prison, even though they've got them. I think that they spoke to this girl.
I'm no pro-Muslim person, by the way. I'm just asking this.
Their treatment of Christians is pretty appalling as well.
Yeah.
They interviewed this girl and she said, out of the 30 kids in my class, 13 of them have got parents in re-education camps. If you're a Uyghur, you're just like a fucking oppressed minority, and they force Chinese families to live with them and shit. They're literal genocide.
And let's look at what's the Dalai Lama's country. What's China doing with that?
They're trying to impose a pro-Beijing Dalai Lama after this one.
They're trying to consolidate their control over their territory. And don't tell me that you wouldn't do exactly the same thing in the UK, given a chance. You're telling me that you would? Oh, we're just going to leave Bradford to be Muslim. Get the fuck out of here.
It's a different situation.
Different situation. Well, how's it different? How is it different?
It's different because the Tibetans have lived there for 2,000 years. Muslims have lived in Bradford for about 100, maybe 50. I don't know.
50. Or
fair enough. You've got me there. You have got me there.
I mean,
Sojo, how is Tibet like Bradford?
No, you're right. You've got me there. You have got me there. But you have got me there on that point. But they're a rising power.
Do you know what's next to Tibet?
Well, India.
Yeah, but even closer than that.
Well, we're talking about a big map in my mind. What? Just tell me what?
Nepal.
Oh, the Gurkhas. Oh God, no, the Brits. Oh,
right. And did the Brits take over Nepal?
Well, we had our colonial policy was interesting in the sense that we didn't.
Remember, like I can get Limbu back on anytime you like.
Well, Limbu's Nepali. I mean, he's not British.
Yeah, exactly, and he has explained this many times.
He's
Nepal,
never been to Nepal. But...
totally independent though.
Wait, where does he live then?
He lives in Brunei.
Well,
right, okay.
Because there's a British Gurkha regiment there that keeps the
right, yeah. Okay.
But leaving all that aside, Nepal was not taken over by the British. It was always independent. We came to a deal with Nepal where we could recruit soldiers there. China never does shit like that, man. They just take places over. They bulldoze the culture and they destroy everything.
Well, we could. I mean, I would make the argument at the moment that it's too early to tell, and you know, maybe I would admit that when it comes to China, we're in a period of uncertainty in the sense that we don't necessarily know how they're going to react. How are they going to run their global empire? Are they going to run it like we did? Are they going to run it like the Americans did? Or are they going to have their own new style and they're just going to take places over? I don't understand why they would, quote unquote, take over Nepal and bulldoze it. Because they don't have the people to make it Han Chinese.
Hang on. Ask our Gurkha mate on this channel what the communists in Nepal are doing. And the communists in Nepal are absolutely funded and supported by the Chinese Communist Party.
Okay, well, can you just Can you just tell me what he would tell us? Because
they're destroying the country.
Okay, but that's what
every single traditional thing in the country they are destroying.
Okay, well you can make the same argument with America and every other fucking country in the world.
Yeah, absolutely, and I see what you're saying, but that is
I've
already told you I don't like the likes of fucking Biden and Johnson. I've said that about 5 times.
Right, but
that doesn't make China good.
Oh no, I completely agree with that. I'm not saying that China are good. I'm just saying that they might be they may be better than the United States. It may be
how?
Because I mean the example that I cited was that they're not shoving fucking faggotry down people's throats. That's the only example that I can give.
Because they don't need to at the moment. They don't need to at the moment. Do you reckon if it suited them, they wouldn't do that?
Of course they would if it suited them. Yeah, of course they would.
Especially in ethnically other nations.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yes.
So there's no reason to trust them whatsoever.
I agree with that. You should not. Don't be under any illusion that they are our savior.
I never thought that. I'm the guy who's arguing against that,
whereas you view them as being, we have to defeat them. Yes. I look at the situation and think, can we play them off against the Americans?
No.
That's how I view it.
I don't know how you reckon that can happen. I really don't.
Well, I'm not sold on the idea. I'm, what's the word I'm looking for? Exploring ideas, shall we say.
Yeah, all right. Look, mate, I don't want to get in a row with you because, I like you.
Well, look, I'm not going to fall out with you.
But I just think, global homo under Biden and Johnson is equally bad to Chinese Communist Party bollocks under Winnie the Pooh. And all of them are bad. We are in a bad situation right now. All of us are. Like the Western world is in a bad situation. Like all of us, we're in a bad fucking situation, and like we're the last few guys, really. That's my honest view. I don't know what to say about it, because there isn't much optimism. There isn't.
Whereas there's really no reason to be optimistic. I mean, what can I point to and say, oh, this is good?
Nothing.
Other than the natural world and the weather. The sun shines and there's no clouds. It's 18 degrees. Thank fuck for that.
And even that, the left is trying to take away from us with the climate change bollocks.
Yeah.
Even that they're trying to destroy. Every single thing in the entire world at the moment is against a modern Western man being a man. Everything. You can't have a relationship with a woman. You can't have sex with a woman. You can't do this. You can't. Everything is absolutely against us. Every single thing in the modern world. And I heard someone laugh just now. You can.
So I'm laughing at the chat. It says someone saying, "Comrade Sojo will not tolerate disrespecting the blessed Red Emperor Z." That's what I'm laughing at.
Yeah, okay, but that's crap. Sojo is
Tommy Hill.
Sojo's no sort of communist. But even leaving that, you can be a perfectly ordinary bloke today. You can go out tomorrow night and have sex with some woman, and if she was a little bit drunk, and even if she wasn't a little bit drunk, she can decide a week or a month later to say you raped her, and you're probably going to get taken to court. That's the world we live in now. But on the other hand, you can be a mother and father who have a child, and that child can be 3, and for whatever weirdo reason, you can decide, oh no, my little boy is a little girl, and that will get accepted by everything. This is the evil shit we live in today. And it's okay to have a gay pride march going down your street with 7-year-old little kids twerking.
Love is love.
That's all right. That isn't evil, vile exploitation of children. That's okay. That's the fucking world that we live in now. And I'm sorry for swearing, but
man, this is dark.
Man, we live in a dark time. Like the end of the Roman Empire was fucking kind of bright and light compared to where we are now. But I am not going to excuse the Chinese because of that shit. And that's my honest view. It's like we live, like if this was biblical times, I guess we'd be getting a flood. I really do. I'm not Christian. I'm an agnostic. But like, if the evil of men and women was, and of course you're not allowed to say women are evil anymore. Like you can't even show a man hitting a woman anymore because that's totally evil. So women, they grow up, and this was something interesting I heard the other day. Was this woman hit this bloke because she thought she could, and the bloke hit her back and she went to hospital, right? Because, bloke hitting a woman, that's going to happen. Blokes are vastly stronger than most women. But she didn't realize this because she just spent her whole life insulated in this stupid left-wing LGBTQ nonsense culture where men and women were not like separate animals to some degree. And men are vastly stronger than women. Like, I'm fucking 56, and I'm quite convinced that I could beat the shit out of 99% of women at 56. 99% of them, I could beat the shit out of them. Wouldn't do that because I'm not an arsehole, but like I could. And we just live in this world where women live in this fantasy idea that they're equal to men in terms of physical strength and power, and they're just not. And it's nonsense. But no, and this comes back to what Sojo was talking about. In our fantasy fucking crap Biden Johnson world, they pretend this is true. But it's just fucking bollocks. Like I said, I'm 56. I guarantee you I could beat up more than 99% of women.
He's increased in power by 9% since he started that. He said 90% and he said 99%. He gained strength in that time. Anyways, so
It's, beg your pardon. It's just a crap. Sojourner? I don't think it's that, but
You fucking sure droned on a bit.
yeah, but we have to be fucking real. Where did all this bollocks come from that men and women are the same? We're not. Women do some things better than blokes, all right? They do. They are better at nursing. They're better looking after kids and all this shit. But if it comes to, yeah, they're decorative. They're cute sometimes. But in general terms, when it comes to violence, women all take a back seat. There's a reason why in the ancient world, when you captured an enemy city, you killed all the blokes and you enslaved all the women. That's always what happened. And women, strange to say, in their evolution, have like come along to that kind of system. That's why most women will adopt their blokes' political views eventually.
Barndor said in the chat, definitely taking Duke to Hooters. I mean, he I could beat up 99%. Anyway, sorry. Carry on. Tough crowd.
I'm sure I've been to Hooters at some stage or another. That's one of those restaurants with chicks with big tits, isn't it? Yeah, I'm sure I've been to them. Mate. But I honestly, we just live in this totally fake world where we pretend in countries like America and Britain and Australia that men and women are exactly the same, and they're not. And everyone with a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of common sense knows they're not. Like I said, I'm an old bastard. Honestly, I reckon all of the guys on this stream could beat the shit out of me. Probably. Certainly if they caught
definitely.
me when I wasn't. Certainly if they caught me when I wasn't looking. But like I would beat up 97% of women, even at my age. Even at my age. But somehow or other, the great United States and Britain and Australia thinks that, like, when those Chinese hordes come across the border, these chicks are not going to run away and scream and, like, hide and get raped and all the rest of it. No, they're somehow going to win because, whatever, you know.
Well, don't forget that it's the Latinx lesbian in a porta cabin out in a Nevada desert, drone striking, you know, Afghan villagers. You know, there is some truth to the matter.
Yep, there is that. The best one I saw, Sojo, there was this movie, I can't remember what it was called now, but it was about a drone strike thing, and it was this ex-US fighter pilot who was doing drones, and they wanted him to kill this family, and he didn't want to do it. And
The Eye in the Sky.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that one. That was the one with Helen Mirren in it, wasn't it? Yeah, no, it wasn't that. It was an American movie. But anyway, this dude, he was an ex-US Air Force pilot, and he was doing this drone shit, and he didn't like it much, which I can understand because it's a pretty cowardly way to carry on. But eventually, like the guy in charge of his unit, who is another Air Force guy, turns around and says to this bloke, look, even when we were pilots, the ground guys, like the infantry, all thought we were fucking gay anyway, which is true because, like, you know, as far as the infantry are concerned, the Air Force is totally gay. But, you know, so that I thought was funny. But, oh, man, I don't know. But you can't, there's loads and loads and loads of things, like about 99,000 the drones can't do. So the idea that, like, you can just have a drone and it will be okay. So, yeah, you can have as many women as you like in the military because it's all going to be drones. That's bollocks. But, you know, it's obvious bollocks. If you've got half a brain, and especially if you ever served in the military. But we've got to stop this shit, you know? We've got to stop this shit of pretending that men and women are the same and that you can change your sex, which you can't. The only people who try and change their sex are mentally ill.
Mm.
They're the only people that do that. And the idea that 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, any age up to about 15-year-olds can do that is equally sick. And it's obvious, or it should be obvious to anyone with half a fucking brain. To my point of view, anyone who doesn't agree with that, say your piece. No disagreement. Good.
Mm.
At least we're mostly sane on that issue. Who's this guy who just joined?
It's me again.
Oh, okay. Carry on, mate.
I dropped out. I don't know. Well, no, I pressed leave accidentally. But yeah,
That's all right.
No, I agree with everything you said.
Good.
Absolutely.
Then it looks like we can end on an agreement. And in that case, I am going to play us out on a tune unless anyone has any final thoughts. Sergio?
Yeah, I just want to get back to this Australia-China invasion situation. I'm only kidding. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
Fair enough. Birthday boy.
I can't think of very much.
Good. Bloke who I don't know who the fuck you are. You carry on.
You don't know who I am, Duke. You used to be subbed to my channel.
No, I'm sure I am.
Owned.
Hang on. Is this I'm talking about the guy with no avatar.
Oh, I thought
yeah, it's Tommy Hill.
Tommy Hill. Carry on. Anything to say? Final thoughts?
Final thoughts. No, I think I'm done.
No worries. I used to be sub to your channel. I'm sure I still am, actually. But any final thoughts?
Just thanks for letting me on.
No worries. You're always welcome, mate.
Yeah, same here.
All right. I'm going to play us out with a tune, as I usually do. Many people will hate this one.
You are experiencing Boom Attack. Share screen button. We'll get there in the end. Get your phones out and play your own music. Ugh, where's mine gone?
So there we go.
Duke, it wasn't up. We just
Did that not play?
no, you didn't even click. I don't think you clicked share screen.
Oh, fuck. All right, I'll do this just now. So that didn't play, you're telling me?
No, it wasn't on the screen.
Oh.
Insert elevator music here.
I'm sort of humming it. Ugh. Still 20 people watching.
Something tells me he's pressed play again, and then
there's 2 of them now.
We'll play
it. Council of Iron Duke when?
We're gonna do.
Oh yeah, I would like to say this is actually my first ever live stream.
Oh,
ever.
Good on you, mate. Good on you, mate. Can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to try this again. I apologize, gentlemen, for the boomer tech crap last time.
We've gained 2 viewers. I'm now up to 22.
So you can all hear that.
No surrender.
She defend our laws, ever give us cause. Sing with heart and voice, God save our Queen. There we go, gents. Did everyone hear that?
Yes.
Cool. Sorry, I fucked it up the first time. Boomer tech, big pardon. But anyway, yeah, that's my view, and I kind of liked Queen Elizabeth in that video, looking down the sights of the rifle and kind of enjoying it. And there is no such thing as a fake copy of Iron Duke, for fuck's sake. Chinese couldn't copy me if they tried it. I'm an Englishman, for God's sake. One reason, eventually, when Sojo comes down to Australia, I'm going to take him out and get him legless drunk. But anyway, thanks for coming on, guys. See you next week. Don't forget to like and subscribe, because if you don't like and subscribe, I'm never going to get to the huge position of Royal Oak, who has over 1,000 subscribers.
1027 live update. There you go.
There you go. And how can you be sober after your birthday, man?
I'm not that sober, am I?
You sound very, very sober, I have to say.
Well, comparatively to you, mate. I mean,
no. I mean, look,
I nearly threw up earlier.
Really? Well, I guess that's a good sign. But like, I just remember I was in the army when I was 20, and I went out, and I don't really remember what I did, to be honest. I went out with my mates and we did stuff. The only thing I vaguely remember is I was chatting this chick up in a nightclub, and I was on this little stool, and I was leaning backwards looking at this girl, and she had quite good breasts. And I was leaning backwards on this stool, and I got so distracted by her breasts that I lost my balance and fell over backwards. And she thought that was immensely funny. And she spent the rest of the evening with me and the next day also. So, has its advantages. But anyway, guys, thanks for coming on. Oh, God. What is... Hang on. Crashed on sofa, dog licking face. Yeah, my dog's on the sofa on a cushion, but I'm not on the sofa. But anyway, I'm too old for worrying about all that women shit. So I'll check you out next week, gents. Have a good day.